being a okay. No, this is okay. May I ask the Honorable Gutierrez for the prayer.
Display yourselves in the presence of the Lord, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Kingdom come, your will be done, earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our sins. We forgive those who sin against us. Do not bring us to test, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Father, Son, Spirit. Thank you very much, Honorable Gutierrez. Please take your seats. Good afternoon to our members, invited resource persons, guests, our audience here in the House of Representatives, and those following our proceeding at the Facebook page of the House. Welcome again to our meeting. The committee will resume today the hearing of House Resolutions number 230 and 1428 on the question acts of the Sunshine Media Network International SMNI, peddling fake news, baseless red tagging of individuals, groups, and organizations, and acts subject to various complaints against the media network filed and pending before the NTC, MTRCB, and the Kapisanan ng Broadcasters ng Pilipinas. We also consider the issues raised in the privileged speech of the Honorable David J.J. Suarez on the basis report of SMNI regarding the travel expense of the House Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez. Yesterday, the plenary acted on House Resolution number 1499 and authorized the Committee on Legislative Franchise to consider it in today's hearing. The members will be provided a copy of House Resolution number 1499. The SMNI is operating under the franchise agreement of Suarez Media Corporation pursuant to Republic Act 11422, approved on August 22, 2019, with a term of 25 years. The proponents asserted that SMNI violated the terms and conditions of the franchise and called for the Committee on Legislative Franchises to exercise its oversight function to determine whether the acts of SMNI is in violation of the franchise warrants its revocation. During the initial hearing, the members elicited from the resource persons of NTC, KBP, and MTRCB on the filing and pendency of cases against SMNI. They also agreed that the acts complained of may have violated Section 4 of RA 1422 on the responsibility of the franchise grantee to the public. It provides, among others, the grantee shall not use its stations or facilities for the broadcasting of obscene or indecent language, speak, act, or seen, and for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of public interest, encourage or assist subversive and treasonable acts. In reviewing the franchise of Suarez Media Corporation in relation to the acts of SMNI, complaint of the committee considers the compliance with the terms and conditions thereon. There are provisions in the franchise that are obligatory upon the grantee, and by accepting the franchise, it is bound to faithfully comply with these obligations. Much is expected from media practitioners. Truth and accuracy are the very tenet of broadcasting, whether in delivering news, editorial, and expressing opinion. Considering the testimonies given and documents submitted, the committee shall determine whether the grantee can continue enjoying the privilege under this franchise. Sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, ang ating mga bisita at mga manonood ng FB page ng House of Representatives, ang pagdinig na ito ay pagtungkol sa prangkisa ng Suarez Media Corporation. Papakinggan po natin ang bawat upang bigyan ng linaw ang isyong pinagkakaloob ng Estado sa prebyong Suarez Media Corporation. Kaakibat sa prebyong ito ay ang pananagutan na inatang sa ating grantee. It cannot exercise the privilege with impunity and invoke press freedom as pretext for information that may mislead the public. Nais kong bigyan ng diin na ang isyong ito ay hindi tungkol sa kalayaan ng pamamahayag o ang malayang pagpapahayag. Ito ay ang malagang pagsusuri kung narapat ipagpatuloy ng Suarez Media Corporation bilang isang grantee. Kami po ay kaisa ng bayan sa pagpapalahad ng katotohanan at sumusunod ito kami sa tamang proseso ng pandinig nito. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Before we may proceed, may I direct the committee secretary to acknowledge the members in attendance and resource persons with us today. Comsec.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In today's meeting, we have the following members in attendance. We have the Vice Chairperson, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Jerbil Luistro, Representative Luz Kimbo, Representative Robert Ace Barbers, Representative Joseph Stephen Paduano, Representative David J.J. Suarez, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Representative Alan T., Representative Agustina Dominique Pancho. We also have Representative Alfred de los Santos, Representative Francisco Jose Matugas, Representative Toby Chanco, Representative Alfred, Representative Faustino Inodi, Representative Ricardo Cruz Jr., Representative Dan Fernandez, Representative Christian Navia, Representative Romeo Acop, and Representative Antonio Ferrer.
Resource persons. For the resource persons.
For our resource person from KBP, we have Attorney Rudolph Steve Hularbal. From the MTRCB, we have Attorney Cesar Pareja. From the MTRCB, we have Attorney Abubakar Johari and Mr. Bobby Diciembre from NTRCB as well. We have from NTC, the Deputy Commissioner Alvin Blanco. From SEC, we have the General Counsel, Attorney Ronald Padilla and Attorney Gerard Del Rosario. And with them, we have Attorney Mazer Martin Tarnell. From the SMNI, we have Attorney Mark Tolentino, Attorney Rolex Suplico, Ms. Lorraine Badoy, and Mr. Jeffrey Celis. Oh, may we also recognize Honorable Lex Anthony Collada, a member of the committee. And we also have from NTC, Attorney Andy Castillar. And also we invited again Attorney Rico Domingo from the MAD. Thank you. Thank you.
David J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, I just want to start off from where we ended last hearing with regards to the news that Jeffrey Celis mentioned in their program. Mr. Celis, are you with us today?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. When we ended our hearing last week, The statements I released was that we were treading in very dangerous grounds as the source, the resource person mentioned that his source emanated from the Senate. And I felt that it was important for us to determine who that source was, because it was also determined in last hearing that the statements issued by Mr. Celis in his program was false. And if indeed it is from the Senate, interparliamentary relations between the House and the Senate are now put in question. Because parang ang lumalabas, may nagli-leak ng hindi makatotohanang balita mula sa Senado patungkol sa House of Representatives. At nung December 3, if I may be allowed, Mr. Chair, Senate President Subiri issued a statement. And if I may be allowed to read, he stated, "I have no knowledge whatsoever of anyone from the Senate leaking information to any reporter on any House matter. Until the concerned resource speaker names a Senate employee, there is no reason to believe that these allegations are anything more than intrigues being sown to create controversy and fake news. We respect interparliamentary courtesy and would not want to put a rift in the strong partnership that we have with the House, with the leadership and the members of the House. I would suggest that the House continue the investigation until they get to the bottom of this accusation and press for the concerned person to reveal the name of their alleged source in the Senate. Otherwise, the House can cite them in contempt. If they can prove it's an employee of the Senate, then we will initiate disciplinary action on those involved." Quote unquote from Senate President Miguel Subiri. So now, Mr. Celis, I would just like to reiterate my question. The source, please.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of this committee, may I be allowed, please, to manifest a statement of clarification before I proceed to answer the question of Honorable Congressman J.G. Suarez, because I believe that the statement that I am going to make as an opening premise to the answer that I should be giving to the Honorable Congressman will settle everything and clarify before the nation a very important statement that I want to make. Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed, please?
Before I allow you, I'd like to remind everyone that your oath
Yes.
has been administered in the last session, and it will continue up to today.
Yeah.
So you're under oath.
Yeah.
So lahat po sabihin po natin ay ang katotohanan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you
please?
may.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Honorable ako.
meron pong katanungan si Honorable Suarez, di po ba?
Opo.
Hindi ba dapat sagutin lang ng resource person or witness yung katanungan muna
Okay.
bago siya mag-explain? Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the reminder, Congressman Acop, sir. And to the members of this committee, I feel, and it is my right to state before this committee and the August Chamber of Congress, that this committee is not above the law. No one in government is above the law. We are a government of laws. I am protected under the Sotto Law. I have the constitutional right. I requested per record that I may be given competent advice and assistance of a legal counsel, and such right is guaranteed by the Constitution. And such right is also stipulated clearly in Section 12 of the governing House rules pertaining to committee hearing and conduct of investigation. And even if I am not in a court trial, the right to seek out counsel advice and assistance from a counsel is a part of principle of due process, a principle guaranteed by the Constitution. And I believe before I'll answer any further question, may I manifest respectfully and humbly before this committee that all the statements, even after under oath, in the absence of competent legal advice and assistance previously, may be granted to be stricken off the record because I believe my constitutional rights were
Mr. Chairman,
violated.
point of order. The answer and manifestation of Mr. Celis is out of order. Mr. Chairman, he is out of order because you cannot dictate in this house and you cannot move. Only members of you ask members of this house.
Yes, I am explaining, sir.
No,
I am not moving.
no, your manifestation is out of order.
I am
Do
requesting.
not lecture us
No, I am
about
not
the rules
lecturing.
of this
I am
committee and
standing
house.
up for my right.
Mr.
I am
Chairman,
standing
Eric.
up for my right.
Remember,
Eric.
we might cite you in contempt.
Then so be it,
Kyrie,
Your Honor.
You challenge us?
Yes,
Sorry.
if
What's
that
the
will
pleasure of
be
the chair?
sin
Mr.
in the
Chairman.
nation na walang karapatan ang mga invited guests dito na magpahayag, Your Honor, with due respect to you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
I'm out of order. And what's the position of the chair?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chair,
sandali lang po.
Mr. Chairman,
Eric,
may I explain why I
yes, the Honorable Akop is recognized and I understand yung sinasabi po ng ating mga ng ating bisita. Pero alam po ninyo, kung ang ginagamit niyo po ay yung hearing nung huli at wala kayong representasyon, hindi po namin kasalanan. Kasalanan po ng mga abogado ng SMNI dahil sila mismo on record ang nagsabi na they are here to represent SMNI and not the anchors because dumistansya nga ho sila. Ang sabi nila, hindi po namin trabaho ang bigyan ng representasyon ang anchor. That's why nung humingi po kayo, ang pinaliwanag ko, hindi ho pwede sila magdepensa sa inyo. Dapat ho humingi kayo ng iba. Dahil hindi ho pwede sila ang magdepensa because they are on record. Under oath, ang sabi nila, kami abogado ng SMNI at hindi kami abogado ng mga anchor. Klaro po yan, Kyrie.
Your Honor, if I may please.
You cannot. You're not allowed. I'm going, yes.
to explain why I cite him out of order. Because he manifested that the previous records should be taken out of records and as resource person, they are not allowed. For
Your
that.
Honor, I am
Please,
going to be
I am
detained
still
in this
speaking.
chamber and
I
I am
am still-
submitting myself before the country in protest my
Mr. Chair,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Chair,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay. Pauline. Okay. There's a point of order, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. The Honorable Dan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Out of order is all about your manifestation to straighten out. Patapusin mo ako.
The Honorable.
Huwag ka may bastos. Patapusin mo ako. Mr. Chairman, I will just like to correct. I am not stopping him to issue statement. What I'm saying is, and what I'm pointing out of order is the manifestation that the previous statement, the previous record should be taken out of order.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
He's
Chairman.
not allowed to do it.
Point of order.
Honorable Dan Fernandez. So the point of order.
May we remind the resource speakers and the members of this committee to observe the proper decorum.
Correct.
If the chairman acknowledge a certain personality, let him speak and
Yes.
don't interrupt
Correct.
the members of this committee while
Correct.
the member is given the right to speak. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Honorable Akop is recognized.
Mr. Celis, please be reminded that in this committee and this house, we have
Mr.
rules
Celis.
to follow. Hindi po ba namin sinusunod yung mga rules? Matanong ko nga po,
Yes, sir. I feel that
and
is my.
I would like to remind you
Mm.
that these rules are supposed to be followed by members of this committee and by the witnesses or resource persons to be present. And one of these rules is that before you can speak, you ask permission from the chairman. Kami nga, hindi kami nagsasalita na walang permission yung chairman. You better follow that rule. Otherwise, baka mapilitan akong gawin yung hindi ko dapat gawin. Thank you.
The
Your Honor.
Honorable,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
wait, I think the Honorable Ace Barbers.
I was raising a point of order earlier, but
I'm
Congressman
sorry, I
Ako-
didn't hear you that.
It's
well.
okay,
My
Mr.
apologies.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, kasi gusto ko lang i-refresh yung memory ng ating resource person na no one is curtailing your right. In fact, kaya ka nga nandito, binibigyan ka ng panahon, ng oras para magsalita. But do not play to the crowd saying that your rights are violated in this committee. It's not. Tayo ay nasa demokrasya, di ba? I believe you were a former member of the NPA. Di ba? And alam mo kung ano yung pinaglalaban natin dito, di ba? So, never, ever insult the committee, much more any of the members of this committee. Kasi medyo yun ang affront. Yun ang affront sa amin. And do not challenge us to do what we feel is right to do to you because you might not like it. I am just going to remind him of that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Ace Barbers. Any
Mr.
other
Chair.
member that would like to speak?
I believe that this is an aid or an inquiry in aid of legislation, and resource persons should be reminded that they should observe proper
Correct.
decorum. I'd just like to remind all the resource persons that under Section 11, this inquiry, or for that matter, Congress has the power to contempt. The committee may punish any person for contempt by a vote of 2/3 of the members present, there being a quorum. And there are 6 grounds for contempt. One of which is letter E, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member of the committee or any misbehavior in the presence of the committee. So, Mr. Chair, we do not want to cite a resource person for contempt. Kaya nakikiusap kami sa iyo, ka Eric, na kung pwede, please respect this committee and observe proper decorum. Nasa rules po natin na you cannot speak if you are not recognized by the chair. Actually, naka-strike 1 na po kayo, ka Eric. Kanina, you were not recognized by the chair but you kept on talking. So again, may I advise ka Eric, we are not suppressing your rights, but also respect this committee and observe proper decorum.
thank you very much. Mr. Chair, if I may continue.
There was a question raised by the Honorable Suarez. Alam po ninyo kay Rick, kung meron po kayong karapatan, may karapatan din pong committee. Lahat po tayo may karapatan dito. So ang tanong ho, yes or no? May tanong ho si Congressman J.J. Suarez. Huwag na ho natin pahabain. Yes or no?
I will refuse to answer, Your Honors, not because I disrespect this committee, but I will invoke my right guaranteed by the Constitution because I believe this committee cannot be above the law, especially the Constitution. Mr.
Can I just
The Honorable
raise,
J.J. Suarez.
what right is that you are invoking, Mr. Celis?
The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights guarantees me for the guarantee of due process and even the Sotto Law and even the House rules.
Yes.
Constitutionally guaranteed rights, Your Honor, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, cannot
Mr.
be violated by any branch of the government.
Ka Eric, may katanungan. Is that
Mr.
clear?
Mr. Chair-
Alam po ninyo, ka Eric, meron ba kayo kasamang abogado na yun?
May I answer?
Opo.
That's why I am requesting since last hearing that I may be given the counsel. Now,
Alam po
I will
ninyo,
hire,
Alam mo if you keep going back last year, ang tanong ko na yun.
I will hire
Wag-
Attorney Mark Tolentino and Attorney Rolex Soplico as my personal choice
Okay.
to do
So,
legal counsel. for
Everything
me.
that you say now is guided by your lawyer. who's
Not yet.
also here.
Not yet, sir, because they are not, Mr. Chairman, permitted and granted authority to be recognized as my legal counsel. That's why I'm requesting. I'm hiring today, this afternoon, Attorney Mark Tolentino and Attorney Roy Soplico.
Are the lawyers accepting that mandate? Because you remember, in the last hearing, you manifested that you are not representing Eric and the anchors because of the disclaimer issue. Are you accepting?
I'm accepting, Your Honor.
Attorney Rolex Suplico.
I am accepting, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you very much. So everything that we say, no ka Eric, may abogado na po kayo. Yes or no?
May I request again,
Yes.
Congressman Honorable J.G. Suarez to rephrase the
Mr. Chair.
question,
Ayun.
please.
Now with the presence of your lawyer, it's just a little bit ironic that in the past few days you've been on air talking about the hearing, talking about your opinions on about the hearing, and together with Attorney Mark Tolentino, I think there was a few episodes na magkasama pa kayong dalawa. So you're very vocal and you're very opinionated about your position. And last hearing, I just want to remind you, you apologized to the committee because the statements that you issued in your show, kasama ang bayan, tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your
Laban
Honor.
kasama ang bayan. Humingi ka man ng paumanhin dahil yung sinabi mong 1.8 billion ay walang katotohanan. Inamin nyo yun. Ngayon, sinabi mo, ang source mo ay galing sa Kongreso. Sinabi ko mula sa House of Representatives, ang sabi nyo po ay hindi po House. Dalawa po yung House, Congress at Senate. Sinabi nyo, kinonfirm nyo na lalaki na taga-Senado. Ngayon po, naglabas na po ng statement, mismong Senate President na ang nagsasabi, hindi na ito nanggagaling sa amin, although I am pressing hard that I want you to reveal that source because we want to find out the truth. Mr. Celis, the truth, and nothing is more important than the truth. So I'm asking you nicely, who is your source?
May I qualify, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to speak?
Yes, but before that, I'd like to remind you and the lawyers that under Section 13, the participation of counsel in this hearing for the witness during the hearing and while the witness is testifying shall be limited to advising the legal rights of the witness. Is that clear, Attorney Tolentino and Attorney Suplico?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
That will only limited to that. Wala ho tayong coaching dito, ha? Yes. Eric.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the recognition.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Suarez, sir.
Please answer straight
Yeah.
directly, ha? Wala ho tayong paligoy-ligoy na sagot ho dito.
Mr. Chair, can I something?
Okay.
Can I say something
Yes.
before you proceed?
Point
Thank
of
you.
order.
Yeah. No,
Go ahead.
no.
Please.
Just want to be enlightened. What is your decision regarding the prior motion made by Congressman Paduano on?
Well, the
There's a
motion was
motion,
a
there's a
point of
motion.
order.
No.
He only made the point of order. So he was
Okay.
declaring him out
Thank
of
you.
order.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, proceed. Yes or no?
Yeah, thank you po, Mr. Chairman.
Please answer directly, ha? Huwag mo tayo masyadong
I
lumayo.
will not answer it because I am protected by law as per advice in conference with my lawyers here. I am protected by the Sotto Law. Unless the Sotto Law is repealed, I will be under the protection of the Sotto Law. Republic Act number 53.
Mr. Chair. Okay.
And the previous statements made, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, please, were made without the competent advice of legal counsel. That's why I was requesting humbly for this honorable committee chaired by Congressman Tambunting that all those testimonies regarding the testimonies I made here can be stricken off the record if it may be considered as a request. Because those are inadmissible.
Ang tanong po, alam nyo, lagi nyo sinasabi yung Sotto Law, eh. Ano pong portion ng Sotto Law ang tinutukoy ho nyo? Anong particular provision sa Sotto Law Pakibasa po.
I will, Mr. Chairman, I will request my counsel to give me the particular provision, or they may be allowed to reference the
No,
particular
we are
provision.
requesting you.
I don't have the copy of the Sotto
Then
Law.
I will suggest that the council give him a
Yeah.
copy of the Sotto Law. Because we do not, you're only supposed to, like I said earlier, hindi ho kayo pwede magsalta. Yan magsalta si Ka Eric.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to read the pertinent provision from the Sotto Law? Without prejudice, this is section 1 of 1145 as amended. Without prejudice to his inability or ability under the civil and criminal laws, any publisher, owner, or duly recognized or accredited journalist, whether reporter, writer, contributor, opinion writer, editor, columnist, manager of media, or other media practitioner involved in the writing, editing, production, and dissemination of news or mass circulation of any print, broadcast, wire service organization, or electronic mass media, including cable TV, television, and its variants, cannot be compelled to reveal the source of any news item, report, or information appearing or being reported or disseminated through other or the said media which was related in confidence or reported in confidence. Above mentioned media practitioners, unless the court or the House of Representatives or the Senate or any committee of Congress finds that such revelation is demanded by the national security of the state.
Eric,
Your Honor,
pero may magkaroon
Mr.
ng co-chair para ho maliwanag.
Mr. Chairman, can I explain the
No.
provision?
I will have to answer first the position raised by the witness. Ang unang po sinabi nyo, accredited journalist. Kayo ba'y accredited journalist? Ka Eric, kayo po ang tinatanong po. Kayo po ba'y accredited journalist?
The accreditation or the license to practice journalism does not require any particular organization or government entity to give us license or accreditation for broadcast. If you are referring, Mr. Chairman, to KBP, membership to KBP is voluntary. KBP is not an absolute regulatory power for broadcast.
So ano
We are like an NGO and private organization.
ano pong basihan nyo, basihan ng provision niyan, nung sinabi niya kailangan accredit, kayo nag-cite ng batas. Kayo nag-cite ng prohibition.
Mr. Chairman,
Accredited journalist, hindi ho kayo, sino dapat mag-accredit sa inyo?
SMNI is an accredited and franchise-granted media. And therefore, the prerogative in the decision for editorial decision who can broadcast or cannot broadcast in their station rests with the franchise granted to them. Therefore, hindi po kami required na maghingi ng pahintulot sa gobyerno na mag-broadcast kami doon. Dahil kami po ay bahagi ng isang media organization na may legitimate existence as granted by franchise.
Yes, but remember, may disclaimer. Ang sabi ng SMNI, hindi po nila pananagutan ang gagawin nyo. At hindi na nga raw kayo empleyado, sabi nila. So, ergo, hindi ho namin agad-agad kaya tanggapin yung inyong mungkahi. Pangalawa, I would like to remind you that this is a house inquiry which is provided for by the Sotto Law. And third, tatanungan ko, security of state, binanggit nyo. Ano po ibig nyo? Ito ba yung security of state? Tingin nyo itong issue to, which is an exception?
Ang 1.8 billion na pagtatanong ko po, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, ay hindi po threat to national security. Kapag ito po ay tinatanong ng mga media practitioners at ng mamamayan patungkol sa tamang pangangalaga sa pondo ng bayan. And I believe Congress is not exempted from public transparency and accountability in the disposal of public funds.
Alam po ninyo.
It is not an issue
Mr.
of
Chair, I think I
national
still have
security.
the floor.
Yes.
Yes.
Huling katanungan. Alam po niyo yung security of state sa amin. Ito po yung sinabi nyo na empleyado ng Senado ang nagbigay. Sa amin, yan po ay seguridad ng ating institusyon, seguridad ng ating bayan. So
Chair.
kaya po, ito po ay hindi nyo po pwede i-cite ang Sotto Law. Mabuti po, malaman nyo na po ang posisyon. At ito'y pinag-aralan po natin, may abogado po kayo, meron din po kami mga abogado rito, may mga researchers po kami. At ang Sotto Law ay hindi po applicable dito sa sinasite nyo. Sa tatlong tinanong ko, pare-pareho, hindi ho po pwede yan. The Honorable J.J.
Thank you very
Suarez,
much.
you are
Th-
recognized.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So let's just go back to points that already been established. Number one, the statement that you issued were false. You admitted it and you apologized for it last hearing. Number two, you mentioned that your source is from Senate. And Celis, Mr. Celis, the law that you have just stated that you sought to use to protect your right and not to reveal your source apparently has been ruled cannot be applied. So therefore, I'm asking you again, dahil may kinalaman na may mabigat po ang kinalaman ang repercussions nito You're talking about interparliamentary relationships between the House of Representatives and between the Senate. And none other than the Senate President has already issued a statement about this. So I don't think you see the gravity of the statements that you have issued between both houses in Congress. Now, Mr. Celis, for the last time, please identify your source.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to answer?
Mr. Chair, this is the fourth time I asked Mr. Celis this question. And every time I asked him his question, ang laki ng introduction, wala pa rin yung sagot. Pwede po ba this time, pag pinagbigyan natin siya magsalita, sabihin niya na po yung pangalan?
Kasi kung mag-introduction lang kayo, tapos i-cite nyo na naman, dinisalaw ko na. Sinasabi ko na hindi namin kayang tanggapin yung Sotto Law for this particular issues. And we provided the basis for that too. Sa mga binigkas yung provision, doon ko mismo hinugot ho yung argumento namin. Ngayon, kung hindi ko yung sasagot, we will not allow you anymore. Kasi nagre-request na si Congressman Suarez ng kasagutan, pangalan ang kailangan niya.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Magbibigay po kayo mo ng pangalan o hindi?
may I request that I be allowed to confirm with my legal counsel, please?
Oh, they're right beside you. They can confirm.
May I request for at least a
Yes.
1-minute conference with them?
Please.
Mr. Chairman? May I
Session
be recognized
resumes.
again, please?
Okay, please proceed.
In our constitutional democracy,
Hindi.
only the courts can interpret the laws, not Congress.
Okay.
So
Salamat.
I will not answer that question because I believe Congress does not have the right to interpret laws.
Okay.
It
Mr.
is
Chair.
with
Mr. Chair,
Congress to pass laws, not to interpret laws.
Mr.
Salamat
Chair.
po.
I take back my statements previously.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, the Honorable Toby Chanco is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in the sense of fairness, since we really want to know the source, para malaman natin kung ano talaga yung pinagkakalat nito, would we allow Mr. Celis, Eric, to reveal the source in executive session? Would the chair allow?
Yes, Eric. It's an executive session, an option for you. There's a suggestion by the Honorable Toby Chanco of Navotas na Kung ayaw niyo po sabihin sa harap ng camera at sa publiko, okay lang ba? Executive session. We will call for executive session now. Para lahat ho ng options ay binigay na po namin sa inyo. Eric,
That would be very dangerous for other media practitioners present here because it will create a very dangerous and negative precedence on the protection of source provided by law. I will refuse still. Your Honor,
salamat,
due to
salamat po.
Mr.
Klaro
Chair,
po tayo. The Honorable Toby Chanco is still recognized for a follow-up question.
No, I just wanted to manifest that the reason that we're suggesting an executive session is to show na tayo naman, hindi naman tayo, na binibigyan natin siya ng pagkakataon na i-reveal. Kung talagang gusto niya pangalagaan, at least an executive session. But it seems ayaw niya pa rin po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, it is very clear that Mr. Celis does not want to answer the question to reveal the source, whether in this inquiry or in executive session. So therefore, Mr. Chair, under Section 11, the power to contempt, letter E, grounds for contempt is for a resource person refusal to answer any relevant inquiry. Actually, Mr. Chair, Mr. Celis has already violated two provisions of Section 11. The first one, acting in a disrespectful manner, and the second one, which is very more important rather, is his refusal to answer the question in a relevant inquiry. On this note, Mr. Chair, I move to contempt, to cite for contempt Mr. Celis for on these two grounds under Section 11. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
There's a motion,
Your-
duly seconded. Any objections from any member
Mr. Chairman,
of this committee? There being no objections, on a
Mr. Chairman.
unanimous vote,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
Eric is cited for
Mr.
contempt.
Chairman, may I be recognized?
Ask the Sergeant of Arms to please
Mr. Chairman.
take on.
Mr. Chair,
Eric.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
can we request the Sergeant at Arms to
Mr.
practice
Chair.
his responsibility after the hearing? Because there's still other details that
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, point of order. The motion was for Mr. Celis to be cited in contempt. And I think there's supposed to be a second motion. Yes. No, the motion should be for him to be detained. Where? Because under our law, the contempt of the committee shall be deemed contempt of the House. The person cited in this section may, upon order of the committee, be detained in such place as the chairperson or acting chairperson may designate. In other words, we have to decide where to detain him and for how long, Mr. Chair. That's supposed to be the second motion.
Mr. Chair, I believe with regards to the duration, it will be up to this committee to decide, and of course, to Mr. Celis, kung kailan po niyo sasagutin yung tanong natin, and then maybe we could lift the contempt. But as long as hindi pa niya sinasagot yung tanong natin, the contempt will remain.
Mr. Chairman, final statement before niyo po ako ikulong.
Mr. Chair, I move for
Can I have a
a
final statement, please?
Sir.
Before po ako magpapakulong, I request the committee.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In an earlier motion, Mr. Chair, we have already approved to cite for contempt Mr. Celis. On this note, Mr. Chair, I move to detain him in the premises of Congress as per our rules on Section 11. So move, Mr. Chair.
The motion.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, may be given 1 minute,
Chairman,
please?
Chairman, in relation to the motion,
Oh.
can I have,
Because it is
Honor-
required.
the Honorable
two-thirds of a
Paduano.
voto.
The Honorable Paduano is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, ang ano lang, point of inquiry lang, kasi we are not allowed to have a detention for indefinite period of time. So we have to establish how long. And the lifting of such detention will depend on the members of this committee, of course, with the cooperation of the person in contempt. So we have to establish how long, because we are not allowed to detain indefinite based on so many jurisprudence, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Akop is recognized.
yes, there's a decision by the Supreme Court that we cannot detain a person indefinitely. And therefore, may I move that we come up with a definite period for detention insofar as Mr. Celis is concerned. For violation of paragraph C of section 11 of the rules.
Nakalagay doon, 10 days na oh. 10 days. 10 days na nakalagay. 10 days lang.
Motion. Kailangan may
10 days.
The Honorable Akop,
Di ko
would you like to make a motion?
May I move that Mr. Celis be detained for being cited in contempt for violation of section 11, paragraph C, refusal to answer any relevant inquiry by the members of this committee for a period of 30 days.
Mr. Chairman? Hindi ko pa sila.
He will go on break on December 30 unless he files a motion for reconsideration. We have done this in the different committees already.
Mr.
Congress.
Chair,
There's a motion. The Honorable Committee.
the reason why we cited Mr. Celis for contempt is because he does not want to answer
Question.
the question. That is precisely why he violated paragraph C. So why will we give him a timeline? Eh kung kahit na hindi pala siya sumagot, papalabasin natin si Mr. Celis. The reason why we cited him for contempt, eh gusto nga natin nasagutin niya yung relevant inquiry natin, nasagutin niya kung sino yung source niya. So I believe that we should not give a timeline, Mr. Chair.
After
Mr. Chairman,
citing
Mr. Chairman.
the jurisprudence, Mr. Chair, I submit to the wisdom of this committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Before I acknowledge the Honorable Pimentel, the due process was given to the witness and he was allowed to speak. And he cited his grounds why, as a matter of fact, we gave him so much airtime that he manifested his refusal to the question of the Honorable Suarez 4 times. And so that being said, the chair would like to call the Honorable Pimentel to manifest his the motion on the time frame.
Mr. Chair, I would like to amend my previous motion. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I move to detain Mr. Celis, for he was cited in contempt until the adoption of the committee report at the plenary session, Mr. Chair. So move.
Okay, so that is also an amendment to the motion of the Honorable Akop early on. There's a motion amending the motion of the Honorable Akop. Any second? Seconded? The chair hearing no objection, the chair adopts and approves the motion of the Honorable Johnny Pimentel. So the Sergeant of Arms is hereby directed to enforce the decision of this committee. Maraming
Mr. Chair,
salamat.
can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Session suspended. Attorney to
Attorney Suplico to brief
Yeah.
Attorney Tolentino of the House Rules. You're very much aware and well versed with the rules of this House.
because Attorney Supico used to be invented some has implemented some of the rules that we are now implementing. As a matter of fact, in one of the invitations that he was the resource person, sabi ko nga, nung bata ako, narinig ko ng pangalan na Rolex Supico. Elementary pa lang ako. Ganyan ho kasikat yan. Kaya lahat ng ginagawa namin, si Atty. Supico rin ho, alam ho niya lahat yan. Okay, maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
I
we now
think
proceed.
yes, I think I still do have the floor.
Still with the Honorable J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, can the chair please reiterate the due process that the committee followed in relation to the contempt order that was issued against Mr. Celis? Isa-isa lang natin para klaro.
There was he was allowed to speak. 4 times you asked the question. The Honorable Suarez asked the question. 4 times he refused to reply. And the Honorable Chanco even afforded him a executive session. And again, he refused. So obviously, he will refuse to answer any question that the Honorable Suarez will ask. And he would always cite a law which is unacceptable to this committee because it does not, it is not the intent of that law
Okay,
he cannot hide under that law.
thank you
That's
very
what the
much.
committee is saying.
Yeah, the reason why I asked Mr. Chair is because, going back to our last
And
hearing.
lastly, he was given a counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
last hearing kasi, inamin niya na mali yung source niya at humingi na siya ng paumanhin. So para gamitin pa yung Sotto Law, it's not anymore applicable to him because sinabi niya ng mali eh. Ang hinihingi na lang natin kung sino. Kung sino dahil may kinalaman po ito sa relasyon ng mababang kapulungan at ng Senado. At pati po Senado, I won't be surprised kung kayo po ay magpupumilit na hindi magsasabi ng totoo, I won't be surprised if the Senate might conduct their own inquiry into this matter as well. Because you have already involved the Senate into this misinformation and fake news. So, Attorney Tolentino, as counsel to Mr. Celis, are you willing to cooperate with the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Earlier, I was a little bit offended. Your client stood up and uttered some words. Are you supportive with that, with your clients?
I'd like to
Do you
apologize.
share the same sentiment as your client, Attorney Tolentino?
What statement, Mr. Chair?
When he called the court the kangaroo court, when he called this committee a kangaroo,
Maybe that's his opinion, Mr. Chair.
and you do not share it,
No, Mr. Chair.
do you think it is right?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair, because I believe still there is attorney-client privilege. I cannot talk if not authorized by a client, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So anyway, Mr. Tolentino, as counsel to Mr. Celis, would you be kind enough to share with us any information regarding the source of that misinformation, fake news that SMNI broadcasted in your television show?
I have no personal knowledge that, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Badoy, would you have any knowledge on who the source is?
Mr. Chair, no knowledge at all.
Do you know Mr. Celis's phone number?
Phone number. Yeah, I have his number here.
Would you be kind enough to share it with this committee?
Am I allowed? Could I, Mr. Chairman, could I ask my lawyers if I could do that?
Yes, I mean,
It's in the guest list. Alright, so I'll give it. Okay, so I'm allowed. Okay. Mr. Chair, it's in the guest list outside. Yeah, all of us.
again,
Can you just,
The number, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
can you just tell us the number, please?
Okay, hold on.
As requested by the Honorable Suarez.
Yeah, okay. Right now, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, it's 09.
Sige, please. Can you please, approach?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the reason why I asked for those phone numbers is other than citing the source of Mr. Celis emanating from the Senate, he mentioned that he also received a text message supporting that claim on Monday. And if I'm not mistaken, the date would have been November 27, but I'll have to check my records. Mr. Chair, can I move to subpoena the text messages of that phone number? Just to know whether or not meron po ba talagang pumasok na text na nagsasabi na ganito kalaking kahalaga ang ginastos ng House of Representatives. Kasi kung lalabas sa phone records na walang text at ayaw sabihin ni Mr. Celis yung pangalan, maaaring gawa-gawa lang itong mga pinag-uusapan natin dito at walang basehan. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we subpoena the messages from these two phone numbers on the specific date when those broadcasts was aired on SMNI. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion by the Honorable David J.J. Suarez, seconded by the Honorable Vice Chair Johnny Pimentel. Any objections? The chair, no objections. The motion is approved. We will now proceed. Okay, now we can proceed to other.
Yes, just for the information of the body, Mr. Chair, it is on 11/27, November 27, 2023, and the show was aired, I think, at 10 in the 10 in the evening, correct? Morning, 10 in the morning. So, with that being said, Attorney Tolentino, can I just ask, nasa na po yung,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yes, yung presidente ng SMNI?
Mr. Chair, actually he wants to come here, Mr. Chair, but he has is sick right now, Mr. Chair. I have with me a medical certificate, Mr. Chair.
So, but you will be speaking on his behalf?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but of course I have a limited authority, Mr. Chair.
So, okay, anyway, Mr. Chair, if I may proceed, just a few questions, and I'll give it to the other congressmen who have more questions.
Thank you.
to ask.
May I ask
Can
if
I
you,
just one question?
yes, before that, when you said you have limited authority, what does that mean?
I am here, Mr. Chair, as legal officer of SMNI.
So,
So I can only talk based on my personal knowledge, Mr. Chair. I cannot talk anything that I do not know, Mr. Chair.
how about the attorney Rolex Suplico? So if he knows half,
The
you
same,
should know
Your
the
Honor.
other half.
The same, Your Honor, we are only legal officers of SMNI. Mr. Rossetti is the president of SMNI. Definitely, there are information that he knows that we do not know.
Okay, so if you
Thank you,
don't,
Your Honor.
okay, let us make this clear. If we're not satisfied with your answers, then we will call for another hearing in a couple of days just for this issue. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Suarez.
Can we be kind enough to be given a copy of that medical certificate that you're talking about, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Chair. Thanks. Yes. Mr. Chair, the medical certificate is with the secretary who is now with Ka Eric, Mr. Chair. With the secretary of SMNI who is now with Ka Eric.
Why is the secretary with Ka Eric when
We did,
he wasn't, he or she wasn't cited in contempt? That's only Ka Eric.
She's on the way.
Anyway, pwede nyo naman ibigay siguro mamaya. Para lang-
yes, we will not adjourn this hearing or
So-
suspend it until we get that copy of the certificate. Oh,
Here, Mr. Chair.
thank you,
Oh,
please.
submit na lang. Thank you, Attorney Tolentino. Attorney Tolentino, how long have you been serving as counsel for SMNI?
Maybe more than 2 or 3 years, Mr. Chair.
So in any major decision that the network takes, I'm sure they seek your advice.
Just an advice, Mr. Chair.
Okay, fantastic. I just came across some posts of SMNI partnering with the Chinese government network. Is this correct?
I have no personal knowledge with that, Mr. Chair.
But you're the lawyer of SMNI.
I only know something that is relevant to the investigation, Mr. Chair. I didn't know about that, Mr. Chair.
No, but it's all over the SMNI Facebook, SMNI Twitter, and news report that you have partnered with the Chinese government national TV. So
I'll try my best, Mr. Chair, to answer only answers that I know personally, Mr. Chair.
And you have no knowledge of that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So how do you serve as counsel when something such as big between two networks cooperating and you have no knowledge of it whatsoever? I don't understand how that relationship works. Kasi
Because I'm not the only lawyer, Mr.
sabihin
Chair.
na may kinalaman sa dalawang korporasyon at ikaw ang abogado, hihingi ka ng legal advice, legal opinion, due diligence, bago pumasok sa anuman kasunduan. Inamin mo kanina na ikaw ang legal counsel for the past
Yes.
3 years.
But I am not the
At
only legal
Dito
counsel, Mr.
lumabas
Chair.
kayo na mismo ang naglabas ha, hindi lumabas ng iba, na merong kasunduan ang inyong dalawang network. So gusto ko pong malaman kung ano pong ang kasunduang ito.
The best person to answer that, Mr. Chair, is the president of SMNI, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we will take note of that statement and we will call for another hearing this week. Since magalang naman yung ano niya, I hope he's well by then.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So everything that you do not answer, we will bring up in the next hearing. Let us be clear, ha? And more questions. So I suggest, kung alam niyo naman po, para matapos na po yung issue.
Based on my information, Mr. Chair, the agreement with the Chinese company is not SMNI or the Suarez, but it's SMNI Foundation. That's a different company, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So insofar as it's SMNI and alam niyo pwede na lang pong Attorney Tolentino, pwede niyo na lang pong pagsalitain yung bumubulong sa inyo. Pwede po namin i-recognize para mas madali.
I'm the one authorized to talk in behalf of SMNI, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So again,
So the agreement with Chinese company, based on my information, Mr. Chair, is not yet concluded, Mr. Chair. It's still in the process of negotiation.
so is there any documents that would legitimize your statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit that next session, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So please submit it to us. So what you're saying is number one, it's not SMNI Suarez.
Yes, but SMNI Foundation, Mr. Chair.
But in the news articles that I've read, there was a statement that there will be shared information and production and other shows. So ano pong lalabas doon?
That's why, Mr. Chair, we will submit all available documents, Mr. Chair, if any, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Suarez is, thank you very much. I'd like to ask the COMSEC to please acknowledge first our guest before we proceed to the next interpreter. There are members who arrived today. Please.
With the permission of the chairman, the following members are also present in today's hearing. Minority Floor Leader Marcelino Libanan, Representative Jose S. Aquino II, Representative Margarita Ignacia Nograles, Representative Ivan Howard Ginto, Representative Joseph Gilbert Biolago, Deputy Minority Leader Franz L. Castro. We also have Representative Jefferson Konghun. Your honors.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Committee of Franchise. The next interpreter is the Vice Chair of the committee, the Honorable Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated by the chairperson, Honorable Gaston Bunting, the Committee on Legislative Franchises will pursue its mandate to deliberate on matters referred to its jurisdiction relating to the granting, amendment, extension, or revocation of legislative franchises. In proceeding with this mandate, the committee will exercise its oversight function to determine whether or not the laws passed upon it are being implemented and carried out in accordance with the intent of Congress. This authority is expressly provided under Article 6, Section 21 of the Constitution, which provides that the Senate or the House of Representatives or any of its respective committees may conduct inquiries in aid of legislation in accordance with its duly published rules of procedure, and the rights of persons appearing in or affected by such inquiries shall be respected. The committee is presently conducting this hearing upon the initiative of the proponents to look into the franchise of Suarez Media Corporation and determine whether the terms and conditions therein are complied with. We invited relevant government agencies, the grantee, and stakeholders to assist us in proceeding with the investigation, as we will give all parties the opportunity to present this committee their respective position on the matter in adherence to due process. The committee will not suppress any rights, nor will endeavor to intimidate our guests and resource persons that we invited purposely to assist us in pursuing our mandate. Kami po ay narito para bigyan linaw ang mga issue patungkol sa pagsunod sa mga batas na ating pinasa sa Kongreso para sa ating serbisyo bayan. Let me cite the affirmation from the Supreme Court that a franchise right is a special privilege and certain conditions are imposed particularly to safeguard it against abuses. The committee is being criticized of zeroing in on the statements of anchor person Eric Celis regarding the travel expense of the speaker, which we have established to be inaccurate. And Mr. Celis even admitted that he did not verify the information he received. Let me clarify that we are not focusing on this matter, and the committee is also considering other issues in reviewing the franchise of Suarez. The grantee asserted that it already obtained a vested right by virtue of the franchise grant and cannot be taken away without due process. But may I also remind you that the very franchise recognized the authority of Congress to amend, alter, or repeal the grant when the public interest so requires, and this hearing is being conducted to accord the grantee the opportunity to address the call for the revocation of the franchise. Mr. Chair, during the last hearing, we deliberated, we discussed on the possible violations of Suarez on their franchise, Republic Act 11422, especially on sections 4, responsibility to the public, section 10, sale, lease, transfer, grant of usufruct or assignment of franchise, section 11, dispersal of ownership, and section 12, reportorial requirement. Now, on this hearing, rather in this hearing, let me expound, Mr. Chair, on section 4, because as I see it, Mr. Chair, it seems that SMNI has a pattern of harassing individuals and entities using false informations. I sincerely believe that SMNI is being used as a tool to spread false information with regards to attacking, maligning, destroying the reputation of certain individuals and entities. Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, in this hearing, I would like to establish, or rather hopefully establish, itong pattern ng sex, or rather serial harasser. Mr. Chair, upon research for the past few days, we have found out that SMNI or Suarez for that matter is facing several cases, not only in the courts, but in KBP, MTRCB, NTC, and other bodies. I have in my possession some of the cases, Mr. Chair. One, Concepcion, Empeño, Erlinda, Catapan, and Cristina Palabay versus Suarez Media Corporation. Docket number case number 2022-027. It was filed at the National Telecommunication Commission on June 2022. The complaint arises from an SMNI broadcast featuring an interview with Palparan conducted by Lauren Badoy. In this interview, allegations were made associating Vice President Robredo, suggesting an alliance with CPP, NPA, and DF. The broadcast specifically referred to the Bicol region as being infested with such affiliations. Number 2 case, Alfonso Tomas Atom Pagaduan Arroyo versus Jeffrey K. Eric Celis and Lorraine Marie Badoy Partosa. Docket number R-QZN-23-08237-CV. It was filed at the RTC Quezon City Branch 306 on September 11, 2023. The episodes mentioned in SMNI accused Arroyo of being a member of the CPP, NPA, NDA, producing documentaries and participating in activities detrimental to government efforts. Case number 3. This was filed in the Professional Regulation Commission on April 11, 2022. Bonifacio Carmona versus Lorraine Marie Badoy Partosa, Eleanor Hara. The complaint specifies Badoy Partosa's actions utilizing her government position to spread baseless and harmful accusations against the complainants. Case number 4, Ombudsman cases versus Lorraine Badoy. Again, this is in connection with their practice of spreading false information. Now, Mr. Chair, may I ask Lorraine Badoy, inakusahan po ninyo si former Vice President Leni Robredo claiming that she has an alliance with communists. Meron po kayong ebidensya na nagpapatunay na si former Vice President Leni Robredo ay may alyansa sa komunista? Because you released this statement and accused her of conniving with communists. Because if you cannot prove or you cannot present evidence, then clearly this is a testimony that indeed Lorraine Badoy and Ka Eric is spreading false information, which is a violation of Section 4. Kasagot po, Ma'am Badoy.
Mr. Chair, yung tungkol po sa former Vice President, yung statement po na yon ay hindi po yon personal na opinion ko. I said all those things as the Strategic Communications Cluster Head of the National Task Force, LCAC at the time, and that was in fact the official stand of our government. Therefore, meron po siyang tinatayuan na ebidensya. Hindi ko po yon personal na opinion.
Pero kayo po ang nag-disseminate ng information na yon.
Apo.
It could be the stand of the government, but kayo po ang nag-air ng akusasyon na yon na si Robredo ay may alyansa sa komunista. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because that was part of my
So
job.
in short po, ginamit po din yung plataforma ng SMNI to spread false information. Hindi po ba?
Mr. Chair,
Because according to you, hindi galing sa inyo eh. So did you verify the report?
Mr. Chair, that came from the National Task Force, LCAC, and that was our official stand. And the LCAC is made of all these agencies in government. And kaya ko sinabi po yon, Mr. Chair, it was as my mandate bilang trabaho ko po na spokesperson na National Task Force, LCAC, na bago naglalabas ng ganyang statement, meron pong vetting process.
Okay, ma'am, meron po ba kayong dokumento to support this position of the National Task Force?
I can, Mr. Chair, I can produce it.
Okay,
Because
can you please submit that by tomorrow to the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And we would like to see the basis. This National Task Force, this was created by whom?
The National Task Force, LCAC, Mr. Chair, is the Executive Order number 70 that was created by then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and it was continued by the sitting President, President Bongbong Marcos.
So it is still
yeah,
in
it-
existence, this National Task Force.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I'm no longer part of it officially.
Thank you very much. The
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Christel.
Mr. Chair, as I've stated earlier, I would like to establish that SMNI is being used as a tool to spread false information. Ngayon, dito po tayo. SMNI aired an interview in its news channel wherein Ms. Badoy claimed that Ana Patricia Noon, who put up the Maguinhawa Communist Party had also links to the communist movement. Totoo po ba ito, Mr. Badoy, Ma'am Badoy?
Mr. Chair, again, that was in official stand po ulit yon ng National Task Force LCAC. Hindi ko po yun personal na opinion. And I can, again, Mr. Chair, submit documents and proof regarding this.
Yes, as stated by the chair, pakisubmit din po dito kung totoo po ba talaga na yun ang stand ng government because kayo po ang spokesperson at that time.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
SMNI also violated numerous provisions of 2007 Broadcaster Code of the Philippines, specifically as regards to the credibility of news sources and reports. Ito po ang palaging problema ng SMNI. Mr. Chair, kagaya nung sinabi ninyo na that the speaker spent 1.8 billion pesos in traveling expenses, pero during the last hearing, nung tinanong ko po si Ka Eric, eventually he admitted na mali pala ang source niya because we presented their documents and testimonies from the Secretary General and the head of the Finance Department, Bobby Maling, proving otherwise na walang katotohanan yung 1.8 billion pesos. So, Mr. Chair, clearly, as I've said, meron ho silang pattern. Well, I mentioned already 4 cases. Ngayon, sa KBP, meron din kaso ang SMNI. Now, may I ask the resource persons, ano ang nature ng kaso ng SMNI?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I recognize Mr. Chair?
KBP.
No, this question is addressed
To
to
KBP.
KBP.
I'm addressing my question, Mr. Chair, to KBP.
KBP, you have the
Because,
floor.
But the
As
question,
I've
Mr.
said
Chair-
earlier, dahil sa daming fake news, sa daming mga maling impormasyon na pinapalabas sa SMNI in their program, in other programs, marami ho nga silang kaso. Yun ho ang ina-establish ko. Because of the false informations that you are disseminating, you are faced with several cases proving na marami kayong hinaras, marami kayong minalign, marami kayong sinira ng mga reputasyon using false information. Yun po ang gusto kong i-prove dito sa hearing, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Now,
Chair, my manifestation is related to the question, Mr.
No.
Chair.
May
Again, Mr.
it's very
Chair.
specific, it is the KBP.
Specific.
Okay,
So KBP is recognized.
Meron pong kaso sa KBP ang SMNI. Ano yung kasong yun?
Mr. Chair, the complaint was received only today.
Can you please speak closer to the microphone? Thank you.
The complaint from a certain Mr. Luis C. Biraugo was received only today. In fact, I was informed of it only on my way to the hearing. The complaint involves violation of the broadcast code, particularly on airing of unverified reports.
Mr. Chair.
Personal attack intended to malign, unfair, criticize, or attack a person, natural or juridical. Speech or action likely to incite any person to violence or antisocial behavior. Vulgar, obscene, or indecent language. Use of vulgar, obscene, or indecent language. And then use of language tending to incite violence, sedition, or rebellion. And name calling of personal insults. May we inform, however, the honorable committee that Suarez withdrew their membership from KBP. And we are informed only of this afternoon.
Mr. Chair, so yung complaint po ni Luis Borriago, ganun din po, hindi po ba? Maling mga impormasyon and maligning the complainant. And yung request po niya is to revoke the license of Suarez based on these unconfirmed reports, hindi po ba?
The grounds being cited are the same. Although the request is to determine accountability for the previous flagrant or unmistakable violations of the law and rules.
Mr. Chair.
There's also a prayer for cancellation of franchise, Your Honors.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so thank you from KBP. Again, ang nakasaad po doon, citing violations of Section 4, responsibility to the public, and prayer for the cancellation, revocation of SMNI license. Dito naman po tayo sa MTRCB. Alam ko po, meron din hong kaso ang SMNI ho dyan. Mr. Chair, may I ask the former SecGen, Cesar Pareja, to expound or relate to us ano naman po ang nature ng kaso doon sa MTRCB ng SMNI.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
There was a case filed with us which we earlier resolved. This was earlier discussed during the last hearing about the airing of the episode on October 10 of Gikan sa Masa para sa Masa, where death threats were allegedly aired against the Honorable Castro. And this has been resolved. We have called the parties into hearing, and they promised to not to repeat the same, and in fact even admitted that they will be they have decided to pre-record succeeding episodes so that they can avoid having this matter on air. And this was resolved on November 9. And we have a resolution that we furnish this committee. Now, we were informed last time that despite this decision, the entity again broadcast another episode with the same content. So they violated what we have agreed upon, and we have called them to appear before the MTRCB. We gave a notice to them to appear on December 7, this Thursday, to look into this matter.
So to clarify, Mr. Chair, ibig nyo sabihin, SecGen Attorney Pareja, na may resolution na yung complaint. Anong resolution ninyo? They were reprimanded, they were warned, anong resolution nakalagay doon?
Yeah. They were given a warning that repeat of the similar infraction will be dealt with more severely.
Nakikita po natin, Mr. Chair, pinagsabihan na ho ang SMNI na huwag gamitin yung pinagsabihan ng Suarez or SMNI, na huwag nang gamitin yung TV network nila sa pagmamalay, pangharas ng mga tao. And in fact, galing sa testimonya ni Attorney Pareja, pinagbawalan ni sila. But in spite of that, ginawa pa rin nila. So that means, Mr. Chair, very clear na po yun na-establish natin na talagang they are in violation of Section 4. Hindi na ho Kongreso ang nagsasabi sa kanila na tigilan nila yung pag-atake. MTRCB na po. So that is a different ikangang entity from Congress. So ibig sabihin talagang palagi silang may mga kalokohan na ginagawa against individuals and entities. So I hope, Attorney Pareja, that you will, as you have said, hindi naman sinunod yung warning ninyo, so they will be dealt with severely. And I hope that you will give them sanctions para naman mabigyan sila ng ikangang lesson na they should follow what is stated Section 4, responsibility to the public, interest of the public. So, establish na po natin, 5 na ho yung kaso, pang-6 na ho yung sa MTRCB. May isang pa bang isa?
We're still
we already notified them, also gave them a notice to appear regarding the episode on the fake news on the speaker's travel. And
So-
also on the same day, they will be hearing this on Thursday also.
So Mr. Chair, na-establish natin 7 na yung kaso na hinaharap ng SMNI with different organizations. Doon po tayo sa National Telecommunication Commission. I understand na meron din yung kaso ang SMNI ho dyan.
NTC, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the NTC is concerned, Suarez also has a pending administrative case. This is under, as mentioned earlier, 2022-027, and also this complaint centers on content aired over the station, specifically involving the former vice president. So the NTC has nag-hear na po kami on this case. The respondents have already been nag-appear na po sila. They have submitted also their corresponding answers. And NTC is for decision na po yung case na yun, sir. But it's still pending for decision by the commission.
So at the moment, there are 2 cases lodged at NTC. So ngayon pa lang, Mr. Chair, we have not done a full research, pero makikita po natin, 9 na po ang kaso ng SMNI, again, with regards to Section 4, this is responsibility to the public. So Mr. Chair, nakikita po talaga natin, SMNI is not a responsible network. Whereas ang ibang mga TV stations or TV networks na humahawak po ng prangkisa, they are there to entertain the Filipino people. They are there to disseminate important information, especially in times of calamities or news article for the betterment, improvement of the Filipino people. In short, as a medium to disseminate information to the Filipino people. But in this case, nakikita po talaga natin, SMNI is not doing that, but rather, SMNI is being used as a platform to malign, to destroy, sisiraan ang isang tao, isang entity, which is, as I've said, Mr. Chair, a clear violation of Section 4, responsibility to the public. So yun po, Mr. Chair, I hope na nakikita po ng committee itong mga kasalanan ng SMNI, itong mga infractions nila. It is within our power to approve, to amend, or to revoke, or to repeal any franchise holder na nakikita natin who is not in compliance with the provisions in their franchise. In this case, Republic Act 11422. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much, Vice Chair Johnny
Chair.
Pimentel of the
Mr. Chair.
2nd District of Davao del Sur. Surigao del Sur, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
I stand corrected. Yes, Attorney Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to manifest that with respect to the SMNI membership with KBP, we already withdraw last December 4, 2023. So the case pending with KBP is already moot and academic. And second, Mr. Chair,
Wait, so December 4,
2023, Mr. Chair. Yesterday. Yes, Mr. Chair.
I understand why you had to withdraw. We're talking the broadcast code
Because,
of the
Mr.
Philippines.
Chair, we believe that the membership of KBP is not mandatory. And in fact,
So if it was not mandatory, why did you join in the first place?
we join, it's an option on our part, Mr. Chair.
Precisely. So,
Yes.
but you joined.
So we have the option to be a member. We also have
Yes.
the option not to be a member.
Yeah. Anyway, we will not anymore
And
you know,
and second,
belabor that
Mr.
point. Ay, wag na ho tayong pumunta ho doon. Basta klaro ho tayo, kahapon lang,
Hmm.
pagkatapos ng first hearing, ay nag-withdraw po kayo sa
Yes, Mr.
KBP.
Chair.
Klaro lang po yan, ha?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Mr.
I would
Chair.
like to comment on yung sinabi ni Atty. Tolentino. Nag-withdraw sila sa KBP. Bakit? Dahil hindi nga nila masunod yung broadcast code of the Philippines.
Oh.
That is precisely they withdrew their membership because they could not abide by the broadcast code. Hindi nila magawa Section 3, fairness and objectivity. Hindi nila magawa ang Section 5, unconfirmed reports. Hindi nila magawa Article 4, personal attacks. Pati yung mga on-air language. That is why nga these boasters, may accusation, may allegations na hindi sila karapat-dapat bigyan ng prangkisa or bawiin ng prangkisa. The fact that they withdrew from KBP just underscores the need for the revocation of their license. Kaya kayo nag-withdraw, Atty. Tolentino, Mr. Chair, hindi nyo masunod yung code ng broadcasters of the Philippines. Hindi po ba?
With all
Hindi ko
due,
natatanungin yan. Very clear na po yun.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chair.
the Honorable
Chair.
with all due respect
Mr.
to
Chair.
the,
We now proceed.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, with all
Ano
due
po
respect
ninyo?
to the,
Order. Klaro na po tayo, nag-withdraw kayo, no?
yes, Mr. Chair, but
Mamaya ho, tatawagin ko po kayo. Marami pa ho mga membro magtatanong. Please reserve your questions.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Toby Chanko of Navotas is recognized. Silence requested.
Yes, magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po sa ating mga resource persons. Sayang po, binigyan natin ng pagkakataon si Ka Eric na magpaliwanag at pinili niyang hindi magpaliwanag. No? Anyway, since si Dr. Badoy po ang co-host, Mr. Chair, if I may ask Dr. Badoy, ang napanood ko kasi yung last hearing, ang sabi niyo po, tinatanong niyo kung totoo na ang gastos ay 1.4 billion o hindi. Tama po, 1.8 billion o hindi. Tama po ba? It was in a form of question and it was not a statement. Yun po ang sabi nung last hearing. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, tama po yun. Correct. It was posed as a question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Badoy, yes,
I
sandali lang
have
po.
with me the USB, if I'm allowed to play this, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
po.
Attorney
I thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Kung yun po ay tanong, sino po ang tinatanong nila, Mr. Chair? Who was the question addressed to, Mr. Chair?
The Honor,
I will.
Ma'am,
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
yes, please.
So, as I recall po, Mr. Chair, the question was being posed to Congress and also I think COA. It was Ka Eric that asked that question and then we seconded him.
Okay. Kung tinatanong niyo po ang Congress, sino po ang tinawagan niyo sa Kongreso at sino po ang kausap niyo sa Kongreso para tanungin? O sino po ang kausap niyo o tinawagan niyo sa COA para tanungin?
Mr. Chair,
Please reply.
yeah. Mr. Chair, wala po kaming tinanong kasi parang we were called not to this hearing. Did I
No,
answer
no, no.
your
I
question?
mean, sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, ang ibig ko pong sabihin, di ba nagproprograma sila ng araw na yon? Ang sabi nila, tinatanong nila. Di ba normal po pag ang isang media entity nagtatanong, Mr. Chair, tatawagan po nila yung tatanungin nila, di ba po? Para makasagot naman yung tatanungin nila. So ang tanong ko po, during the program, sino po ang tinawagan ng SMNI from Congress para masagot yung tanong nila? Yun po ang tanong ko, Mr. Chair.
Please reply.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I can backtrack a little bit, parang nakita niya sa GAA yung 2-point-something billion for the travel expenses. Tapos parang may nag-text sa kanya. Pero to answer your question, after that program, we didn't ask anybody, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Maliwanag po yung tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Kasi sabi nila, sila ay nagtatanong at hindi nila sinasabi. Ulitin ko po, tayo, na-interview po tayo, nanonood tayo ng TV. Pag meron tayong tinatanong, meron tayong kausap. Mahirap naman po magtanong na wala kang kausap, Mr. Chair. Sino ho ang sasagot ng tanong kung wala kang kausap? So sino po ang tinatanong nyo para ma-confirm o masabi yung katotohanan tungkol po doon sa 1.8 billion during the program? Meron po ba kayong tinatanong na tao o wala?
Lorraine.
Mr. Chair, yung specific na tao, ang pagkakaintindi ko sa pag-phrase ni Ka Eric ay it was a general question that was addressed to Congress or I think maybe just Congress. But may I also say that lagi namang bukas ang SMNI sa mga tanong kung sino man pwede yon. We always issue an open invitation, Mr. Chair.
Mahirap po yan. That is very unprofessional, Mr. Chair. I mean, members of Congress are being interviewed. Tatawagan kayo. Mahirap naman yung sinabing tinanong, oy, sumagot kayo dito. Hindi ba kung nagtatanong kami, kausap ka, Mr. Chair. Hindi pa pwedeng nagtatanong ka na wala kang kausap. Sino sasagot sa iyo? So the fact na wala silang kausap, it means it was not a question to be answered. Ibig sabihin, they post it as a question, Mr. Chair, na hindi tayo makakasagot. So, ginamit lang nila yung question na yung salitang tanong para protektado sila ng konti at hindi sinabing nag-aakusa sila. Pero sa totoo lang, Mr. Chair, wala silang intensyon na makasagot. Kasi paano ka na masasagot kung hindi ka tinawagan? Di ba? Ito po, siguro sinasabi nyo gusto nyo ang katotohanan. Paano nyo makukuha yung katotohanan, Mr. Chair, kung wala naman po kayong kausap?
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ray.
I'm sorry, I'm answering for Erika, but I'll just really do my best. Kasi parang yung naging impression, siguro yung frustration after the extraordinary funds, the confidential funds, yung usapan na ganyan, na parang ang lumalabas na kwento ay hindi open ang Kongreso sa inquiry. So parang ganun yata yung pinanggagalingan. But I'm not saying that that's what I believe in, ha? I'm just saying that that was where it was coming from. But it was a very sincere question. Yun po yun. Pero I get your point, Mr. Chair, and we will take cognizance of that.
Di ba po, Mr. Chair, Dr. Badoy, if you want an intelligent conversation, dapat naman may resource person kayo, di ba po? Dapat naman bigyan nyo ng pagkakataon na sumagot yung mga, kahit di ba, may nabasa kayo sa tabloid, o babasahin nyo yun, o pwede bang tawagan natin si ganito para madinig naman ang sagot. Pero kung wala pong ganun, mukhang hindi po totoo yung sinasabi na it was a question. It was phrased, hindi ko nakita, as a question just so that hindi pa pwedeng sabihin na nag-akusa. But again, it supports the manifestation of the Honorable Pimentel na mukhang talagang ito'y ginagamit para manira. No? Kasi kung, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, siguro, kasi it was just out of the blue, Mr. Chair, where Eric said something kay mga, parang ganun, may nagtatanong dito, ganun. So, hindi kami nahanda, Mr. Chair, na meron kaming naimbitahan. Pero siguro like 90% of the time, meron kaming resource person, meron kaming tinatawagan. That was part of our yung production process namin, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pero kung yung ganung bagay, hindi naman siya urgent, hindi naman siya sunog, hindi naman siya lindol, hindi naman siya kalamidad, pwede naman mag-intay yung mga bagay na yun kung talagang gusto nila ng fairness, di ba? Pwede i-verify. Paano yung katulad niya? Nalaman nila later on, nag-apologize sila na mali pala, na-kuryente pala sila doon sa news nila. Di ba? Hindi ba mas mabuti kung hindi naman emergency, bigyan nyo muna ng pagkakataon yung kabila? I mean, in all these cases, kasi mukhang hindi nyo binigyan ng pagkakataon yung kabila na sumagot.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
respond? May I respond, Mr. Chair, to what you said sa lahat ng mga kasong ito, no? Mr. Chair, ang naging, sa my personal answer, Mr. Chair, ang naging buhay ko nung sumali ako sa gobyerno, my short stint in government, ay talagang tapusin ang CPP, NPA, NDF. At pag tinapos mo kasi yan, pag yan ang kinalaban mo, yayakapin mo lahat. Yayakapin mo ang mga kaso, yayakapin mo ang kasinungalingan, ang pangwawasak ng puri talaga, yayakapin mo yan. So, yung mga sinasabi ng mga kaso, sir, sa totoo lang, Mr. Chair, mas marami pa dyan. Mas marami pa dyan. But napakaganda, nakikita ko ang ating gobyerno, wala namang nag-a-agree. Sa mga, yung allegation is not proof. So, Mr. Chair, tsaka napakaganda that I've worked with some members in Congress, no, na nakita nila na napakahalaga nung na talagang tinatanggalan ng maskara ang mga mapanlinlang na CPP, NPA, NDF na nasa lahat ng sektor ng ating lipunan. And I know that I
Dr.
stand...
Badoy,
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
ganito, Mr. Chair. With regards to the CPP, NDF, NPA, magkaisa po tayo dyan.
Yeah.
Walang tanong. All out tayo dyan.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
All out tayo dyan. In fact, I was the one who defended the budget of the
Yes.
OP, and one of the
Yes.
questions was the
I remember, Mr.
NTF
Chair.
LCAC,
Yes,
diba po?
I remember.
So wala tayong pagtatalo dyan.
Yes.
Ang sinasabi lang natin is, yun ulit, hindi logical na gusto mo magtanong at gusto mo na may sagot na wala ka namang kausap. I mean, that is logic. Hindi na kailangan ditong pagtalunan niya. Wala naman lohika na magtatanong ka sa hangin, gusto mo may sasagot sa iyo. So doon sa parte na yon, sa tingin ko talagang may pagkakamali. Okay. Ngayon, pupunta po ako sa lawyers ng SMNI. Nasabi niyo rin po doon sa huling hearing niyo na lahat po ng programa niyo ay may disclaimer. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. What is the logic of having a disclaimer for all your programs? Ano po ang lohika nun? May prangkisa kayo, may mga alituntunin yung prangkisa ninyo, meron kayong dapat sundin ng mga alituntunin na dapat fair ang reporting, balansyado, hindi kayo naninirang puri. Tapos sasabihin nyo doon sa mga talents ninyo, bahala kayo kung ano gagawin nyo. Wala kami kinalaman dyan. Paano nyo masisigurado na mas susunod nyo yung alituntunin ng inyong prangkisa kung sinasabi ninyo, bahala kayo sa gagawin ninyo?
It doesn't mean that bahala, Mr. Chair. What we mean that we give full, what do you call this? We recognize and respect the freedom of press, freedom of opinion of all our talents, Mr. Chair. And second, Mr. Chair, with respect to the disclaimer, it is a open secret practice to all media practitioners, all media establishments about disclaimer, Mr. Chair, not only SMNI, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if it's an open practice for all media practitioners, Mr. Chair, what do you have a body within your organization, within SMNI, that monitors and ensures na yung mga anchors niyo at yung mga talents po nila ay sumusunod sa fair and balanced reporting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have.
Ano po yung tawag niyo doon?
We have a grievance committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sino po ang mga miyembro ng grievance committee?
We have the executive producer.
Okay,
We have the associate producer,
okay.
researcher. What do you call this?
Sandali.
Hindi po, paano
Sandali,
magiging member
yung-
ng grievance committee?
Sandali na po, yung grievance committee nyo, parang may mali eh. Kasi ang executive producer ng bawat programa, iba-iba.
Yes,
Ang
Mr. Chair.
associate producer, iba-iba.
Yes,
So
Mr. Chair.
therefore, yung grievance committee nyo, walang permanenteng, mga opisyalis. Dahil iba-iba ho yan. Every program has its own set of producers.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a set of
So-
producers every program.
So, how can you expect people to police their own ranks? Sila producer nun.
Yes, Mr. Chair, yun ang-
How can they rule
And that
in favor or not in favor of anything? Sila ang producer. I think
And-
there's is this a truthful statement that you have a grievance committee per show?
we have a grievance committee of the entire organization.
Yes, but you
We
just
have
mentioned,
also a producer per program, Mr. Chair.
and you said that those are the officers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So therefore, per show is a different person. How do you expect that person to, ano siya mag-rule na mali yung ginawa ng anchor, ay ako yung producer nun eh. Hindi parang pinagalitan ko rin ang sarili ko. Attorney,
po.
medyo ano ho yan. Anyway, the Honorable Toby Chanco.
No, Mr. Chair, you can continue. Yan po yung pupuntahan ko. Paano mo naman sasabihin na ako nag-produce, mali yung anchor ko? Paano mangyayari yun, Mr. Chair?
I don't think that really is the composition also of the grievance committee. But anyway, that's what they manifested. So we will have to check that out.
Mr.
Honorable
Chair.
Toby Chanco,
Yes.
I don't think there's no logic, no, in having these officials or these officers of a program part of a grievance committee when they're supposed to be the people that very violated the law that we're supposed to be grieving about. But
Mr.
anyway,
Chair,
the
point of
Honorable Toby.
clarification lang
Yes,
dun
yes,
sa
yes.
point ni Congressman
Yes.
Toby. Last hearing, Ka Eric mentioned that he received a text message on Monday and he was meant to meet his source on Wednesday. So Monday pa lang, hindi pa verified yung report, hindi niya pa nakikita yung dokumento, ni-report mo na. Maski na alam mo, magkikita kayo ng source mo ng Wednesday kung kailan niya ipapakita yung dokumento. Which means, wala talaga silang basehan at wala silang hawak-hawak na dokumento, di umano, yung dalawang text messages lang, Kong Toby, yung pinagbasihan nila ng report. Yun yung sinasabi nila doon nung nakarang hearing.
Mr. Chair, may I explain, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Yung pagkakaintindi ko dito, Mr. Chair, yung source ni Ka Eric, long-standing na relationship yan, dekada, kasi kasama niya yan sa CPP, NPA, NDF. So parang meron na silang sariling palakad na they really trust each other already. So hindi siya yung parang nanggaling lang dito. Kung na, you get what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, parang matagal na silang magkakakilala. And at maraming beses, siguro yung, hindi lang siguro, sure ako dito, na yung batting average nung kanyang source ay mataas, no?
Yes, just a final manifestation, no? In granting the franchise and in accepting the franchise holder accepts the conditions and the responsibilities of the franchise. So, hindi ko maintindihan bakit hindi niyo papangalagaan at sisiguraduhin na yung mga talents ninyo ay susunod dun sa alituntunin ng franchise. Eh, prangkisa niyo yun eh. Pinaghirapan niyo yung prangkisa, dumaan kayo sa proseso, tapos papabayaan niyo lang. Eh, paano kung may personal na interest yung mga talents ninyo? Hindi naman matatanggal yan. Why are you not policing your ranks to ensure na fair and balanced ang reporting ng inyong prangkisa? So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Toby Janko
Mr. Chair, just one point before we leave this.
of Navotas. Yes, the Honorable Suarez.
Following yung KBP guidelines and regulations, which used to be a part of, dapat sasabihin nyo doon na this figure is unverified and this figure has not been checked whether truthful or not. Any of those items hindi po nila binanggit dun sa telecast niya. I just want to point that out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Chair,
much, the
Mr.
Honorable.
Chair.
Make a follow-up.
Yes.
Mr.
Just
Chair,
one. Just one. Dr. Badoy, are you aware kung may pinadala bang screenshot to Viber o any image yung source ni Ka Eric kaya tumuloy siya doon, or it was just a simple text message?
Mr. Chair,
Lorraine?
I'm not aware of, di ko po masagot yan, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Sorry.
much. Okay, the chair would like, before we continue, yeah,
In relation to the,
the Honorable Ako.
yes. Madam Badoy, did I hear you correct that you also vouch for the truthfulness of the reports of the high batting average of the source of Mr. Celis? You stated that a
Yes,
while
Mr.
ago
Chair.
in answer to the query of the Honorable Chanco, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And if you're aware of this, would you know the personality or the name of this person?
No, Mr.
Kasi you're
Chair.
vouching for his or her high batting average,
Mr. Chair,
and you do not know his name?
may I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Chair, what I meant by that, hindi ko po siya kilala, Mr. Chair. Pero kasi si Ka Eric po ay isang halige ng National Task Force LCAC sa mga pinaglalahad niya tungkol sa CPP, NPA, NDF bilang dating mataas na ranggong kasapi nito. Yung katotohanan na binigay niya sa NTF LCAC ay napakahalaga, kung kaya alam namin na yung mga sources ni Ka Eric ay what's it Tagalog? Very reliable, Mr. Chair. And they usually corroborated by other former rebels. But Mr. Chair, I do get your point.
Mr. Chair, alam nyo, sinabi nyo rin sa sagot ninyo kay Honorable Tiangco na alam ninyo na membro ito ng CPP, NPA, NDF. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, dati. Matagal na, sir.
Paano nyo po alam? Kasi para bang yung mga sagot nyo kanina kay Honorable Chanco, alam na alam at kilalang kilala nyo yung taong ito. But when you are asked a question, in so far as the identity of that person is concerned, hindi po nyo masagot. Ngayon, tinatanong ko, membro ba ng CPP, NPA, NDF? Kayo po ang nagsabi nun. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, tinatanong ko kung alam niyo, sabi mo, dati. Kasi para bang umiiwas po kayo dun sa katanungan eh.
Hindi po,
Kung dati po siyang membro ng CPP, NPA, NDF, paano nyo alam na umalis siya o tumiwalag siya ron?
pwede pong sumagot, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
So after po nung committee meeting dito, sa totoo lang pinilit ko si Eric. Eric, sino ba yan? Ganyan. I wanted to also, pwede ba, sabihin mo, ganun, para tapos na ito, ganun. But he stood fast on his decision. So kung kaya't yun ang isiniwalat niya. And that's all I know about it, Mr. Chair.
From your answer, Madam Badoy, hindi mo kakilala yung taong yun.
Hindi po,
hindi mo rin
po,
alam
Mr. Chair.
kung siya ay umalis na sa CPP, NPA, NDF. I'm asking this question dahil doon sa sagot ni Mr. Celis na siya ay empleyado ng Senado. Mas takot ako doon. Kasi meron pala sa amin, hindi ko alam, nakasama sa CPP, NPA, NDF.
Mr. Chair, pwedeng sumagot.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sa order of battle ng CPP, NPA, NDF, siguro si Eric nasa number 1. Yan ang unang papatayin ng CPP, NPA, NDF sa dami ng sinabi niya tungkol sa CPP, NPA, NDF. So
You do
hindi
not
ko siya,
have to teach me that.
Mr.
I've
Chair,
been with the military and the police and I know that. Kaya wag mo na akong lecturean dyan. Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo ay tungkol doon sa sa pagsasagot po ninyo sa katanungan ni Honorable Tiangco. Kilala ninyo yung tao sa sagot ninyo eh. But when you are asked questions about the identity of that person, umiiwas po kayo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, ang
Thank you.
aking observation.
Thank you very much.
with Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, yeah.
The police general. Kaya magaling ho mag-imbestiga to. Lahat ho ng sinungaling nakausap na po nito.
Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, pwedeng,
Thank you.
yeah.
We will now proceed to the next interpreter. The Honorable Mix Suarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Para makahinga muna tayo ng konti dahil medyo hindi masyadong sinasagot yung mga tanong natin. If it's okay with the committee, if we go through some violations na lang sa prangkisa nila.
Ready to.
I will ask questions and mostly sections 10 and 11,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. The Honorable Negrares.
To SMNI, I guess, Attorney Mark Tolentino.
Yes, I can answer that.
In 2005, Kingdom of Jesus GIS states that Pastor Kibuloy is the chairman and registered as a non-stock corporation, correct?
I have with me the history of SMNI
Just asking a yes or no question.
about what, Mr. Chair?
Can you please rephrase the question?
In 2005,
Yes or no lang po ah.
Kingdom of Jesus, in your the GIS states that Pastor Kibuloy is the chairman and the corporation is registered as a non-stock corporation, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then, Mr. Chair, sometime you became a sole corporation, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When did you become a sole corporation?
Okay. In 1990, sorry. We are talking of Suarez Media Corporation or the executive Kingdom of Jesus
Executive
Christ.
Kingdom of Jesus Christ, yes.
So
Well, it first, like I said earlier, 2005, it was Kingdom of Jesus, right? And it was a non-stock. And then,
In 2006, we amend
yes.
the Kingdom of Jesus Christ to the Executive Pastor of Kingdom of Jesus Christ by amending Article 1 and converting corporation to corporation sole, Mr. Chair.
So 2006, you became a corporation sole.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And during this time, who is the executive pastor of that corporation sole?
Pastor Apollo Kibuloy, Mr. Chair.
As an executive pastor in this corporation sole, by definition of the corporation code, he administers, manages as the trustee, properties of the corporation, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As the trustee, Pastor Kibuloy had the power to manage the assets of the corporation, meaning he may buy, sell, encumber, lease properties, etc. for the corporation, right?
But still in compliance
Yes,
with
yes or no
Yeah,
lang po, Mr. Chair.
Attorney, klaro naman po ang ano. It's answer first, yes or no. And if you would like to explain, you can explain.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but can I explain,
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yes, of course, but
Maiksi lang po
there is a procedure. Not just the pastor will decide. There is a body in respect to the process of changing or with respect to the decision of the church, Mr. Chair.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, Mr.
The
Chair.
answer is
Proceed.
yes. Siya pa rin ang,
Yes, pa rin ang sagot.
kahit may
Proceed.
procedure,
Yes,
siya
please.
pa rin, right?
Please.
Okay. So does he have the power to sell, manage, buy properties for beneficiaries
With respect to what year, Mr. Chair?
with his power as the trustee, as the
In what year,
executive
Mr.
pastor?
Chair? Because the executive pastor was already transferred to Marlon Jacobo, Mr. Chair, in 2020. That's why I'm asking, what year, Mr. Chair?
Before the transfer na lang. Sige.
Before the transfer, yes, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying Pastor Kibuloy, before that transfer, has control over the interest, over the properties of the corporation, thus controlling interest, right?
He is the trustee, Mr. Chair. So, subject to
So may
the
controlling
procedure, Mr.
interest
Chair.
po ba, Mr. Chair,
At-
dahil siya yung nagmamanage at lahat?
Klaro lang po natin yung sagot. Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With respect to the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Yes, okay. So you mentioned that there was a transfer of the executive pastor.
Yes, in 2020, Mr. Chair.
2020?
Yes.
Are you sure?
In the year 2020.
May amended
Yes, there's an
Articles
amendment.
kayo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
2020 ba yung nakasulat dyan or 2022? Ang amended AOI nyo.
Document.
It says, I also have the document and
Migs.
the committee has the
Kong
document.
Migs, can you please ascertain the date? 20 or is it really 2020?
2022.
I think the committee has the AOI, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
of
okay.
the amended AOI.
Can you please reply? Attorney,
May I do the question, Mr. Chair?
is it or 2022? The amendment-
2022 applied but approved in 2023.
Eh,
2020.
do you have a copy of,
Can you please repeat?
do you have a,
Approved,
Mr. Chair?
applied in 2022, approved in 2023.
So hindi 2020. Okay,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
okay. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can just direct to the committee na lang, if you have the copy. Yes, can you please read na lang, if he can read, Mr. Chair, the amended articles of incorporation on when the date it was adopted
Who are you directing this to? To Comsec?
to,
Attorney.
I have with me here, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
yes. Can you please, Mr. Chair,
adopted on December 19, 2022.
so 2022. Okay. And attached there is a transfer, a certificate of appointment.
Yes, Mr.
That's
Chair.
that's the basis, Mr. Chair, for the transfer of the new trustee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So,
December 19, 2022. Signed by Pastor Apollo Kibuloy, appointing Brother Marlon B. Acobo.
so now it's Brother Marlon Ocobo who has the same powers previously of Pastor Kibuloy of
Yes,
the
by
controlling
succession.
interest.
Yes, by succession, Mr. Chair.
Let me direct you to Section 10 of your franchise. The grantee shall not sell, lease, transfer, grant the usufruct of, nor assign this franchise or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder to any person, firm, company, corporation, or other commercial or legal entity, nor merge with any other corporation or entity, nor shall transfer the controlling interest of the grantee simultaneously or contemporaneously to any other person, firm, company, corporation, or entity without the prior approval of the Congress of the Philippines. Are you aware of this provision?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Did you get the prior approval of Congress for this shift of controlling interest in 2022? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to answer that?
Okay, tag team, the Honorable Rolex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Section 10 give us 3 instances. The first one is not sell, not lease, not transfer, not grant the usufruct of, nor assign this franchise. That's the first instance. Second instance is nor merge. Third instance is
Not transfer controlling interest.
not transfer the
without
controlling
prior-
interest.
Yes.
That's
And
the third instance.
Yes.
Okay, and all of this require the prior approval of Congress.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, my
so
question, Mr. Chair,
So
is,
that has been cited. Question,
so
was it done?
my question is,
Mr.
was
Chairman,
the
so the
prior
question.
approval?
Would you want to answer that, Attorney Rolex?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Was
It's a
there
yes or
prior
no. It's
approval?
a yes or no question.
We have not
Mr. Chair.
sold the franchise.
I'm sorry?
It's a yes or no question if you
No,
got
there
the
is-
May I
prior
ask the lady to
approval.
repeat the question?
No, attorney. The question was there, did you seek prior approval before you did all of this?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there are 3 instances here.
That's why.
So,
We have not
Ah,
sold
sige,
the franchise.
Mr. Chair,
No,
para
no, no,
lang-
no. That's it.
That's the first instance, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Wait. Attorney Rolex. Laruin ho natin. Meron hong 3 instances. Each are independent of each other. Question. There was a change in controlling interest, which also requires you to seek the approval of Congress. for
prior
IO.
to the change.
Did you do it? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman,
No,
Mr. Chair, can I ask?
Mr. Chair,
Sandali.
yes or no? No.
Attorney Tolentino, binigay niyo ka Attorney Supreme Court, kukunin niyo ulit. Hindi niyo nga masagot kanina eh.
I can answer that, Mr. Chair.
okay, I give
Yes
way
or
to my
no?
colleague, Mr.
By
Chairman.
yes or no, attorney?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There was no
Mr. Chair.
there is no transfer of controlling
order,
interest,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Kasi
Mr. Chair,
confused na ako eh.
Um,
Hindi ko alam kung sino ang lead counsel sa kanilang dalawa. Para alam natin kung sino talaga ang
senior,
dapat
Mr. Chair.
sumagot.
He's the senior lawyer.
Okay.
And just a junior lawyer.
I give way to my colleague.
Okay.
Point of information.
Okay. The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
I think the question right now is whether
There was a prior
there
approval.
was a prior approval.
Yes.
Siguro kung ayaw po nilang sagutin, alam naman po natin sa Kongreso if they gotten a
Okay.
prior approval. We can ask the committee on COMSEC for us to be clarified on this matter. Dahil basically, alam po natin kung nag-secure po sila ng tinatawag nilang specific mode of reporting. Kasi basically, iba tong reporting na dapat nilang gawin.
Salamat, Congressman Dan. Binibigyan po natin ang chance sila dahil ang question ho na rinaise ni Kong Migs is sa dalawa. Okay, Attorney Tolentino, ipinasa kay Attorney Rolex, yung pinapasa ulit kay Attorney Tolentino.
Okay.
Okay?
The provision under the law, Mr. Chair, Section 10 of the franchise says, nor shall transfer the controlling interest of the grantee. In this case, Mr. Chair, there was no transfer of the controlling interest because the owner is still the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
The Honorable needs to grant it.
Mr. Chair, didn't he explain earlier that it was it was Pastor Kibuloy who had the controlling interest. Then there was a change in 2022.
It was by succession, Mr. Chair, because Pastor Kibolo technically retires. He's already 73 years old.
And I'm not asking about his
you don't
retiring,
need-
Mr. Chair. It's the transfer of the controlling interest.
Alam po ba kayo hindi? Yun lang ako sa tatanong ni Kong Migs eh.
Mr. Chair, kung hindi na
nagpaalam
lang
ba
nila
kayo o hindi?
sasagutin, si Comsec na lang po
Yes,
ito.
the COMSEC will can answer,
Hindi.
Mr. Chair.
Per our records, Comsec, since hindi ho masagot nung the Attorney Tolentino, hindi masagot ng lead Attorney Rolex.
No, you
bibigyan
can
kita
answer,
ng
Mr.
last
Chairman.
chance.
We have submitted our annual reports to Congress, and
Okay.
it's contained there.
Did you
Chair.
ask for prior approval?
Prior approval,
No, no,
Mr. Chairman,
if
it's
it's a-
information.
Mr. Chair,
Please read the second sentence, Mr. Chairman, after that.
Mr.
Second
Chair,
sentence says,
Mr. Chair.
Attorney,
Congress shall be informed.
so ano pong sagot nyo? Yes, nagpaalam kayo.
We inform Congress.
But did you ask permission?
No, we did not. We inform.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
that's
point of
clear.
clarification.
Thank you very much. Okay, inform Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the committee secretariat record is concerned, there was no they did not seek for a prior approval of any transfer of their franchise.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
The law
it's our position that what we're talking here is not controlling interest, unless we have a definition of what controlling interest is. By long line of cases, controlling interest is more than 50%.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Nograles still has the
Thank you,
floor.
Mr. Chair.
Silence is requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, may I remind this committee that I think we heard that Attorney Mark Tolentino said that Pastor Kibuloy had controlling interest and was transferred in 2022 to Brother Marlon Acobo. And again, if we look at Section 10, on the first sentence, it still needs the prior approval. Yung sinasabi po earlier na may information, second sentence, hindi pa po tayo nasa second sentence, nasa first sentence pa lang ako, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Floor, the Honorable
Yes.
Nograles.
So we've
Silence
established
requested.
that
Patapusin po
wala
natin si Congressman.
pong prior approval, Mr.
Wala.
Chair.
Sinabi na.
Okay. So the next sentence naman sa Section 10
can I make any
is,
comment, Mr.
No,
Chair?
you're not allowed. Please make
Mr. Chair.
make the. Again.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I remind Attorney Tolentino, nakita mo ba kami, tahimik kami nakikinig dito? Di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Makinig ka rin muna bago ka mag-raise ng hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Honorable Acop. The Honorable Nograles.
so now let's go to the second sentence in which Attorney Suplico was saying that you informed. Did you inform of this change? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Pinagsasalta na po kayo.
I'd like to explain, Mr. Chair. The kingdom of Jesus Christ is not just an ordinary
No, no.
corporation.
Can you please, alam po ninyo, can you just please explain muna, yes or no, then explain your position?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What? Yes, what? To what?
That there is no prior approval. But-
Yes,
but we
my next
informed,
question, Mr. Chair, tapos na po
What's
tayo
your
dun.
question?
My
No,
question
there's a
was,
new question.
the
Please.
second sentence naman that they should report a change also in controlling interest. It's in the second sentence of Section 10.
Okay, the Honorable, Mr. Attorney Tolentino, yeah, pinagsasalta
Okay.
na po kayo.
Mr. Chair,
Tatanong, nag-report po kayo.
Yes or no lang po, Mr. Chair.
the good congresswoman says, Mr. Chair, about controlling interests. That's why it may be allowed to explain to the honorable committee, Mr. Chair, what is the controlling interest in relation to corporation sole? Because it is different to say controlling interest with respect to an ordinary corporation compared to a corporation sole, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, can you just reply first, yes or no to the question? First, tapos saka ho niya kayo magpaliwanag kung anong kaibahan ng dalawang yan. The question raised by the Honorable Nograles, did you report
Yes,
the
Mr. Chair.
change? To whom?
We do it annual
May we ask
reporting
the
to
COMSEC
the
if there's a report,
Comsec, did they report it?
any change in the controlling interest?
Is there any change in the controlling interest?
Mr. Chair, if we could ask COMSEC kung meron.
Yes.
So as far as the records of the committee secretariat is concerned, there was no reporting as to the change of ownership.
And might I just remind again, narinig po naman natin lahat sa committee, di ba? Sinabi naman po ni Attorney Mark na Pastor did have the control over the assets na pinasa. Wala silang prior approval, which is a violation of the first section of first sentence of section 10, and wala ring report. So it's a violation of the second sentence also of section 10. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, as for the conflict, yes, you are correct.
Okay.
Okay,
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, can I explain my answer, Mr.
but,
Chair?
can we go with the line
May
of questioning? Then
finish my question.
please explain.
Mr.
Later.
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Can we please remind the good Attorney Mark? I think the chair has been very lenient, and I think Congressman Acop has called your attention many times. Your light has been on throughout the whole hearing. So please give enough courtesy to the congressman
Yes, Mr. Chair.
to give their statements, and huwag kayong mag-alala. Bibigyan namin kayo ng pagkakataon, but please huwag kayong babatin habang nagsasalita at habang kinikilala yung oras ng isang kinatawan. May panahon din naman kayo at nakita nyo naman, siguro kung bibilangin natin sa ratio at proportion, mas marami pa kayong oras sa pagsasalita kaysa sa mga congressman. Kaya huwag kayong mag-alala. Magsasalita din kayo. Pagsalitain nyo na muna yung mga congressman.
Yes. Let's apologize, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Nograles has the floor. Please do not cut in or you just have to answer the question and we'll leave it at that for the moment. If you would like to explain later, then we will give you the chance before we end this hearing. The Honorable Nograles has the floor. Silence is requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have, if I can show to the committee, a pie chart of the structure of
Do you have it, video?
Suarez.
Here.
Yes.
Okay. So please, there's a video.
Yeah. Yan po ba yun? 2023, please. The next, yes. So it's here in this pie chart, you can see in the GIS of Suarez that Executive Kingdom of Jesus has about 53%, which shows the majority of or control of Suarez, correct? Mr. Chair.
Address to Attorney Tolentino. Ayan. Nagsasalita na po kayo. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So, dahil kanina gusto mag-explain kasi ng controlling interest on corporation sole. Sige. Now I'm showing you, 'di ba? Even if you're going to say na yung iba ang corporation sole, this controlling interest of executive KOG is obviously has the controlling interest at nagkaroon ng switching internally. And did you still get the prior approval and did you report it to Congress, Mr. Chair?
Attorney Tolentino.
Mr. Chair,
Yes or no?
there is no provision in the franchise that requires reporting for the change of leadership in the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Mr. Chair,
Ah,
controlling interest po
alam
tayo,
nyo,
diba?
Attorney, hindi na natin pinag-usapan ng liderato. Tinanong natin pie chart. Do you confirm this? Na nagkaroon ho ng pagbabago?
With respect to the leadership, Mr. Chair, but not the controlling interest.
I think the committee
Yes.
has heard that
Yes.
we were talking about controlling interest and it was established earlier and the good attorney has
Kinonfirm naman yan.
confirmed. Okay.
We can sustain that.
Let's not
But-
change words here, ha? Don't put words into our mouths, please. So if you look at the chart, there is this Phoebus Holdings that holds 46%.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko makita.
Malayo kasi. Ayan, yung naka-orange po.
Pwede pala.
40. Yan. Okay. So this Phoebus Holdings, are you aware of who owns Phoebus Holdings, Mr. Chair?
Phoebus Holding,
Attorney
Mr.
Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, is an investor of Suarez Corporation, Mr. Chair. I have no personal knowledge, Mr. Chair. All I
You have
know
no
is
personal knowledge?
it is an investor of Suarez Corporation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Because he has no knowledge, even if he's the legal counsel. Let can we share the next slide, please, that shows the structure of Phoebus from the GIS, which is a public document. So 2022, 2023, can you see the percentage of the Executive Pastor Kingdom of Jesus' ownership on Phoebus? It says 97.16%. Correct.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So let me read to you the Constitution naman po. On Article 16, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution, which says, Congress shall regulate or prohibit monopolies in commercial mass media when public interest so requires. No combinations in restraint of trade or unfair competition shall be allowed. So let's go back to the pie chart, please, of the executive of Suarez on 2022.
2022.
So makikita po natin, Mr. Chair, that the executive pastor, the Kingdom of Jesus, where in 2022, the executive pastor was still the trustee and the one who has the controlling interest, right? Before the amendment, owns 53.46% of Suarez, correct?
53.46%. Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
And Phoebus Holdings
46.22%.
and Executive Pastor Kingdom of Jesus owns 97% of Phoebus Holdings, correct? So essentially, with the two entities under Pastor Kibuloy, he holds 99.68%, basically making it a monopoly, correct?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair.
You cannot, Mr. Chair, abogado po ang kausap natin, Mr. Chair.
Kayo po, kanina marami ko yung siya site na ano yun, hindi nyo na alam.
I know, Mr. Chair,
Ano po
but
sagot nyo?
I cannot see
So
that
it's
slide, Mr. Chair. It's too far.
Okay, let's just go numbers na lang, Mr. Chair. So you said earlier 53.46% ang executive pastor Kingdom of Jesus in 2022 when Pastor Kibuloy was still the executive pastor, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And Phoebus Holdings owns how much, ilang percent, Mr. Chair?
46.22%.
Suarez Sold, yes. And as we showed earlier, Executive Pastor Kingdom of Jesus owns 97% of Phoebus Holdings, correct?
I have no documents with me, Mr. Chair, with respect to Phoebus, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, GIS is a public document. That's why I was able to show the pie chart. So the GIS will show that for the information of the good attorney. So
Yes, Mr. Chair.
essentially, with the numbers, if you add it, again, I will go essentially, Pastor Kibuloy in 2022 holds 99.68% of the two combining the two entities, correct?
Not, Mr. Chair, because the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ has a separate juridical personality than that of Pastor Apollo Sikibole, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I was saying 2022, which you said earlier, si Pastor Kibuloy ang executive pastor pa nun, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And
He is the
so
leader of the
corporation
executive.
sole siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Phoebus nga, 97% is owned by the executive pastor, Kingdom of Jesus. Correct? So, essentially, 99.68% ang ownership na to. And citing the Constitution again, pagdating sa commercial mass media, bawal po ang mga monopolies or combinations of such because it's for unfair competition. Are you aware of this?
Yes, Mr.
provision,
Chair,
Mr. Chair?
but as what I said, Mr. Chair, the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ
Yes or no lang naman
has a
po.
separate and personality than that of Pastor Kibuloy, Mr. Chair.
Pwede Tolentino, marami pa ako kasi magtatanong na. Pwede na po muna yes or no bago kayo magpaliwanag kasi hindi nyo natutumbok eh. Pwede bang yes or no muna tayo tsaka kayo magpaliwanag?
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
wala akong mangyayari, mas magpaliwanag kayo, hindi namin nakukuha yung sagot eh.
Okay, Mr.
Yes
Chair.
or no?
So
muna.
essentially, Mr. Chair, with this constitutional provision and the numbers mentioned earlier na at bawal din ng monopolies, violative sila not only of kanina, we established Section 10, but the highest law of the land, which is the Constitution. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Attorney, yes, or
Mr.
no?
Chair.
So,
Mr.
What
Chair,
is your reply?
yes daw.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just have a request? Due to the enlightening revelations of Congresswoman Migs, pwede ba natin ibalik na yung ilaw?
Yes.
Meron pa po kasi akong papakita.
Okay. Meron pa.
Yes, just a short.
Okay.
Sige,
Proceed.
I'm almost done. Don't worry.
mamaya na yung let there be light.
Unless you want to see.
By the way, Mr. Chair, Attorney Migs is my co-host before Pinoy Legal Minds
Yes.
of
Okay,
SMNI.
very
And he
good.
was also not giving me time to talk during that time.
For almost 6 months, Mr. Chair.
So it's
And he's doing it the same. And he's doing it again. Okay, so now let's go back to your franchise, diba? You have section 11 now, which states that the grantee shall offer to Filipino citizens at least 30% of its outstanding stock or a higher percentage thereof, that may hereafter be provided by law, etc., etc. So dapat may 30% offer to Filipino citizens, to the public, correct, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Mr. Chair.
And we've already established that Suarez essentially is a monopoly owned na 99.68%. Correct. So malayo to sa 30% na mandato to offer to the public under section 11, Mr. Chair. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I have a letter
Yes or
here.
no lang?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So yes, there is a violation.
There's no violation, Mr. Chair.
Kanina tinanong ko yung 30%. Mag-add nga po tayo, 99.
That's why,
Diba
Mr.
hanggang
Chair.
100 po tayo, Mr. Chair? Tapos 30%. 130%. Hindi, 99.68% nga ang monopolized na nga ng Executive Kingdom. Meron sila under Section 11 na mandato na 30% of their stock should be offered to the public. Has this been complied with?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have here, Mr. Chair, a letter dated June 30, 2022 to SEC and to the House of Representatives, Mr. Chair, informing the House, Mr. Chair, about 30% share offered to a cooperative, Mr. Chair.
May we have a copy of that?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yan ba
Okay.
yung
It was
in-offer niyo sa
dated
cooperative?
June 30, 2022, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can you,
Sige, with math na lang, Mr. Chair. Diba kanina, establish po natin 99.68 nga. So malamang hindi pasok ang 30%. Pero with that argument, sige, let's go to the pie chart with the cooperative na sinabi po. Which cooperative is this, Mr. Chair?
Kooperatiba? Attorney, anong pangalan ng kooperatiba?
the name, ano pa nun? Jesus Christ Workers Members Cooperative, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Can
much.
we show lang yung sa Suarez I think second slide, yes. You will see that 0.16% ang Jesus Christ Cooperative. It's not even 1%. And I think 1% is different from 30%. Correct, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we are waiting for the response of the House, Mr. Chair, of that letter.
So may obligasyon pala. Kayo po yung may obligasyon, Mr. Chair.
po-
Kasi po yung may obligasyon mag-report sa atin. Bakit po tayo ang magre-report?
We are informing the House, Mr. Chair, about the cooperative that we transferred certain share to the cooperative, Mr. Chair, the Jesus Christ Workers Members Cooperative, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so that is the only cooperative which,
Of your annual report.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What reply are you expecting from the committee or from Congress? You mentioned that you are requiring, that's why you have not complied with, because you are requiring for a response, when this was just part of your annual report.
May I be
You
allowed to speak?
attached it, one of your attachments. Yes, the Honorable,
No, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Suplico. Attorney Suplico.
I'm sorry, yes, Attorney Suplico, of course, who doesn't know you? Elementary nga ako, nababasa na kita.
Mr.
Right.
Chair, we have a letter and we made a study of other franchises with different provisions. Some of them refer to cooperatives. So we are asking Congress, and in particular the Committee on Legislative Franchises, if this will comply with that particular provision before we go ahead and implement it.
okay. Mr. Chair. Yes, is this the 2023 report that you sent on the basis of your encouraging public participation?
Mr. Chair, we compared the same provisions which are differently worded in other franchises.
Okay.
So we thought we're going to ask Congress, and in particular this committee, if we can be given a go-ahead.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have a copy of that.
Clear. I'm reading this letter that you claim you submitted. It's entitled Report on the Dispersal of Ownership, which is part of the annual information sheet that you gave. There is no question. You were just stating a position. There was no question, Attorney Suplico. Unless tatlo ho kami nagbabasa nito. There are
So
two
there's no
lawyers.
reply to answer.
And there was no question. You just stated your position of what you were going to do.
Yes.
But or what you were planning to do. But like the telecast where you claimed that you were asking a question but there's nobody answering. There's no chance to answer. Ito ganito rin ho yan kasi wala naman ho kayo tinatanong eh. Even wala namang question mark, wala namang kayo may we respectfully request for your opinion. Wala pong ganyan. You just stated the position.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Klaro po tayo ha. Thank you po.
Yes.
Thank you, the Honorable Nagrales. Please proceed.
Okay. So I think that says 2023 report. So report nga, diba? And they, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, since you have a copy and I'm sure they know because they reported it. They were basing, and Attorney Tolentino said that they were basing it from other franchises. That's why naglagay sila ng cooperative. Correct.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's based on our body of the
Yes.
letter.
Okay, and does the franchise, this RA 11422, have any wording of this establishments of cooperatives and other methods of encouraging public participation? Mr. Chair.
None, Mr. Chair. None, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
None.
so violation na rin po yun kasi naglagay sila ng cooperatives na hindi naman nasa prangkisa po nila, Mr. Chair. So earlier, there's a violation of the Constitution that we've established, monopolized. Hindi pa nila na gawa yung 30% public offering, which is a violation of their section 11. And even if you will say may cooperative dyan, it's only 0.16%, which is far from the 30% mandate under section 11 in the franchise, which is a violation also, Mr. Chair, correct?
Anything else, Honorable Nagrales?
Yes, I would just like to add also, even if you will state your equality clause with when I read your report, the 2023, you still need the prior approval of Congress. Kung sa-cite nyo rin yung different franchise na pwedeng kooperatiba. But you also stated there in your 2023 report, you already completed the implementation of program of the dispersal of ownership. Meaning you still did not acquire the prior approval of Congress, correct? Mr. Chair,
Is that a question? Addressed to
whoever. the
Attorney Tolentino
counsel is.
Senior
or
lawyer.
Attorney
Senior.
Rolex?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. With due respect to the lady, we did not acquire because we feel that what was transferred is not controlling interest.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the report already on your cooperative. We're done with the controlling interest, I believe so.
We're talking of the cooperatives po.
The
Okay.
2023 report that you sent with the basis of why you're including cooperatives and on your dispersal on section 11 to comply with section 11. May section 14 din po kasi sa prangkisa nyo that if you're going to say, no, na because your basis was may mga ibang mga prangkisa na pinapayagan ng cooperatives at kung ilalagay mo naman na may equality clause kayo sa section 14, kailangan nyo pa rin ng prior approval from Congress. Eh naglagay nga kayo ng kooperatiba na hindi nakalagay sa prangkisa nyo, hindi pa rin kayo nag-acquire ng prior approval. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair? Yes or no?
May I be allowed to explain?
No.
No, Mr. Chairman. Because we wanted to know, Mr. Chairman, this is the position of my client that we wanted to know whether we can also avail of cooperatives. That provision is not found in our franchise, but it's found in the franchises of other entities.
Yes,
Oh.
and Mr. Chair, I think we established they did not ask us any question anyway. They
Mm.
just reported.
Correct.
And might I direct you to that? If you read your report, you already said you already completed the implementation of the program of the dispersal of ownership. Na naglagay kayo ng cooperative na wala na nga dun sa prangkisa nyo, nag-implement na kayo, na wala rin approval ng Congress. Correct? Mr. Chair.
Attorney, yes. Obviously, Attorney Rolex, ano po masabi
Mr. Chairman,
niyo?
reading the equality clause on section 14,
Yun nga po, kaya nga inunahan ko na po kasi alam ko lalagay na niya yung section 14. Kailangan pa rin po ng prior approval.
that is why we wrote a letter to this house,
That
Mr.
was,
Chairman.
Mr. Chair, what, Mr.
You know,
Chair,
Well,
may I
no,
ask-
Attorney, yes, you did. You wrote us there was a report. You were stating you were informing us, you were not asking us any question that that needed a reply from the committee. So if you keep on going back to that, very clear naman po, Attorney, and you acknowledged that earlier, no? Ito'y ini-inform nyo lang kami. At wala naman po kayong katanungan.
Mr. Chair, we acted in good faith, Mr. Chair. We wrote a letter to the House, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Again, alam po ninyo, not be hanged on the wall. You have to prove that. And I am of the belief that you keep on citing this letter. And this letter has no question, does not require a reply from us. Because if there was at least a question, then we could have at least answered you. But wala ko kayo tinanong eh. So
Mr.
paano ho kayo, how can you pass it on to the House or to the committee? Wala naman kayo tinatanong.
That letter, Mr. Chair, proves that we have no intention not to comply all the conditions, requirements in our franchise,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
I think,
Okay, Mr. Chair,
you stated the fact. Kasi again, if you go with a good faith, I remember the former Solicitor General Frank Chavez when he told me good faith has to be proven. Thank you very much. The Honorable Nograles.
Okay, Mr. Chair, since sinasabi na lang letter, does the good attorney have a copy of the April 30, 2023 letter, so-called letter, Mr. Chair?
April. June. April. 22.
April 30.
May I know that letter all about, Mr. Chair?
May
That's not-
dalawa actually.
We know what letter is not all.
Kayo yung nagsabi, letter, may host letter.
That's June 2022, Mr. Chair.
May April then, whatever it is. Okay, April or June, sure. Let's look at your April 30, 2023. Do you have a copy of that?
What I have is June 30, huh?
Yes. Yes. It's a June 2022 letter, Mr. Chair. It's there.
So, hold on.
June 30 po itong hawak po namin, ha? Yung binigay niyo
Mr.
rito.
Chair, ano? The annual report pala.
Yes.
Their annual report. Okay, sorry. Do you have a copy of your annual report
Of April.
on April 30, 2023? Which is the basis of what you're saying on the section 14 and the cooperatives whatsoever on the dispersal of ownership. Meron po bang kopya, Mr. Chair? Or if I have a copy, I
No.
can read.
Meron mo ba kayong i-represent? Sa
I think the good
kasagutan?
Congresswoman has a copy.
Yes,
Mr.
I
Chair.
do have a copy of it.
Okay.
So it says here for hindi ko mapapakita, nasa iPad ko po, but hindi siya letter. It says report on dispersal of ownership,
Yes.
right?
June
With-
30.
That's the April or June, whatever that is. So yung itong report nila, like I'm saying, that dahil bringing up ang section 14 po, di ba? Kailangan pa rin ng prior approval and wala naman pong nakasulat sa prangkisa nila na pwede silang maglagay ng establishment of cooperatives even if you're using another franchise, another law. As attorneys, I believe you know what's excluded. It's not included in the law, right, Mr. Chair? So since explicit, ano po yun? Ang Latin po nun. Ayun. Gen Z po ako, hindi ko na alam po yung mga terms na medyo. Joke lang. Yes, I'm sure you.
What has been excluded are not included.
Yes. So,
Yes.
and again, we've established earlier you don't have that cooperatives being able to be part of your dispersal ownership, 30%, whatever. Section 11, correct?
As what I've said, Mr. Chair.
Yes or
No,
no?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. And you brought up, Mr. Chair, Attorney Rolex, yes, brought up the equality clause, right? To defend this, kaya niyong ginawa. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, we wanted to know whether we can be given a green light to implement the same.
Okay, sige. But kasi we're just gonna keep going around in circles. It says here in the last sentence, currently, a cooperative is already a stockholder of the company, which is an alternative mode of encouraging public ownership as expressly recognized by this honorable Congress in other franchises. Again, gumawa na kayo ng kooperatiba, pinasok nyo na yung sila as a stockholder without prior approval, and ang ginamit nyo ang prangkisa ng ibang mga may franchise, not yours. Correct?
Mr. Chair,
Second
Yes or
term,
no?
I'm looking at the records. Yes, the Honorable Rolex.
Attorney Suplico, Your Honor.
Yes, please. What do you have to say?
The
That's the last paragraph.
good Congresswoman was referring to Section 11,
reading section 11 of RA 11422, there is no timeline stipulated in the said provision. The mere fact that we have already put in place the mechanism and we are just awaiting a response from this honorable committee, that does not mean that we have violated
Yes.
the law itself. Our
Mr.
franchise.
Chair,
Thank you very
we're
much.
going around in circles.
Okay, so I think we've discussed that over and over
Yes.
again.
Yes.
And we've already, again, the committee and even the COMSEC maintains that there was no question. You were not soliciting anything. You were just stating a fact. And I think what the Honorable Lugdal is saying is it has not been complied with
But we are
in the
willing to,
provisions.
we are
Yes.
willing to comply, Mr. Chair. Although, since there's no timeline, when are we going to comply? We can comply at any time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, when we grant a franchise to a grantee, aren't they mandated to comply
Yes.
at all the time? Like
Yes.
all the time? Immediately?
Yes.
Not for us to wait for them or be given time to comply.
Because I
Correct,
think
Mr. Chair?
Tell me is if there's no timeline. So you're trying to tell me now that pwede nyo gawin, tapos tanungin nyo lang later on.
Not any time.
Pwede.
Not any time,
Eh,
Mr.
kasi wala
Chair.
naman timeline.
Not any time, Mr. Chair. We are willing to comply at any time, as soon as possible,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Let me, Mr. Chair, again, with that argument, babalik tayo. You
The
are willing
question
to
is, why did you
comply.
not do it?
We are willing to do it, Mr. Chair. That's
Why
why,
did you not do it?
because we are waiting for the reply, because under Section 14, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
it
bumabalik na
provides
tayo.
here.
Let me simplify it na lang,
Okay
Mr.
po.
Chair.
Sige, salamat po, Attorney Tolentino.
Let me just
Kasi,
simplify
alam mo,
it.
paikot-ikot lang po tayo. Obviously, na wala naman kayo tinatanong. All of a sudden, you're willing to comply, pero pag tinanong sa inyo, bakit hindi kayo comply? Babato nyo naman yung letter na wala naman kayo tinatanong. So, paikot-ikot lang po tayo. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
to end lang, para matapos na yung paikot-ikot kasi sumasakit na rin yung ulo ko. I will repeat the last sentence. Even if you tell this committee that you are willing to comply, hindi na nga kayo nagtanong, ang nakasulat sa last sentence, currently, a cooperative is already a stockholder of the company, which is an alternative mode of encouraging public ownership as expressly recognized by this Honorable Congress in other franchises. So gumawa na kayo, ginawa nyo na. So hindi na rin kailangan ng timeline, di ba, Mr. Chair? Kasi ginawa na rin nila at hindi naman sila willing to comply dahil ginawa naman po na walang approval ng Congress. At ang basehan nila ay ibang prangkisa. Tama po, Mr. Chair. I think I simplified that
Yes,
already.
that's
Tama
very
po.
clear. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
I will
Yes.
end at,
And if you have a second round, we're
yes,
going
I
to
will,
open for
yes,
second round.
I will,
Just for a
thank you.
vote, the Honorable Stella Kimbo is recognized of Marikina.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi ko na dapat dagdagan pa ang napakahusay na pagtatanong ni Kong Migs Nograles dahil talagang para sa akin, para klaro naman po ang pag-establish ng paglalabag ng Section 10 at Section 11. Kaya lang nga po, Mr. Chair, para medyo kinakabahan po ako dahil may konting parang flip-flopping po doon po sa pagsasagot nila Attorney Tolentino at Attorney Suplico pagdating po doon sa change in controlling interest. Kaya gusto ko lang pong i-manifest at meron po tayong documentary evidence pagdating po dito sa change in controlling interest. And it has to do with general information sheets of submitted April 29, 2021 and 30 June 2022. And it has to do with the beneficial ownership declaration. And the beneficial owner as defined by the entity, by SMNI. So sila po mismo ang nag-define ng beneficial owner as follows. Refers to any natural person who ultimately owns or controls or exercises ultimate effective control over the corporation. This definition covers the natural persons who actually owns or controls the corporation as distinguished from the legal owners. Such beneficial ownership may be determined on the basis of the following, and there's an enumeration of those. So in other words, dito po sa page na to ay naka-identify yung mismong tao na kino-consider nila na may control dito po sa SMNI. At para sa taong 2021, ang naka-indicate po ay si Mr. Apollo Kibuloy. And I can give this to the committee. So even with ownership of only 1.5%, ang siya po ang nakadeklara na merong control. Ngayon po, taong 2022, ang naka-indicate na beneficial owner ay nagpalit. There are 4 individuals this time. Marlon Rosete, Ledu Vihia Ayang, J. Mendoza, Lorice Nepomuceno. So, siguro po, ito po ay consistent dun po sinasabi ni Attorney Mark na meron pong grupo apart from the executive pastor. So ito na po siguro yung grupo na nire-refer kanina po ni Attorney Tolentino. But ganun pa man, whatever the interpretation is, base po sa dalawang documents, mayroon pong pagbabago sa control. So, on the basis of that po, klaro po na kinakailangan po natin ng prior approval at base na rin po sa kanilang admission ay hindi po naganap ang prior approval at corroborated din naman po ng ating committee secretary na hindi po naganap ang prior approval. At subsequently, hindi rin po naganap ang reportorial requirement after 60 days. And recording po is 60 days after December 19, 2022. So doon po sa section 10, meron pong 2 instances of violations. So yun po yung aking first manifestation. And siguro, maybe a related question would be for SEC. So, nasaan po ang ating SEC, ang ating, siguro just a quick, ano na lang po, tama po bang sinasabi natin pagdating sa konsepto ng control. So kung nagbago po ang pagdeklara po ng beneficial owner, ay masasabi natin na nagbago po ang control.
From the may I be recognized, Your Honor?
The Honorable, yes.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Pakisagot, lapit lang po niyo yung mikropono sa inyo.
Your Honor, from the perspective of the concept of ultimate beneficial owner, we confirm the correctness of the position of the Honorable Congresswoman.
Okay.
Okay, salamat. And then, Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
moving on to section 11. So, again po, dagdag na lang po. So, yung sa section 11 po, pwede po natin itanong sa SEC. So, meron pong Phoebus, I forgot the name, the complete name, Phoebus Holdings. May we know from SEC if this is publicly owned?
SEC, is this?
Your Honor, based on our documents, we can confirm that it's not publicly owned, neither it is a publicly listed company po.
Okay, so anyway, just to confirm na that talagang kung anong pagtingin natin, talagang via that mode ay hindi rin mako-comply itong pag-disperse ng 30% via change in ownership through Phoebus. Okay, and sige.
It's not publicly owned, it's not publicly listed, that's what you said. Is it a public utility company?
It's not, Your Honor, it's a holding company po.
Thank you very much.
And then my next set of questions would be for SMNI. So, ang sabi niyo po, meron naman po kayong compliance or sa pagtingin po namin, or at least this representation is may attempt to comply dito po sa Section 11 by way of forming this cooperative. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sino po ang miyembro ng kooperatiba?
Different members of Jesus Christ Workers Members Cooperative, Mr. Chair.
So miyembro din po sila ng simbahan, tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ano po ang intindi po ninyo dito sa intent ng Section 11? So dispersal, babasahin po natin yung first part. So in accordance with the constitutional provision to encourage public participation in public utilities. Intindi po natin dyan. Siguro tarangin natin ang ating lead. Kasi siya po yung nakakatanda po sa atin. Baka naman gamitin natin ang kanyang experience at galing. Ano pong intindi po natin? Bakit natin kinakailangan ng ganitong klaseng provision?
X.
Mr. Chair, I was here in 1998 to 2007.
Okay,
And some of my colleagues then are still here.
okay.
So it's not bad to be a member in the previous Congress. Anyway, the epigram of Section 11 is dispersal of ownership. So I believe that we are in the right direction. Again, I maintain the stance that we were waiting for the committee to reply to our letter. But then again, if that is the
Mr.
response
Chair,
of the committee
Mr. Chair,
to us, then
non-responsive po. Tinatanong lang
Yes.
natin. Kasi para sa akin, Mr. Chair, this is a public utility. Ibig sabihin, may mabigat na public interest. Kaya ang gusto po natin, i-disperse po natin ang ownership. Gusto po natin, ang taong bayan ay merong pagkakataon na makasapi dito sa pag-manage ng isang public utility imbued with public interest. So, sa aking pagtingin, kapag napakaliit, wala pang 1%, ay owned by mga individuals na kumbaga po ay kasama rin naman po natin, hindi po talaga masyadong naiiba sa atin, palagay ko ay hindi naman po natin so ang tanong is, sa tingin niyo po ba ay na-achieve ba natin? Na-align ba tayo dito sa legislative intent?
Mr. Chair, the offer shall be given to Filipino citizens. That's it, Filipino citizens. It's here. Section 11 states, dispersal of ownerships. That is the epigram, and to offer to Filipino citizens. I think we are on our way to complying with this particular provision. But
Okay,
again, Mr.
so
Chair,
on our way. So tama po ba na, so you have renewed, tama po ba in 2019? You renewed.
2019, Mr. Chair, we got the franchise from this
So in
house,
short,
from
nakapag
this committee.
25 years na kayo, and this, nag-renew lang po kayo in 2019. O so ang tanong, dun sa first 25 years po ng prangkisa ninyo, ito po bang dispersal of ownership ay nandun din? Yung provision na ito ay nandun po ba sa first franchise agreement?
That's different franchise. That is a different franchise, Mr. Chair.
Yes, franchise. But would you know? Would you know if this provision was in that previous franchise agreement? You did not do your homework. I will answer for you. The answer is yes. Next question. Do you know if you complied with this provision in the first 25 years? Would you know, sir?
Answer, Attorney Rolex.
Means yes. We can implement this provision.
No, sir. Ang tanong, kapag did you, in the first 25 years, comply?
Attorney, yes or no lang ho
I
yan.
don't know, Mr. Chair. I became a lawyer in SMNI only 3 years ago, around 3 years ago.
We did that. We did more than we did. I am telling you, you did not. So, ang sinasabi ko po, naging mabait nga po ang Kongreso sa inyo. inintindi po namin nga kayo, binigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon, nung nirenew po namin ito, inintindi po namin kayo, pero sinabi namin, ay taasan naman natin ang bar. Ay palagay ko yun ang dahilan kung bakit naging mas stricto at baka yun ang dahilan kung bakit walang kooperatiba dito sa lengguwahe. I mean, hindi niyo ba itinanong sa Kongreso nung kayo po ay nag-renew noong 2019? It's a question, sir. Hindi rhetoric question. It's a direct question. Hindi niyo ba itinanong sa Kongreso when you went for renewal? Dahil obviously, it was a problem in the first 25 years.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't there. I wasn't the lawyer at SMNI when the franchise was renewed.
Yes, but then I believe that due diligence, sir. Kailangan alam po ninyo kung ano ang naging history nitong prangkisa natin.
Madam Chair, there are 60 of you, only 2 of us. We have to anticipate each and every question from members of this committee. I'm sorry.
This is a very short document, sir. Kayang-kaya po ninyong basahin in a very short period of time. I'm sorry, sir, it's not a acceptable answer. But I'm just saying, sir, pasensya na po, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
pero sa aking palagay, parang hindi masyadong supisyenteng sagot. Ito pong hinihintay po namin ang sagot ng Kongreso dahil as you said, Mr. Chair, wala pong tanong. Paano tayo sasagot? Wala pong tanong. So, yun po eh. And it's very clear po, the cooperative only has very few shares, less than 1%. The shares have been fully
0.19%.
it's fully paid up. Wala naman application for additional shares to be issued. Meron po ba?
Wala.
Wala naman. Yes or no?
No.
So, yun po. So, kasi kung merong pending application, baka pa merong intent. Pero dahil wala, malamang wala. So, hindi masyadong compelling po para maniwala po kami na merong sufficient intent to comply with this gap pagdating po sa Section 11. So I will leave it at that. But I just have one last question, Mr. Chair, if with your kind indulgence. And this is for Dr. Badoy. It's a very short question. I was intrigued earlier when you mentioned that pagdating po dun sa tanong po ni kay Vice Chair Pimentel, nung nabanggit po niya yung kaso po pagdating kay former Vice President Lenny, ang sabi niyo po ay ito po ang opisyal na posisyon ng gobyerno. Yung tungkol sa links ni ni VP Lenny sa CPP-NPA. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Maaari po bang malaman kung nagkaroon po ba ng action ang gobyerno patungkol dito? Kasi kung siya po ay, kasi mabigat po, no? If it's an official position and it's mabigat po, di ba? Mabigat na paratang po yun. Ano po naging aksyon ng gobyerno? Were there cases filed? Nagkaroon po ba ng impeachment case? Nagkaroon po ba ng culpable violation of the Constitution, betrayal of trust? Ano po ang ginawang aksyon ng national government dito po sa opisyal na findings with respect to the links of the Vice President,
Mr. Ring.
of the former Vice President?
Mr. Chair, could I clarify first kung ano yung sinabi namin, yung statement namin? Ang towards the election yon, Mr. Chair. So, hindi namin sinabi na miyembro ang former Vice President ng CPP, NPA, NDF dahil sa mga former rebels na nagsiwalat sa amin ito, ang statement namin ay yung
Your Honor, there's a earthquake.
elections noon. Ang nanggaling po sa kanilang information ay yun lang sinabi ko na merong collusion na si the former Vice President having been endorsed by the Makabayan Bloc according to the security awareness and the that cluster, and that's also made up of the former rebels who were high ranking and were part of the policy making, and in fact na meron ng agreements. So, yung pinaka-concern namin nun, when I remember, no,
na isa-submit ninyo na documentary evidence dito po sa committee. So basically, ang sinasabi ninyo is it's based on the endorsement by these groups.
yeah,
On the run-up to the elections, parang ganon. So at ito ang nilalaman ng mga documents na isasubmit ninyo dito sa committee, parang ganon.
Mr. Chair, yes. At yung mga miyembro ng cluster ng situational awareness and knowledgement cluster, kasama dyan ang NICA, ang AFP, ang PNP, ang NSC. So it's highly intelligence driven, Mr. Chair.
Pero yun pa man, kahit na medyo mabigat ang naging
Yes.
findings ninyo, walang naging aksyon pagdating sa pagsampa ng cases. Kasi yun ang tanong ko earlier.
Yes.
Nagkaroon ba ng pagsampa ng cases? Criminal case on sedition,
Yes,
halimbawa.
yes.
Wala pong naging ganon.
Wala po, Mr. Chair, but may I please elaborate a little bit kasi very complicated yung structural organization ng CPP, NPA, NDF na kung saan may mga above grounds at saka below ground, no? So underground, I'm sorry. So habang hinihintay natin yung proscription, yung pag-declare sa kanila na terrorist organization sila, tuloy-tuloy silang nakakatago sa mga maskara nila, no? Like Anak Bayan, LFS, Kabataan, Bayan Muna, Gabriela, Alliance of Concerned Teachers. So hindi po pwedeng mag-file ng cases na ganun-ganun lang sa Vice President. So sa amin po, ang gusto namin kasi matigil na yung recruitment kasi napakaraming mga bata na namatay. Just recently ulit, meron sa UP Los Baños, etc. So yun yung priority na yung mga anak natin ay wag nang ma-recruit at mamatay bilang NPA. So yun yung prioritize, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
So
the
last na lang po.
Honorable Kimbo.
Last na lang po. So itong isasubmit ninyo na documentary evidence dito sa amin, sa tingin ninyo ay hindi makakatayo as evidence sa court. Parang ganun po.
I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Chair, so I really wouldn't know. But these are judicial, some of them are judicial affidavits, Mr. Chair, from former rebels.
We will just await the submissions, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
And that will be
yes.
all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chair.
the Honorable Stella Kimbo of the Second District of Marikina City. Now we will call on
Mr. Chair.
the Honorable Romy Acop of Antipolo City.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up the before I go to Attorney Suplico, who must earn his keep today, being the legal counsel of Suarez. Madam Badoy, in September 23, 2022, you accused Manila RTC Judge Malagar of lawyering for the CPP NPA and tagged the said judge as a friend and true ally of the communist groups. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And because of that, you were cited in contempt by the Supreme Court of the Republic of the Philippines.
That's not correct, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang tama?
Ang tama po, Mr. Chair, ay yung mga prente ng CPP, NPA, NDF, katulad ng NUPL, ay gumawa ng paraan para umabot sa Supreme Court. Yung isinulat ko na opinion ko na si Judge Malagar who penned na hindi daw teroristang organisasyon ang CPP, NPA, NDF. So, andun pa po siya, Mr. Chair, na it's still being heard, Mr. Chair.
Yes, madam. Would you agree with me if I say na just because of your passion against the CPP, NPA, sumusobra na po kayo sa action ninyo, red tagging even members of Congress, even the mayor of Baguio City?
Mr.
Please proceed.
Mr.
You
Chair,
have the
so,
floor.
yeah, Mr. Chair, yung red tagging po, hindi po totoo yan. Ang mga korte na natin mismo ang nagsabi na there is no danger to life, liberty, and security when you're identified as a member of the CPP, NPA, NDF. And in fact, what has endangered our children and our indigenous peoples, and when we're not able to identify the CPP behind all those masks, Mr. Chair.
Kailan ka ba nagkaroon ng passion against the CPP, NPA?
Mr. Chair, nung ako po ay naging naging head po ako ng Strategic Communications Cluster ng NTF-LCAC. Galing po akong UP Diliman at isa po akong medyo radicalized at marami akong pinaniwalaan na mali, at nung nakita ko, bumababa ako on the ground and I met the victims, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
when was that? When was that?
That was 2008, December 2018, Mr. Chair.
2018.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I understand your point of view, pero sasabihin ko sa iyo, ako, since 1970, kalaban ko na nga sila eh. Hanggang ako'y mag-retire, nandiyan pa rin sila. So, do you think yung ginagawa po ninyo na ganito is in accordance with our laws, rules, and regulations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that wonderful question again. When I stepped out of office, Mr. Chair, there was an independent study by the DND about which ano yung factor bakit napaka-successful ng NTF-LCAC, at yung nangyari dito yung finding, independent study siya, ay yung Strategic Communications Cluster, na ibig sabihin napakahalaga ng information sa ating mga kababayan. Kasi po, sir, ang nangyari doon.
With your indulgence, madam, ang tanong ko lang po is whether you think sa sarili mo ay in accordance with laws, rules, and regulations yung ginagawa po ninyo. Yun lang po ang katanungan ko. Pakisagot lang po yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang sagot ko po, oo.
Yes. Even when you are no longer connected with NTF-LCAC.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because this is a whole of nation approach.
If I ask you to explain the whole of nation approach in all its branches, baka hindi mo masagot. Kaya huwag kang mag-mention ng mga terminologies na 2018 mo lang narinig. Samantalang kami, tinyente pa lang kami, naririnig na namin yan. Okay? Now,
Pwedeng mag-comment, Mr. Chair. Pwedeng mag-comment.
No,
Okay.
I don't think he's asking
Okay.
you to
Okay, Mr.
reply
Chair.
to that.
But
Yes.
Unless,
could I
should I
respond?
what?
Could I
Sandali na
respond
po.
just
Sandali na
to,
po. Ano po bang ano? Kaya nyo ba paliwanag yung kakasabi nyo lang? Kasi kaya nyo paliwanag yun?
kasi po, Mr. Chair,
Opo.
yun nga yung Yun nga yung isa sa driving forces sa akin, Mr. Chair, na napakaraming PNP at saka AFP ang namatay dahil sa CPP at PANDF. So tama po si Congressman Acop. Napakatagal na po nito.
Salamat. The Honorable Ako.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll not belabor the point. I will go now to Attorney Rolex Soplico.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Rolex, in your answers to the queries of the Honorable Nograles, napansin ko, dadalawa lang yung depensa na ginagamit mo eh. Number one, yung letter na sinasabi po nyo dated June 30, 2022. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Was this a separate letter for you to ask, according to you, to ask question from the committee? Or this was part of your annual report?
Well, I think it's a separate letter, Your Honor.
No. May I ask COMSEC if this was a separate letter or part of the report submitted by Suarez?
The Honorable, Attorney Marvick.
Your Honors, the letter referred to by Attorney Suplico and SMNI is part of the documents submitted to the committee as their annual report for 2020.
So per record, Attorney Soplico, this is not a separate letter for you to ask guidance. It was part of your annual report.
Well,
Would you agree now?
Well, I accept.
Yes.
My error, Your Honor.
Number two, I have read your letter. I have it in my hand. Nowhere did you ask any question from the committee. Nowhere. I cannot see you asking a question to the committee. Now, may I know, can you point out to me any part of your letter which you have mentioned? Did you ask any question or any guidance from this committee regarding your franchise?
Actually, Your Honor, there was another letter sent to the SEC. However, it was shown
No,
to
no,
me.
no, no. We're
No.
talking
On
about
that
your
particular letter.
communications with this committee. That is the purview of my queries this afternoon, Attorney.
Okay, I take responsibility, Your Honor, if ever.
So in
The
other
request
words,
is that
you
we-
are
is not-
admitting that there is no question here.
Well, Your Honor,
If you want, you can read it.
well, it was explained to me that there was a request and we should wait for the response.
And may I
No,
know-
no, no.
may I know who told you that?
Well, members of our staff in the.
Attorney,
Niloko ka
you
ng
want,
staff mo.
we can give him a copy of the letter, then you can read it yourself. I mean, you're the one who
Well, I
furnishes the copy.
I'm sorry. I take the word the gentleman who is my upperclassman
That,
as true, Your
that there
Honor.
was no question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes.
He's an honorable person and I respect him for that.
Thank you, Attorney. So in other words, wala po kayong guidance na hiniling sa committee. That is your first defense. Kanina pa dun sa mga tanong ni the Honorable Migs Nograles. So I'm just debunking your defense, Attorney. The second defense is that it is also contained in your letter. Binasa ko that you were telling this the committee in your report that like other franchises, dapat mabigyan din kayo ng privilege na yon. Am I correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, because in the franchises of others, there is that particular stipulation on the resort to cooperatives, which a phrase is not found in the franchise of SMNI.
Are you trying to tell this committee na when this Congress would approve the grant of franchises, pare-parehas ang wording? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, iba-iba. Different franchise,
Bill
different,
drafting,
di ba? Dito sa sulat mo, sinabi mo, Republic Act number 10637, an act granting Cotabato Light and Power Company. It's a different franchise with Suarez. So why would you compare a pig to a cow? When in fact, Congress takes cognizance of each and every individual application for the grant of franchise.
I thought that the provision on
May-
this,
You thought?
yes, Your Honor.
You
I
thought
think
it
that the,
ano?
Mr.
You thought?
Mr. Chairman, the provision on the dispersal of ownership applies to all public utilities, which are franchise grantees.
That
They
is your
could be-
assumption.
They could be worded in a different manner. And bill drafting with respect to franchises have evolved so far. And the phrase resort to cooperatives appear in some of the franchises granted by this committee.
I agree. But will you accept that every franchise application is different from other applications for franchise?
I accept, Your Honor.
Yes. And therefore, you cannot compare a cow with a pig or a carabao with a bird. Tama?
I beg to differ, Your Honor, because of the policy on the dispersal of ownership.
Look, are you trying to tell me that the provision on the dispersal of ownership in your franchise is exactly the same as Republic Act number 10637, 10753?
No, Your Honor. Ours is a broadcast franchise. The others are TU franchises,
Therefore,
distribution utility franchises.
therefore, your argument here is not accepted. Why? Because you are claiming na dapat meron din kayong establishment of cooperatives phrase sa inyong franchise, which Congress did not intend to do so. Otherwise, it would have placed that phrase there, if that is the intent of Congress. Tama?
Well, Your Honor, I will
Hindi,
espouse.
tinatanong kita, tama ba?
No, Your Honor, I will
You've
espouse a
been-
different
you've
view, but
been-
I respect the gentleman for it.
You have been a part of this Congress.
For 9 years, Your Honor.
Yes. At alam mo naman na kung gumagawa tayo ng batas, the legislative intent is paramount.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And therefore, if it is not placed there by the Congress, it is not the intent of Congress for you to avail of that provision or phrase. Tama?
But we thought, Your Honor, that
Tama?
this committee could elucidate on the
Tama.
requirement of cooperatives.
Tama? Hindi mo
I think-
sinasagot yung tanong
Well,
ko.
on the, maybe, Your Honor, on the statutory construction principle of verba leges, yes, Your Honor, you may be right.
Yes. Kasi iba-iba ang trato ng Kongreso sa bawat individual application ng franchise. And I think you know that. They were just arguing like the defense counsel that I expected to.
Well,
Di ba?
I have no other choice, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Honorable
Your Honor.
Akop. Thank you very much. Before we continue, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Benvenido Abante Jr. of the 6th District of Manila. Welcome, sir. Another media practitioner. Hindi lang po congressman yan, media practitioner, pastor pa, kaya lahat. Kayang-kaya niya. Okay? Yan po ang bishop namin dito sa Congress.
Hindi pa rin nagbabago.
Okay, so the chair now recognizes the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat sa mga resource speakers natin who have been here. May lindol man at wala, kasama po namin kayo. Maraming po salamat. At siguro, I just wanted to augment yung mga position that was mentioned a while ago by Congresswoman Migs Nograles, saka kay Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, and briefly by Congressman Akop. But make no mistake, the reason why we are tackling itong ating pong mga franchise, hindi lang naman po kayo, but we are also reviewing the franchise of Meralco and GCP and different public utilities. Ito po yung aming pong trabaho. So much so that you are also depending yung sa SMNI. Anyway, dun po sa kanina tinanong nila Migs Kimbo, I just wanted to take the position about dun sa beneficial owner. Kasi kanina lang when you were asked, hindi ata na itanong manifestation lamang ni Stella, ni Congresswoman Stella yung about sa beneficial owner. Kasi dun sa GIS nyo, actually we have a lot of documents pertaining to the requirements of section 12, sa repertorial requirement, which yun din po mga nire-require namin sa lahat ng prangkisa. Dito po sa section 10, with regards dito po sa GIS nyo na submitted to us, nakalagay po yung beneficial owner ay si Apollo Kibuloy noong 2019 and 2020. And eventually, pagdating po noong 2021, ito pong beneficial owner na transfer po dito sa company, na mga opisyalis ng company na kanina minention po ni Congresswoman Stella. So basically tatanong ko rin po kasi hindi na itanong, hindi po tayo nakakuha dito ng tinatawag po nating prior approval sa Kongreso. Wala po tayo nakuha prior approval.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, no, we did not secure prior approval
Yes.
for the following reasons. First, this is a corporation sole. And a
Mhm.
corporation sole is a religious entity. And we need to change the head of the corporation sole every time there's a new head.
Correct.
Okay. So this corporation sole is different from its name entity.
Mm-mm.
It's like
Tama po yun.
saying the stockholder is different from its the corporation as a personality, separate and distinct from the stockholders.
Yeah, but
Okay. Now,
after po nung 2020, when you submitted the list of the names of under the your corporation, iba-iba na po itong mga pangalan na nakalagay dito. So hindi pa rin po tayo kumuha ng prior approval at report that was in relation to Section 10.
Your Honor, if you take a look at the GIS
Mm-mm.
dated 1999, submitted as a documentary requirement for the application 2018. I'm sorry, not 2018. GIS.
We're talking about the GIS in 2021.
I'm trying to
And
trace it, Your
2020
Honor.
No, wait.
Okay.
Mate, roommate kita. So I don't want to reveal yung ating relationship being a friend as well. But
It's okay,
I
Your
want to tell you honestly na itong sa 2021, corporation na itong nakalagay po rito as beneficial owner and thereby constituting na dapat po nagkaroon kayo ng prior approval sa Kongreso. But unfortunately, hindi po tayo nagkaroon ng tinatawag na reportorial report with regards to section 10. And that's the reason why tinatanong namin kanina, okay, beneficial owners, single ka, pero pagdating sa 2021 saka 2022, corporation na kayo eh. So dapat kumuha kayo ng prior approval sa Kongreso. But at any rate, mate, ganito na lang po, no? So since ito naman po dokumento, hindi po galing sa amin to, galing po sa inyo. So anyway, na-establish na po naman natin yon that nagkaroon ng pagkukulang pagdating po doon sa reporting and at the same time ay yung pong prior approval. Tatanungin ko lang kayo, mate, pagdating dito sa tinatawag natin ng Section 11 sa dispersal ng ownership. Kanina tinanong na rin to, hindi kayo nag-apply, in other words, hindi kayo nakapag-apply dahil wait, sandali. Hindi kayo with 30% na ina-allow sa inyo na makapag-offer sa ating mga Filipino citizens were not offered by SMNI for the very reason that you are using that you have written the Congress and at the same time you have written also the Security Exchange Commission for the prior approval before complying with Section 11. Am I right? Di ba?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask my colleague, Attorney
go ahead,
Tolentino,
Attorney
to
Mark.
answer the question of the distinguished gentleman from the
Yes,
Luna? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, oo. So, in other words, there is already a violation because you don't have to wait for the approval or reply of Security and Exchange Commission, and at the same time, this committee or this Congress to reply to your letter because it is mandated by the Section 11 of Republic Act 11422 that you shall offer to the Filipino citizen 30% of your ownership. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, there is really a violation on your part, even saying that the intention is to finding out if you will be allowed by this committee or by this Congress and by the by the Security and Exchange Commission to proceed with the methodology of finding out how to dispose this ownership. But because without an action, a period of 5 years have lapses, so you have violated. And that's constitute the revocation through ipso facto.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, granting there is violation, there was no intent to violate, Mr. Chairman.
But yeah, I understand. But it took you for so many years, no? For almost 5 years, sulat lang kayo ng sulat sa SEC, sulat kayo ng sulat sa amin. At inaantay nyo yung reply namin. Pero Section 11 is very specific. You shall offer to the Filipino citizens 30% of your ownership. So, ibig sabihin, dapat i-offer nyo na right away. Hindi nyo na kailangang antayin ang sagot ng Kongresong ito at ng Security and Exchange Commission for the methodology that you will be implementing on the disposal of your ownership.
Because we believe, Mr. Chairman, that under Section 11 of the franchise, it provides here that in case the public offer of shares is not applicable, the grantee should apply other method of encouraging public participation.
Correct. And there's a lot of
So,
methodology to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And there's yung ang cooperative na ginawa po ninyo is one way
Yes, Mr.
of
Chair.
doing it. But
That's
the
why
problem
it shows, Mr. Chair.
But with the problem on what you did with regards to the cooperative, ito yung corporate, tinatawag dito yung piercing corporate bail eh. It is a self-bail. Wherein alam to ng industry ng ating po mga Philippine Stock Exchange. Wherein ang intention po dito, yung pong kapag pareho po ang mga address, which dito po pareho ng address. And at the same time, yung hindi ko tatanong ko mamaya kung ang mga board of directors and incorporators are all the same, there is a tendency to shield from liability. This corporation, yung cooperative, is trying to shield from liability the other corporation. At ang tawag po dito, self-bail. You are aware of this, di ba, Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So that's the reason why, aside doon po sa sinasabi po natin that you have not complied with Section 10, and now you have not complied with Section 11, nagkaroon na po kayo ng 2 violations. So, admittedly, dahil nga, dito po kung mapansin niyo kasi iba ang sinasabi ng intent at purpose ng Section 10 at iba rin ang intent and purpose ng sinasabi ng Section 12. So, with that admission that you have violated 2 sections of this Republic Act 11422, I just wanted to ask kung ano po ba ang pangalan itong Pibus Capital Holdings Incorporated? Kasi lumalabas din po na itong company ito na nag-invest po sa inyo, how much was invested by the Pibus Holding Corporation?
Based on the history of SMNI, Mr. Chair, can I explain the history of SMNI? So we will know what is the participation of Pibus.
To expedite,
Yes. In 21. Okay.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, marami po salamat. Siguro I just wanted to find out kung sino po, yung kasi yung Pibus Capital Holdings Incorporated, kung titignan po natin, holding company siya, so he's holding a lot of companies. So we wanted to find out sino po ang board of directors ng Pibus Capital Holdings Incorporated. Sino po?
Is there in the GIS, Mr. Chair?
Can you kindly enumerate?
Actually, Mr. Chair, in 2021, the authorized capital stock of Suarez is only 50 million.
Yes.
Then we applied for future subscription to 500 million.
Correct. Yes.
So the paid up capital for Phoebus, the investment is 391. 300 million.
300 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
With that capital
Then-
ng Pibus.
Then we applied for future subscription and it was approved on February 9, 2022.
Attorney, okay na, alam ko na po yan. Ang tinatanong ko lamang po sa inyo, sino po yung pangalan na under ng Pibus Capital Holding Incorporated? Sabihin niyo lang po sa akin, kasi itong inyong pong corporation, meron na tayong 5 tao. Dito sa Pibus po, sino po ang board of directors? Sino po ang presidente? Sino po ang vice president? Sino ang secretary? Sino ang treasurer? Things like that.
I have with me.
Kasi wala po yun sa GIS nyo, wala rin po yun sa financial statement mo. I'm trying to look at it. Meron kayong footnote doon. Pero pag tingnan mo, sinundan mo yung footnote, hindi mo makikita kung nasaan. So maybe there is being hidden somewhere. So I wanted to find out, sino po ang board of directors ng Pibus?
I have no record as of today, Mr. Chairman, about Pibus.
Sige.
Maybe we will submit that, Mr. Chair, in our
Yeah.
next session.
Okay, so may we ask the Security and Exchange Commission, since this is a public document that being submitted to SEC as well, do you have a copy of sino-sino to sa PIBUS Corporation? Tingnan ko lang.
SEC, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can I?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry,
Please go closer to
sige,
the
go ahead. I
microphone.
just wanted to confirm yung members
you.
ng ano ng
So based on
Sino po?
based on the 2023 GIS, ito Nelida Lizada, Eleanor Cardona, Helen Panilag, Elizabeth Carion, Luz Viminda Deles, Merlita Deles, Gemma Ramos, Angelina Pizun, and Christine Olaer.
Will it possible for the Security and Exchange Commission to find out the different companies under this holding company?
We will try to do that. Your
Attorney
Honor.
Mike, can you kindly enumerate the holding companies under the holding company?
Mr. Chair, I have no personal knowledge about FIBOS, Mr. Chair. I only know FIBOS, but the details of FIBOS I do not.
Pero dapat alam niyo yun kasi ano to and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why under this section 10 we are trying to submit through a report yung change of ownership and at the same time prior approval. You know why? Because of this. Kasi hindi natin alam kung sino yung pumapalit na owner. And it happened also, I still remember when we were discussing this in the franchise of ABS-CBN, wherein naitago po ng ABS-CBN doon sa PDR nila yung foreign ownership.
Yes.
Using the Philippine Depository Receipt. And that is very crucial on this issue as well. Why? Because you are a broadcasting system.
Yeah.
And we are preventing, in accordance with the Section 2 of Article 16, yung pong ownership ng foreign is not allowed. But fortunately now, Congressman Gonzales, our SDS, is trying to amend the law itself. But for now, na wala po tayong umiiral na batas, yan pong iniiwasan, mapaikot po na kung saan nagkakaroon po ng foreign ownership. That's the reason why kailangan po ng prior approval ng Congress. You have to submit to us a report and then 60 days prior to approval, dapat malaman namin kung yung sino-sino yung mga owner. Diba? So, at any rate, sa sinabi mo kanina, Attorney Mark, sinasabi mo that there is a capital investment of 600 million. And this 600 million na investment po nila ay sa PIBUS po yung 300.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At yung additional na 300 ay kanino po yun?
The paid, Mr. Chair, we
Kasi-
applied for 500 million.
No, you
First start.
applied for 600. You applied for 600.
First, Mr. Chair,
500 is the pledge.
First, Mr. Chair, we applied for 500. After
Then?
that, on June 2022, we apply additional 150
Correct.
million.
No.
So total of 650 million.
Correct, tama. So yung kasi yung 50 million, yun na yung original nyo
Yes, Mr. Chair.
na capitalization
Yes,
di ba? But then you added another 600 million. And then in accordance with your
500 first, Mr. Chair.
500, but the totality is 650.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that is precise. But yung 300 million is under the PIBUS.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That is 300 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And 300 million is under naman sa executive pastor.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's correct, di ba? Okay. Saan nilagay ang 300 million na to? Saan nilagay itong, ang total is 291 plus 191 sa PIBUS. So, saan nilagay ang pondong ito sa capital investment? Am I
Yes, Mr.
right?
Chair, yes.
Okay. Capital investment. So, kung makikita mo ang GIS ninyo, ito pong financial statement nyo, siguro pakita lang muna natin, kasi medyo ako na nagugulat din lang ako. Dahil ito pong revenue breakdown po ninyo, kung mapapansin po ninyo sa 2021, siguro pwede ba natin pakita yung yung slide lang. Dalawa lang naman yan. Ayan, paki zoom. Hindi yan. Yung isa kanina. Pakisum lang yung nasa kaliwa. Pag tinignan po natin ng breakdown ng ng ano po ninyo, ng inyo pong expenses, makikita niyo po yung jump ng inyong expenses from 2019, 402,000, 202,000, 45,000 in 2020, 2021, 810,000. But there suddenly increase of 12 million doon po sa operation niyo. Ganun din po yun sa fuel, tumaas ng bigla. Tapos makikita niyo yung sa business expenses niyo, wala naman kayo previously. Tapos nagkaroon. So, punta tayo sa isang slide. Dito naman po, sa isang slide na to, nakita natin na tumaas naman po yung revenue niyo. Dati, ang revenue lamang sa DZAR, 11 million, 6 million, tapos naging 33 million. Then there's suddenly spike ng 90.726 million. Alam niyo, there's a, I will ask the Security and Exchange Commission. Sa Security and Exchange Commission, di ba, we have this kind of, what do you call that? Kapag nagkakaroon ng analysis sa sudden increase sa operating expenses, what application do you consider? I mean, what assumption do you have? A sudden increase of the operating expenses.
Your Honor, I have to apologize. This belongs to this matter belongs
BIR.
to our Office of the General Accountant. So we would need to confer with them on
So
the
wala kayong
analysis of the
tinatawag na parang at yung tinatawag na forensic mathematic. Di ba? Alam niyo to. Pero ikaw, you have the knowledge about it. You can speak on behalf of the group. What is your analysis? We just wanted to find out ba't nagkaroon ng biglang spike.
normally based on experience, Your Honor, if there's no practical reason for the spike, then there's doubt on where the sources of the revenue are coming from.
That's the reason why. Kasi yun na nga, attorney, kasi nga since na alam natin kanina, you have told us that the 300 million for PBUS and 300 million for the executive pastor was put on capital investment. You said that a while
Yes,
ago.
Mr. Chair. Okay, Mr. Chair, for the interest of this committee, I have with me the financial statement of Suarez from 2020 to 2022, Mr. Chair.
I have it. Ito yung financial statement audited na nanggaling po sa inyo to, submitted sa Congress. I have it.
Yes,
Ang tinatanong ko lamang po, bakit there's a sudden jump, spike on the revenue and the expenses. So, ano yung reason nyo bakit nagkaroon ng ganitong spike?
Because if you compare, Mr. Chair, the SMNI in 2020 is different from SMNI in 2022 and today, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So it's just a small
Small yan Tony From 6 million ng 2020, naging 33 million siya ng 2021 at ng 2022, naging 90 million siya. Hindi siya small. And considering that DCAR, saan ba ang DCAR? Dito sa Manila?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so can you kindly submit to us yung invoice and contract agreements with DCAR? Kasi meron kayong mga invoices, di ba, saka mga contracts, agreements?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So can you kindly submit us? Sa SEC ba, have they submitted the contracts and invoices? Dapat sa BIR pala yun, di ba? Sa BIR. Sa BIR, can we ask the BIR? BIR?
BIR.
Walang BIR? Anyway, can you kindly submit to us, Pero wala ka recollection about the different agreements that you have contracted with the outside advertisement with DCAR?
We have an external auditor for that, Mr. Chair.
Nandito po sa kasi napansin ko rin po, yung salary po ninyo from 9 million, nag-increase po kayo ng 18.2 million doon sa salary.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Within a year. Pero pag titingnan mo po yung mga previous year, 11, 9 million, then suddenly there's spike. Ang spike po ng salary nyo napakataas. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, in relation to your withholding tax sa mga empleyado nyo, lumalabas lang na meron kayong 1.7 million for that year. So, parang hindi siya bumabalanse eh. Kung salary to, pag-uusapan natin dito, yung 1.7 million is only 1%.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba?
Yes, tama, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I think we have a lot of explaining to do because I don't want to say a word na masakit pero medyo mabigat po tong spike na ginawa po ninyo sa inyong expenses and revenues eh. Para pong unbelievable na ganun po magiging revenue na considering na flat lang kayo tapos bigla nag-increase and then yung expenses nyo flat din bigla nag-increase. There is something that is being hidden that we don't know. That's the reason why we wanted to find out the invoices, the agreements, and also yung mga salaries ng empleyado, submit to us for us to validate together with the BIR. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we're going to invite the BIR the next time around, but I hope that we will be asking them as well to submit all the documents para maikumpara po natin yung, kasi we're talking about yung capital investment nila na dapat nasa capital investment lang at wala doon sa operation. And oh yes, yes, of course. Kaya that's the reason why I'm very alarmed nung makita ko po itong GIS nila na sinabit po ninyo. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, for the meantime, we'll be asking also the list of the different companies under the holding company, the PIBUS. And at the same time, yung sa cooperative nila, who are the members of the cooperatives. Meron kasi po mga board of directors yan eh. And how many members of the CJK are members of the cooperative. Lahat naman po yan members ng ng CJK ng cooperative.
The workers, Mr. Chair.
Yes, oo. Pero members po sila ng church ng yung
Not
cooperative.
all church members are members of the
But
cooperative.
you are not considering the cooperative as part of the 30% disposal of ownership. You are not considering it, right?
Partly, Mr. Chair, we are considering it.
But that's only less than 1%, as what the good gentlewoman said a while ago. Na
Yes, Mr. Chair.
almost 1% lang and we're talking about
0.19%.
Yeah, correct. Mababa po. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. So with the compliance of all the documents that we are asking, I hope that we can be clarified with all these
Yes,
things.
we will
But I-
submit, Mr. Chair, give us 1 week, Mr. Chair, to comply all the documentary requirement, Mr. Chair.
Okay, salamat po.
Much, the Honorable Dan Fernandez, for your very short interpretation. Sabi mo kasi maiksi ka mag-interpret, kaya parang binilang ko makalahating oras. Anyway, meron ka nabanggit kanina na nag-iisip lang ako. Kasi sabi mo, roommate mo pala si Atty. Rex. Tapos sabi mo, meron kayong relationship. Ano yung relasyon nyo? Pwede nyo ba ikwento sa akin mamaya yan? Pagkatapos. Tuloy Anyway, we now proceed. There's in the next hearing, there's a request from the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Now, those documents have to be submitted, and we also need the presence of BIR in this hearing. Make sure that they are present in the next hearing. Okay. Now, thank you, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. We now proceed to the Honorable Jinky Luistro, 2nd District, Batangas.
Thank you,
You have
Mr.
the floor.
Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, we are overwhelmed this afternoon by the information yielded by the interpellation of our distinguished colleagues. While we accord due respect to our good lawyers here, of course, it is for us, the members of the committee, to appreciate this information. Mr. Chair, I just wish to raise the following observation. First, Attorney Suplico raised as a defense the submission of annual report. May I invite the attention of the committee to Section 12 of RA 11422. I wish to expound on the intent of this provision. Section 12 provides for the general rule, which means with or without transfer of controlling interest or any sale perhaps. It is the obligation of the grantee to submit annual report. That is the intention and meaning of Section 12. In other words, the exception to that is Section 10 and Section 11, which specifically provides that if there is a transfer of controlling interest or any transfer perhaps, there must be a prior consent of the Congress or that the Congress shall be informed of the same. I wish to invite the attention of the committee on the use of the word shall. This gives an impression that the provision is not permissive. Instead, this is mandatory. Third, the good lawyers also raised Cotabato Light, broadcast media, East Broadcasting, which were able to disperse the 30% by resorting to a cooperative. Let me invite the attention as well of the committee to their respective legislative franchise. RA 10637, that is for Cotabato Light. RA 10753, that is for interactive broadcast media. And RA 10819, that is for East Broadcasting Company, Philippines. Please acknowledge that this franchises specifically provides for a time frame when to comply the 30% dispersal. Not only that, it specifically provides as well for the establishment of cooperative as an option. To add, I wish to reiterate that the franchise operates as the law between the government and the grantee. So while it has been mentioned earlier already, when the law does not provide, then we should not provide. Having said those, Mr. Chair, let me invite the attention again of the committee to Section 10. Third sentence, and I quote, failure to report to Congress of such change of ownership shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked. And to Section 11, last sentence, Mr. Chair, I quote, non-compliance therewith shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked. May I request Attorney Suplico to please share with us the legal definition of ipso facto.
Ipso facto, Your Honor.
The
Immediately.
Then it follows that when there is non-compliance, then without need of doing anything, the franchise revocation operates in its place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
the Honorable Luistro of Batangas City. So you share that opinion, no? Attorney Rolex. Thank you very much. So now we proceed to the next interpreter.
By the fact itself, by the fact.
The Honorable Benny Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Since the good gentleman from Quezon delivered the privileged speech on the fake news, begin to realize that some of the hosts, anchors in the program. I do not know if they're actually deliberately feeding us fake news, because I was also a victim of the fake news. I think that Madam Badoy knows about that, isn't it? No, I was a victim. You know that. You talk against me for a while at SMNI, and I refused to answer back because it's not true. Madam Badoy, will you please answer this committee right now?
Mr. Chair.
I was
may I
also a
answer?
victim of your fake news.
Mr. Chair, I don't honestly know what the Honorable Abante is referring to.
I think you know, Madam Badoy, you accused me of being a communist. You accused me of being a cadre of the NPA. You accused me that. You did.
Mr. Chair, I don't remember the exact details right now. I'm going to ask my staff to retrieve, but we didn't accuse you of being a member of the
You
CPP,
better,
NPA,
because
NDF.
in the next meeting, I'll be giving evidences that you accused me of.
Okay,
Ang
Mr.
sinasabi
Chair.
ko lang dito, Mr. Chair, mukhang sanay yata ang mga anchors ng SMNI na magbigay ng mga fake news to the detriment of those that they are actually accusing. Sana naman mag-ingat kayo. Being a media broadcaster, I'm very careful in giving my statements on other people. I think that you should. You should. You know, I am not just giving you something here that I have not actually experienced. You know that. Palagay ko naalala mo pa yan, Madam Badoy, because wala pang isang taon yan. Eh. Hindi naman pwedeng makalimutan mo na wala pang isang taon. Nakalimutan mo na ilang beses kayong dalawa ni... Andiyan dito yung kalbo? Ito ba yan? Eric? O, yung kayong dalawa. Magkasama kayong dalawa. Palagay ko masasabi niya ito. Sapagkat I was a victim. Therefore, gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Chair, na totoo.
Mr. Chair.
Na dapat natin pag-usapan ito.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Are you done, the Honorable Abante?
I'm not done yet, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry.
Please proceed. So what are you asking for a reply?
Yeah, okay. If you would like to reply, he's welcome to, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Lorraine?
Can my lawyer answer first? Pwede ba yun?
Is it okay if you,
Mr. Chair, I don't think lawyers are allowed to make any statements in this committee.
well, yes, that's very true, you know, they're supposed to be coaching only the witness.
But I'm the lawyer, Mr. Chair, of SMNI, not just a lawyer of Dr. Lorraine Badoy, Mr. Chair.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
what
but
is
the
the
question is-
relationship then? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Specifically addressed to Ms. Lorraine.
Okay,
So, Ms. Lorraine, please reply.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I promise to bring back to have the details retrieved by my staff so that I will know exactly what the Honorable Abante is what he's referring to. But I do know the congressman, and I remember that when I was still at the anti-FLCAC, we went to his office and we gave him a briefer about the CPP, NPA, NDF infiltration in government. And if there were instances when we would criticize him, it was because of his support of the CPP, NPA, NDF party list. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure that I am supporting? Now, you're again telling us fake news. How sure are you, Mr. Chair, that I am supporting?
Mr.
How
Chair,
sure are you that I am supporting?
Mr. Chair, yung mga binibitawan ko sa show namin, sa program namin sa SMNI, nanggagaling po yon sa mga former cadres ng CPP, NPA, NDF. At sila yung nagpapaliwanag sa amin kung bakit ito tumagal ng ganito katagal. At hindi lang po yon dahil sa CPP, NPA, NDF, kung hindi dahil sa mga alliances, minsan conscious, minsan hindi witting. Minsan unwitting, minsan willful siya.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
when
Chair.
I was the minority leader, I was even red tagged by the NTF LCAC. And she was at that time the undersecretary. I was right now. I do not just have the evidence right now, but I'm gonna show you later on or when we have the next meeting here. So ang sinasabi ko lang dito, Mr. Chair, is this. Mukhang sanay ang mga anchors ng SMNI sa mga fake news. Pangit yun. That is, you know what you're doing? That is, you're doing it intentionally. You're doing it deliberately. And that is what I'd like to tell now in this committee. Now, the question that I would like to ask the MTCRB and the NTEC would be this. Now, of course, I heard that this morning that you say that there are some violations. So what should be your recommendation to the SMNI then, Mr. Chair? To the MTSCB.
Yes, sir. We are conducting an investigation also, and we have asked them to appear before us, and it's scheduled for this Thursday, the hearing with the entity concerned, SMNI and their producers of the Bayan, the second Laban kasama ang bayan. Yes.
So after the investigation, Mr. Chair, that you're going to give us the report of the investigation, this committee?
We can provide the committee with the whatever would be the findings, the resolution we have.
You do not have any recommendation yet, Mr.
Not
Chair.
yet, Your Honor.
How about the NTC? I'd like to ask the NTC, Mr. Chair, about that.
He is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we have reported earlier, the NTC has a pending administrative case against the SMNI. It has already been heard, and the same is for decision already to be issued by the NTC, Your Honor.
Ang problema kasi, Mr. Chair, kapag mayroong ganyan mga fake news na yan, yung mga tao na naniniwala sa kanila, baka biglang gumawa yan ng gulo. O baka biglang gumawa sa akin ng anuman na ayaw ko. That's the reason why sana, maging careful kayo. Hindi naman kayo militar. Hindi naman kayo Philippine National Police. O, mga broadcaster din kayo. Dapat totoo ang sinasabi nyo dito. At dito rin sa committee ito. Totoo dapat ang sinasabi ninyo. The fact that you accuse me of being a cadre of the communists, there's an evidence about that, Mr. Chair. That is what I would like to say. And I am a witness because I am also a victim. If there's any congressman here who is with the majority, who is the victim of your fake news, it's Benny Abante, a good friend and not roommate of Attorney Suplico.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Thank you
please?
very much, Honorable Abante. Yes, Mr. Rain.
Yeah. How do I say this? Mr. Chair, unang-una sa lahat, humihingi ako ng paumanhin kay Congressman Abante. Hindi po ganun yung intent na manakit. Hindi po yon. Ang intent talaga dito, tapusin na yung CPP, NPA, NDF, napakatagal na. Ito na yung pinakamatagal na insurgency sa buong mundo. So, I want to respond also to Congressman Abante when he used the word red tagging because there is no such thing. That word was made up by the CPP, NPA, NDF, and it is a tool that they use to silence those of us who speak the truth about them. And in fact, our courts, all the way up to the Supreme Court, have already ruled very clearly that there is no danger to life, liberty, and security when you're identified as a member of the CPP, NPA, and if pwede po kong ibigay yung dokumento na yun po, Mr. Chair, yung mga rulings ng Court of Appeals, ng Regional Trial Court, kasi nga po sa unang sinabi ko, sa laban na ito, niyakap na namin ang mga banta, ang mga kaso para patahimikin kami. Pero hindi po namin intent ang
Si Honorable Benny Abante has the floor.
Okay.
Ako'y nagpapasalamat siya nag-apologize dito. Pero ang gusto kong marinig dito, Mr. Chair, is this. What you did and what you are doing is offensive and deliberate, and that you have endangered even my own life. You have. And you are hiding the cloak of the powers that be.
Mr. Chair, can I?
May I respond?
Yes. Attorney,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rain, may tanong na po ako.
I am not
May state,
angry.
yes.
I am just dynamic and passionate and excited in saying this.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Benny Abante. I noticed that, especially when you took, you made reference to Rolex, Attorney Rolex being a roommate. I know how passionate you were of the Honorable Fernandez. But you know, I
And
have a
I am not
question.
a roommate,
Yes,
Mr.
you were
Chair. I
not.
do
Yeah.
not know the meaning of the word roommate, but
Okay,
he's a very good friend.
okay.
Ang mahirap, Mr. Chair, may
Honorable.
relationship na binanggit si Juan, si Dan Fernandez.
Correct. Yun ang medyo,
Yun ang question ko.
yeah, yun ang gusto ko malaman.
Sir, Chairman, may I reply?
Gusto niyo na po mahinto yung CPP, NDF controversy at yung kanilang rule. Kaya anong koneksyon ng sabihin nyo na si Kong Abante ay cuddler sa kagustuhan yung ihinto na yan? Anong relasyon? May I know?
So sir, ang turo sa amin ng mga former cadres na kung kaya't pinaniniwalaan namin ay dati silang kasapi ng organisasyon na ito at mga matataas na ranggo sila. Kasama dito ang security cluster, intelligence cluster, AFP, PNP. So bakit namin sinasabi na why do we need to name yung mga kaibigan ng CPP, NPA, NDF? Kasi po doon tayo nasaktan yung pag-co-op nila ng mga, minsan pa nga maraming beses inosente. As I said earlier, ako graduate ng UP, ganun din ako sir. Matagal akong nagde-defend sa kanila
Opo.
kasi magaling
Okay, so
sila. Yeah.
ano ang relasyon? How do you end it? By making an accusation
No.
and now the Honorable Abante is categorically saying he is not.
No sir.
And it is, then how do you end something like that? Every time na may marinig ka, you will make that blatant accusation?
No sir, very very important when you name and when you identify that you stand on solid ground. Pag sinabi mo na ito ay miyembro ng CPP, NPA, NDF, to answer your question, how do we end?
Yeah,
How does that end?
by saying that Congressman Abante is a cuddler. That's what he
Mr.
said. Then your
Mr.
first
Chair.
response was you want to end it. That's why you had to
Yeah.
do it.
Mr. Chair,
My question, I cannot see the relationship of that
Yeah.
statement. How does that work?
Mr.
How
Chair,
how
can I just say something here
Yes.
before you
Yeah.
answer? Because of your accusation, no? Anong sabi ni Pastor Apollo Quiboloy sa akin? Ito, ikondinya nga ninyo ang gawa ng CPP, NPA, NDF. Ito na ang gawa ng NPA na armed group. Pag hindi ninyo makundina yan, Mayor Magalong at Congressman Abante, hindi red tagging ito. Kasabwat kayo at nagtaksil kayo sa taong bayan. Now, tanong, saan nakuha ni Pastor Paulo Quiboloy? Saan niya nakuha? Sa inyo.
Pwede ko pong sagutin, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. So,
Please. That's a good question.
yes,
Mr.
it's a
Ray.
very good question. So, Mr. Chair, ang sagot po doon, ang tinuro sa amin ng mga kadre, mga dating kasapi dyan, parang gold standard ng CPP, NPA, NDF yung magkondena kasi bawal sa kanilang konstitusyon yon. So, gold standard yon para ma-identify mo. So, to move forward to Congressman Abante's question, bakit anong koneksyon niya dito, di ba? Anong koneksyon niya? So ang turo sa amin kaya ito tumagal kasi co-opted. Hindi mo alam na you are already defending and aligning with the CPP, NPA, NDF, and how it ends is at the end of it all kasi, Mr. Chair, is propaganda to recruit our children. Yes, sir. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yung sinabi nyo, binitawan yung salta Tapos, hindi po tama.
Okay.
Hindi ba ho nakakaawa yung naakusahan?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, can I answer?
Yes, please.
Can I answer? So, ang pagkakaalala ko, hindi ko alam masyado yung details ngayon, pero ang pagkakaalala ko, yung kung bakit nasabi yon tungkol kay Congressman Benny Abante ay dahil merong final na bill ang CPP, NPA, NDF party list at isa siya sa nag-co-author. So ang turo sa amin, no, ang turo sa amin ng mga kadre at saka ng intelligence sector, mga AFP, PNP, ito yung kung bakit tumatagal na nagagamit yung mga totoong kongresista natin, yung mga totoong nagmamahal sa bayan as cover.
Pwede ko malaman, sino po ang kongresista nag-file ng bill na gano'n at nag-co-author siya? Are you referring to any block in Congress?
The Makabayan Block, Mr. Chair, that is the official stand of the NTF-LCAC, that the Makabayan Block is a front of the CPP, NPA, NDF. Official stand.
Anong bill po yun, Mr. Chair?
Ano pong bill yun?
Po.
Ano pong bill? Ang
which
nag-co-author
bill?
po siya. Sabi niyo
Mr.
nag-co-author po siya, kaya
Oo.
niyo inakusan. Ano pong bill yun?
Mr. Chair, pwede bang, yun yung hindi ko nga maalala, Mr. Chair. So kung pwede ba, sa next meeting,
Okay.
sa next hearing,
Sige po.
dadalhin ko po, Mr.
Yan po
Chair.
yung tatanungin po natin, ha?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po sa inyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Sa sunod na hearing. Okay. The Honorable Paduano is, Honorable Paduano, sige po, kayo po muna magtanong bago si Congresswoman Stella Kimbo.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, unahin ko lang, no, bago ko balikan si Madam Badoy, with regards to the issue that was raised by Congressman Abante. Kasi medyo may exigency to, Mr. Chairman, because the committee will maybe rule, no, on the franchise of SMNI. Now, dun sa NTC, MTRCB, tsaka sa KBP. KBP muna po. KBP, they withdraw their membership as just today. Tama?
We are informed of that. I was informed just this morning.
Okay, they withdraw.
We were informed that they withdrew.
Okay. Now, but there is a pending case. There is a pending complaint with the KBP with regards to SMNI.
We received a copy of the complaint this morning also.
This morning also. Now, ako lang, Mr. Chairman, KBP, tsaka, kasi, Mr. Chairman, the alleged violation or complaint was filed on the period that SMNI is still accredited with member of the KBP. So, yung withdrawal ng KBP, actually, will not, with the SMNI with KBP, will not hold water with regards to this investigation. Now, kasi ang alleged violation or complaint was filed during the period na, and was committed, allegedly committed, nung period na nasa KBP pa ang membership nila. So, Mr. Chairman, with the KBP, NTC, at saka yung NTRCB, can we get the commitment of MTRCB, KBP, and NTC? Kasi may exigency ito because that will also support and guide this committee with regards to your decision with regards to complaints that was filed. So can you, Mr. Chairman, can we get the commitment of the three agencies na not later than next week? May resolution na ba yan? Then please submit it to the committee.
Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Sir Chairman.
Yeah, and then, sasagot.
Sir Chairman may respond. May we be allowed to respond? First, the Honorable Congressman is correct that even with the withdrawal of Suarez from KBP, the offenses committed while they are a member are still subject to investigation by KBP. As to the commitment, we have a procedure, Your Honors. We have to notify them of the complaint and ask them to respond. I referred the complaint to the Standards Authority this morning when it was received. And if we will follow the procedure, it will take at least 15 days because they have to be notified of the complaint and asked to respond in accordance with the due process procedures we have established.
So your notification here is 15 days.
That is
You
for
will be given 15 days to reply.
to reply, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor.
Yan ba yung standard nyo?
Yes,
15 days. So, Mr. Chairman, ang ano ko lang dito is question of exigency kasi yung issue about the complaint at the same time yung resolution ng KBP. Kaya, Mr. Chairman, with this committee, since this is an investigation in aid of legislation, may we direct the NTC, the KBP, Mr. Chairman, to finish it, the resolution with regards to the complaint, not later than next week. Kasi pwede naman yan pagkalan sa sulat, just like yung MTRCB 7, that is Thursday. Diba? May hearing kayo Thursday. So, Friday, pwede na kayo mag-rule. Then Monday or Tuesday next week, pwede na yan. NTC, kaya ba yan at later than next week? Kasi next week may hearing tayo dito and the resolution with regards to those complaints will be used by this committee to guide us to decide. Though, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that the violation of Section 4, 10, 11, and 12 is already established, but the resolution of the three agencies will guide us and help us to decide. Yes.
If I may, sir. If I may respond, sir. Sir, we have scheduled the initial hearing, fact-finding hearing. We have summoned the entity concerned to appear before us on Thursday, December 7. And however, after hearing their side, they have the option pursuant to our rules of procedure also to submit position papers. And we can have that countered with our legal team also to submit position papers. We usually give them 5 to 10 days. And after the submission of the last paper document, we have 30 days to decide. So we are bound by those rules also to give them due process so that they will not be railroaded into an action.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, since that is the standard of the three agencies, might as well, when we receive those resolution from NTC, KBP, and MTRCB, they will submit it to the committee and we'll just use it during the committee report, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we ask the three agencies to submit all those communications and reply to this committee so that also the committee will be that will be used by this committee during the hearing.
We will do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Balikan ko lang si Miss Badoy. Madam Badoy. Anyway, alam mo naman ako, no, iba yung background ko. And I'm one with you, no? Personally, with the stand to end this internal conflict in this country. Well, in fact, during the budget deliberation of the DND, I manifested sa APRO and then sa plenary for the AFP to focus now on the external concerns. Kaya matapos na natin to. But ang hindi ko lang maintindihan, and you always confirm that this is the official position of the NTF-ELCAC. Ang hindi ko lang maintindihan, for example, siguro sa iba, pwede ko pa maintindihan. But as far as I remember, the issue against my former minority leader, akong sumunod sa kanya as minority leader. And that time, sikat talaga si General Parlade. Tama? Ako, of course, you are now directed by this committee to submit all those documents, no? That indeed, that is the official position and the query also of Congresswoman Kimbo. You have to submit it to prove that indeed, that is the official position of the government, especially the NTF-ELCAC. Now, hindi ko lang maintindihan, a mere co-authorship, for example, of Congressman Abante, the NTF-ELCAC and all those subcommittees will conclude that Congressman Abante indeed cuddled or part or protecting the CPP-NP. And I think that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Because, well, in fact, ako, medyo vocal in the House in supporting and defending the budget of all security sectors. Every budget season. Well, in fact, even when I was the minority floor leader. But at one time also, Mr. Chairman, for the record, take the record during 18th Congress, I stood in the plenary and attacked Parlade for the red tagging. My challenge at the time to them is for them to file a case in proper court, not in the media, not in public. And I was not accused of cuddling unless there's a record dun sa NTF-ELCAC, sa ETC, that I am part now of the group or individuals that cuddles the CPP-NP. Yun sa akin, Mr. Chairman, na I cannot really fathom the decision if that is so, an official position, and I hope we will request, Mr. Chairman, we will request the NTF-ELCAC, the ATC to review that, especially members of the House. Kasi, sa totoo lang, may mga resolution dyan na being pushed by Makabayan Black and some of the members of this House of Congress nagko-co-author. Ang dami natin. Diba? That's why, to single out, because that time, Bene Abante is the minority floor leader and Makabayan Black is part of the minority bloc, I think the NTF-ELCAC and the ATC should review their process. Kasi sabi ko nga, if that is so, then I should be my name should be also questioned by the security sector. Because sabi ko nga, at one time I stood in the plenary and questioned the position of the NTF-ELCAC, especially General Parlade during the time. But every budget, and this is on record, every budget, alam naman ng lahat, na I'm very supportive and defending the budget of the security sector, including the NTF-ELCAC. If I am doing that, I will not be tagged, I will not be accused of cuddling, but at one time I also attacked NTF-ELCAC. Mr. Chairman, we rather ask those agencies involved for them to explain at the same time, to review, especially not only members of Congress. Okay lang to ngayon because Bene Abante represent District of Manila. Bene Abante is a bishop. Bene Abante can speak because he is a congressman. But how about those individuals being accused of cuddling, being accused of supporting just a mere statement? So again, I would just like to clear it out that I have nothing against the whole of nation approach of the administration, even the previous administration. But what I cannot accept is to accuse members of this House that supporting cuddling, whatever accusations, because just a mere co-authorship to the bill being filed by the Makabayan Black. Thank you. Thank you,
Honorable
Chairman.
Paduano, the
Chair.
Honorable
Mr.
Benny Abante, who was mentioned, and the Honorable JJ Suarez.
Just a point of clarification.
Ah. Okay, ko muna.
If I may, Kong Ben.
Okay, he will yield, Honorable
Yeah.
Suarez.
Just address to Congressman, to Dr. Badoy. Dr. Badoy, your passion against the CPP NPA is based on ideology.
Honestly, it's based on most likely being a mother.
Okay, but
That's the center part of it, but a human being, I guess.
yes,
See
but
the
other than
sufferings
that,
of our
I'm
people.
I'm sure following your prinsipyo, yung ideolohiya din ay hindi mo kaisa yung iniisip at ipinaglalaban.
Mr. Chair, hindi po ideolohiya ang tawag doon, kung hindi lang yung malalim na lungkot na ganito yung nangyari sa mga anak natin.
Okay. So, understood. So, and your sentiments, is it also shared by SMNI? Or is this solely your position only?
Mr.
Maybe
Chair,
I can ask
okay.
Congressman tuloy, Attorney Mark Tolentino.
Attorney Tolentino.
Per our disclaimer,
Hindi,
Mr. Chairman,
yung overall position lang na
the position of
laban kayo sa
SMNI,
CPP NPA.
the position of SMNI, Mr. Chair, is nation building. So it's a general statement, Mr. Chair. Of course, that includes anti-terrorism, anti-NPA, Mr. Chair.
So anti-communism din.
Yes. But of course, the general stand of SMNI is nation building.
So anti-communism din. So ba't kayo nakipag-partner sa Chinese government network TV? Communism yun.
Mr. Chair,
May I answer? Mr. Chair, could I?
No, I think,
Ano?
no, that's addressed to that lawyer.
Can you just, I'm just trying to find the connection.
there is no partnership yet, Mr. Chair.
You're against communism, you're espousing democracy, nation building, dapat ubusin tong mga komunista. And yet, on the other hand, nakipag-partner naman yung foundation ninyo at saka yung network ninyo with the Chinese government-owned controlled network, which is communist. So how do you connect those,
Mr. Chair,
reconcile those points?
there is no partnership yet, Mr. Chair. So it's still on the process of negotiation. And if there is partnership, of course, we are respecting our stand, Mr. Chair.
Yes, understood. Kaso lang, tumatanggap na yung foundation ninyo ng mga benefits mula sa China. It's on your website. I mean, it's for everybody's consumption. You know,
I
I'm
think
not
that is-
making this up.
That is in the during calamities, Mr. Chair.
Ito, SMNI Foundation Incorporated at Chinese Embassy. Nagpapatayo ng mga basketball court.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So, I mean,
But it doesn't mean that we are against the Chinese style of the communism, Mr. Chair.
No, anyway, I just wanted to put that on the record kasi, you know, it's something that I guess we need to put in our minds, Congressman Benny Abante, kasi yung incongruence of a lot of things that is happening within SMNI when it comes to the fake news, when it comes to the information, when it comes to documents that are being presented. So maraming incongruencies. And it seems that is what's common. So yes, Congressman.
The Honorable, thank you very much, Honorable JJ Suarez. The Honorable Benny Abante.
I'd like to manifest, Mr. Chair, and to inform Madam Badoy, being a bishop of the Baptist denomination, we've always believed in Romans 13. The powers that be are ordained of God. And because of that, I have fully supported the previous administration as I am supporting now the present administration. And for you to accuse me of cuddling the communists is a big lie, a big lie. Just to inform you, so that you'll be able to know. Now, I have some questions to the SMNI officers, please. What is the process used by the SMNI when an anchor uses information from a confidential source.
Mr. Chair, we have a grievance committee, Mr. Chair.
Have your anchors actually passed through a grievance committee?
Actually, not complaining. It's not a complaint, it's not a grievance. It's a source, they make an accusation.
So we have an edit.
What is the process when an anchor uses information from the is it from the Congressman Benny? From where? From the CP?
Yes, when the anchor uses information from a confidential source.
From a confidential source, okay.
We respect the opinions of all our anchors, Mr. Chair. So that's why we have a disclaimer about their statement, their opinions. That is not necessarily the opinion of SMNI.
Mr. Did you ever think, for example, that what your anchors are actually saying are false and fake news? Should it not be that whenever there's an anchor that make a statement against an official of the land or any private person, that automatically you have some processes that you do to be able to check that?
Mr. Chair, we believe under the principle of freedom of press, Mr. Chair, that in case there's inaccuracy, minor inaccuracy, it is still covered under freedom of press, Mr. Chair.
What is that again, please, Mr. Chair?
Freedom of
Freedom of what?
press, freedom of press, freedom of expression, Mr. Chair, includes certain inaccuracy in the opinions of our anchors, Mr. Chair.
So you mean, Mr. Chair, that fake news is a freedom of information?
Mr. Chair, under the law, there is no such thing as fake news, Mr. Chair.
I'm not a lawyer, but I disagree with your point. Perhaps you are a very good lawyer and you have surpassed your knowledge of law.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Bakit po meron libel?
Libel, Mr. Chair. So in libel is different from fake news, Mr. Chair.
No. You throw fake news, you accuse a person, they sue you for libel, you're punished.
So that's
If there's no
libel.
so there is a law against fake news.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in relation to libel, Mr. Chair. But there's no such thing as fake news under the definition of a law, Mr. Chair.
So if nothing wrong with fake news, then how can the court rule that it is libelous?
We follow under the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court, Mr. Chair, with respect to freedom of press and freedom of expression, especially to any statement made by public officials in relation to public concern, Mr. Chair. And we also believe that public officials should not be onion skinned, and that is our stand as a network, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Gutierrez.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I think it's an inverted interpretation. The
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Gutierrez.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a very short interjection because I take exception to that statement. I think we're being too technical here, no? Nahihingi pa yung abogado ng definition ng fake news. How about some common sense? Mr. Chair, most respectfully, sa franchise sila, dissemination of deliberately false information. How about that? Yun na lang gamitin natin. Let's not go around using definitions like this. Most respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Under the franchise, Mr. Chair, it says deliberate false information. I'm not saying deliberate false information. I'm saying certain inaccuracy in the information. Sometimes the anchors are not perfect to say all the accurate things So that's why we believe that certain inaccuracy is still covered under the freedom of press and freedom of expression.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Mr. Chair, is there not false information when there is inaccuracy of information?
Mr. Chair, we are just citing.
Enlighten me, you're a very good lawyer. You tell me about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are just citing, this is not my opinion, Mr. Chair. We are just citing the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court, Mr. Chair, about certain inaccuracy and still covered under freedom of press as long as there is no malice or there is no bad faith, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Isn't saying that is calling the communists, isn't that to malign?
Mr. Chair,
Isn't
may I-
that an intent to malign a person? And
That's why, Mr. Chair, in case it is libelous, the good Congressman of Manila can file a case for libel against the anchor, not to cancel the franchise of SMNI.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Chair,
perhaps the only reasoning he has is that I have not filed any case. That's it. I have not filed any case because of this, he would think that what Madam Badoy said is not malicious or is not maligning. I did not file any case against Madam Badoy because I'm a good person than her. I am very forgiving and I am very forbearing.
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
may I
I
respond?
have I have another question. No? Your process, I think that what you did not answer me completely. When I asked the question, what is the process used by the SMNI when an anchor uses information from a confidential source? You did not directly answer me completely on that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, under the SMNI procedure, Mr. Chair, we have a executive producer. We also have a deputy producer, a researcher doing that, Mr. Chair, every program.
these are employees of SMNI.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So you
Mr.
have control of this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, is the name of the source shared by the anchor with producers for betting?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
Not necessarily.
Yes, because we respect the Sotto Law, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, next question is this, Mr. Chair.
Ayan na naman tayo, Sotto Law na linaw na yan nung nakaraan ng torneo, kaninang umaga. Sotto Law ka na naman ng Sotto Law. Nung pinasa natin yung Sotto Law, ang linaw doon. Yung exception ng Congress at saka nung proper court.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that there's an exception. The exception if it involves national security, Mr. Chair.
Na-accusation ni Ms. Badoy sa kay Speaker, yung source kaya from Congress is not a problem of interest of state.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Hindi, tanong kita, Mr. Chair. Matanong kita, yung 1.8 na accusation ni Ms. Badoy at saka ni Ka Eric, yung accusation dito involving the name of a certain employee in the Senate in which ayaw na divulge ni Eric, it's not a question of the interest of the state. Ang question is Senate at the House.
Our stand of that, Mr. Chair, is that Mr. Celis is not making any statement. Still, he's just asking question, Mr. Chair. That is the stand of SMNI, Mr. Chair.
Balik na naman tayo doon.
Alam nyo,
Balik na naman tayo doon.
yes, Congressman Paduano, alam po nyo, mahaba ng pinag-usapan yan. At yung sasabi nga kanina ni Congressman Toby Tiangco na paano ko magtatanong, hindi mo masabi sa amin sino kausap mo. Eh alam po ninyo, puro na sabi ni Congressman Tiangco, ano po ang tawag sa isang taong nagtatanong pero wala naman siyang kausap.
I respect the
di ba,
opinion.
parang medyo hindi ko alam kung ang tawag doon. Baka may konting diferensya.
I respect
Pero anyway,
the opinion of the good congressman from Congressman Tiangco, Mr. Chair. But
Yes.
still, We have our own opinion about that, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
but if you keep on insisting, because alam po ninyo, we're talking of section 4 here.
Yes,
We're talking
Mr.
of
Chair.
section 10 and section 11. 10, 11 has been established, section 4 is very, you're trying to, alam po ninyo, if you keep on going there, alam ko naman na, you're trying to get out of section 4 at hindi mo ho pwedeng mawala ng saysay ang section 4 dahil ito po ay parte ng inyong prangkisa.
Yes,
So,
we
klaro
will,
ko
Mr.
lang
Chair.
kay Mr. Rain at saka kay Eric, sinabi ko na po last week to, hindi naman po kayo ang tunay na, ang pinag-usapan po rito ay yung prangkisa. Ang pinag-usapan po rito, meron bang violation? Okay? Yan ang huwag pinag-usapan ho rito. Dahil ito yung sa committee ng legislative franchise. Kung meron o wala. Yun lang ho. Mabuti ho, klaro ho tayo. Kasi pag lumihiso tayo, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, medyo mahaba ho tayo at that's very debatable. Because unprotected speech cannot be part of freedom of expression. There's jurisprudence to that.
Yes, we believe that.
You
Mr.
agree
Chair.
that? You would agree. So, yun. So you cannot just character assassinate without verifying and making sure. Kasi meron pong karangalan, may pangalan ho yung taong yan. Then in the reverse, I'm sure you will also feel bad.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you will also say that it's not anymore freedom of expression because you're maligning somebody. So
May
the
I
honorable,
continue?
the honorable Benny Abante, you have
Okay,
the floor.
let me ask, does SMNI have an ombudsman or an officer who acts on complaints regarding the accuracy of his report or the statement of the anchors?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have a grievance committee, Mr. Chair.
What does the grievance committee do when Madam Badoy began to malign me and told me I was a coddler, that Pastor Kibuloy took it and began to attack me?
Mr. Chair,
Where is the grievance committee there? Mr. Chair,
with respect to the one,
where is your grievance committee there?
Mr. Chair, with respect to the 1.8 billion, Mr. Chair, yes, there is a grievance committee, but with respect to the complaint of Congressman Abante, Mr. Chair, because there was no official complaint in our grievance committee, so there was no action for that, Mr. Chair.
The grievance committee would only kick in pag ito po ay may reklamo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba? Kung walang reklamo, who will now, you have the franchise. Mr. Rain does not own the franchise. Eric doesn't own the franchise. It is your company, the company that you represent.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Isn't it your job to make sure that it's done correctly? And don't we have the responsibility to, I think, ilan po yung sa opening statement ko na pakinggan nyo po yung last week. Sinabi ko naman po na ginagawa rin po namin to para ang mga protektahan din natin ang media, no? Ang
Thank you for
lahat
that, Mr.
ng
Chair.
iba't ibang sektor. Pag nawalan ho ng kredibilidad yan, sino mo maniniwala? No? So I think that's very careful. I think that's yun ang pinaglaban ng isang media practitioner that happened to be a congressman, the Honorable Benny Abante.
I cannot explain that in details, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to follow up the question, no? Meron na ba kayong dinisiplina? Meron na ba kayong disiplinang host or writers for inaccurate, you said kanina, inaccurate, for inaccurate reports? Meron na ba kayong disiplina?
We believe, Mr. Chair, with respect to the grievance committee, they are absolutely confidential. So I cannot reveal in details.
My goodness, it is a committee hearing and we would like to find out the truth.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but
Why would you be here and tell us about confidential? Meron ba o wala?
Yes, Mr.
Meron
Chair,
na ba
yes.
kayong disiplina?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ilan?
I have no personal knowledge to the number, Mr. Chair, but I'm sure that there is.
Well, let me ask, Madam Badoy, are you a black timer in SMNI?
I'm a co-producer po, Mr.
Co-producer.
Co-producer, yes, sir.
Are you
Yes.
paying your program?
Am I paying, no.
Are you paying or not?
Am I paying? No, I'm not.
Who's paying it?
I'm actually being
So you're
paid for
doing
it.
it for free?
Can I explain that, Mr. Chair?
Therefore, Mr. Chair, If he is not a black timer, a producer, and not paying it, therefore it is the SMNI that's anchoring.
Mr. Chair, can I explain, Mr. Chair?
Right. So your statement is it is station produced. It is station produced, ergo, it is SMNI. Salamat.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it's not station produced, it is co-produced.
How can, okay, how can it be co-produced? Eh,
We
lahat
say
ko, sagot nyo.
we
Hindi
say-
nagpapasweldo.
Co-produced between whom? Sino yung parties involved dun sa production?
The SMNI and the co-host, the hosts are also considered as producers of
So
the.
silang dalawa,
Yes,
yung
Mr.
dalawang
Chair.
entity.
Yes,
But
Mr.
yung
Chair.
dalawang entity na yon, si Dr. Badoy at saka si Celis, ay parehas na na binabayarang talent ng SMNI.
Yes, talent, Mr. Chair, but not employees.
Correct.
Mr. Chair,
So,
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to clarify something?
saan po pumapasok ang co-production? Kung
Kasi-
sagot yung airtime,
Oh, Mr.
sagot yung sweldo, sagot yung camera, sagot yung ilaw, sagot yung kuryente, saan po pumapasok ang co-production dyan?
We can submit, Mr. Chair, the co-production agreement between.
No, I'm
SMNI.
asking you a question now. You know everything about television. You were a producer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And we were a black timer of Channel 9.
Yeah, yes, sir.
A co-production is either you pay airtime or you share on the revenue, libre ang talent, libre, ang camera, sayo, ang ilaw, sayo, ang pagkain ng mga guests mo, sayo. Dito, lahat sagot nyo, pero ang tawag nyo, co-production.
Co-production, Mr. Chair, the SMNI give them talent fee, 100,000 each. And second, Mr. Chair, with respect to the income of the revenue of the program, 25% goes to Mr. Celis, 25% goes to Dr. Badoy,
And
and the 50% goes to SMNI.
and
You're saying there's revenue entering SMNI on the show?
yes, on revenue.
Revenue, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So you're saying may pera pumapasok? Paano pumapasok yung pera sa show?
Advertisement, Mr. Chair, if there is.
So may mga advertisers, may mga ads na lumalabas.
There are minimal, there are
Konti.
few, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Who are these companies that are advertising in your show?
We will submit that, Mr. Chair. I cannot memorize all
The
the
host
names.
is here. The host is here. Just tell me who.
Mr.
In
Ray,
your show, who?
Mr.
Tell
Ray.
me.
Hindi ko alam.
You are,
Memorized. And
Sir-
Mr. Chair, Mr.
you
Chair,
you're under oath,
yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Ray,
Chair.
So
Yeah.
tell me who are advertising in your show?
Honestly, I don't remember the names. There's a gasoline
look,
ano
station.
pangalan ng
Mr.
produkto?
Mr. Chair.
Gasoline.
Just to put it,
Gasoline
in
station.
perspective.
It's a gasoline
You've been
station,
doing
Mr.
this
Chair.
show for 3 years, Monday to Friday, 1 hour and a half every day. Ang sabi niyo, attorney, merong advertisers, kumikita. 25%, 25%, 50% sa SMNI. Simple lang yung tanong ko. Hindi niyo pwedeng hindi alam kasi kayo nag-host eh.
Mr.
Pwede ba
Chair,
naman yun?
Mr. Chair, could I respond?
Yes.
Okay, so, honest answer here is because we're so, this work, as you can imagine, is very intense.
Mr.
diba?
Chair,
So,
Mr.
what
Chair,
we do
just a moment. Mr.
yeah.
Chair, may
Yes.
check. So you're being honest now. Kanina hindi ka honest.
No, could I also respond to that?
Yes.
No.
Could I kindly
no.
respond to that?
Mr. Chair, I just have, ito sa question similar to Mr. Celis kanina. I just need a name.
Kilala niyo mga.
I asked for the source, ayaw niyong ibigay. Ngayon, ito simple lang. Sino yung mga nag-a-advertise sa show ninyo?
Kilala mo.
Okay, there's, Mr. Chair, there's e-fuel. What else?
Mr. Chairman,
Ano
Mr.
pangalan
Chair,
po? Ano
kasi sa
pangalan?
totoo lang, ang konti talaga ng sponsors dyan. Because the anti-CPP work is not sexy. Nobody wants to touch it.
Chairman,
So kami lang talaga dyan, Mr. Chair.
Chairman,
No.
all, Chairman.
Sandali lang po kung Paduano, para maayos po tayo.
Teka lang. Yes,
Honorable JJ.
hindi, I'm still at my point, Mr. Chair, doon sa binanggit ni Attorney Tolentino. So please, enumerate.
Per my information, Mr. Chair, of the staff of.
Attorney Tolentino, I think the question is directed to Dr. Badoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ang pagkakaalala ko, e-fuel, and then there's this food cart. Because honestly, ang toka namin sa show na ito is the creative license, everything, the concept, what goes into it, the content. So we're consumed by that. So I honestly don't really look at the sponsors too much. I just don't.
Yes, I'll beg to the chairman, then I'll go
Yes.
back, Mr. Chair.
Alam po ninyo, tanong ko lang po di ba meron po kayong porsyento dito sa revenue sharing? Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba kung kayo ay may revenue, dapat alam nyo kung saan ang source ng revenue? Alam nyo kung sino ang mga sponsor ninyo? Para alam nyo na tama yung 25% na makukuha nyo as stated by the Attorney Tolentino.
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes or no muna.
Could you repeat it
Hindi
again?
ba dapat alam nyo kung sino ang mga sponsors nyo? Dahil may porsyento po kayo, may revenue sharing kayo as manifested by the Attorney Tolentino. Na may 25% ka, may 25% si Ka Eric. Hindi ba responsibilidad nyo na sino ang mga sponsor na to?
Mr. Chair, I honestly don't care about the money. That's the truth. Gusto ko lang tapusin ito. Pwede ko bang mag-respond dun sa sinabi ni
Ano pong tatapusin ho ninyo?
yung CPP, NPA, NDF, sir? Chair, Mr. Chair. Yun nga, Chair, Mr. Chair.
Alam po nyo, hindi ho natin pwedeng kasi that's where Congressman JJ is coming from. You have a share. Ergo, you should know who your sponsors are. So you cannot hide on another issue. Huwag mo natin pag-usapan. Napag-usapan na po yan kanina. Ngayon, it's either walang sponsor or
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Mr. Chair.
kasi
Mr. Chair, may I
or
clarify?
meron
Kasi
po
I
kayong
think this,
magtatago. Because tinatanong ko si ikaw, Congressman Benny, meron kang radio station. Alam mo mga sponsor mo. Di ba? Kasi kung konti lang, sabi nyo, konti lang sila. Eh di mas madaling tandaan kung konti kesa marami.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so, honestly, I didn't know that you were gonna ask. So, hindi pumasok sa isip ko kaagad. But now thinking about it, listening to you, it's e-fuel and some food carts. I don't remember the names. And Galileo water, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Tatlong produkto. Meron pa po? Nalala nyo?
Paiba-iba, minsan nga wala, minsan meron, minsan ganon.
Hindi nyo po binabanggit sa show niyan? Thank you to the sponsor. Thank you to the sponsor. Di ba binabanggit niyan?
No, Mr. Chair, we don't.
Wala kayong
Kaya nga,
pangitan na
hindi ko nga
ganyan.
siya alam, Mr. Chair.
Salamat.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Kasi dito sa
JJ has a floor first.
Okay.
Hindi na po, Pongdan.
So, Attorney Tolentino,
Yes,
sabi
Mr.
nyo
Chair.
may income sharing kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, do you also concur with the statements of Dr. Badoy na ito yung mga kumpanyang nagsiserve as advertisers doon sa programa?
Based on my information, Mr. Chair, with the SMNI team, the show has no advertisers. But in case there's advertisers, Mr. Chair, that is the share. 50% SMNI.
No.
25%.
Okay, wait. Para lang. You're saying na walang advertisers?
As of today, Mr. Chair, none, Mr. Chair.
Ano yung sinabi ni Attorney Badoy na e-fuel, food
Chairman,
cart,
it's not
Galileo water,
Mr.
ano
Chair.
yun?
Mr. Chair.
It is an advertisers, not of Laban Kasama ng Bayan, but it is an advertiser of a program prior to that program, Mr. Chair.
No.
Okay. Are lying.
Chair,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
I think these people are lying. Why?
Here we are
Mr.
again.
Chairman, I think these
Being
people,
confused with information and hiding of the truth.
yes.
Kanina may contempt na tayo na isa, tapos nandito na naman tayo eh.
Alam nyo,
No.
Mr. Chairman, dito po sa breakdown ng revenue nila, lumalabas dito na yung pong revenue no, yung galing lamang po sa mga radio station nyo. Walang lumalabas sa revenue na nanggagaling po doon sa show ninyo. And I think you are lying dahil Dito po, naka-breakdown po ang revenue. Itong istasyon ang kumita ng 105 million ng 2022. Kumita ng 2021 ng 41.8. Kanina sabi ni attorney, wala daw advertisement and promotion. Dito sa advertising and promotion nyo, 12 million ang ginastos nyo ng 2022. At noong 2021, binload nyo nga 810,000 lamang. Tapos ng 2022 is 12 million. In other words, Mr. Chairman, clearly, nagsisinungaling kayo,
Chair.
Ma'am Badoy. Dahil sinasabi nyo, kumikita kayo sa pagiging co-producer, pero hindi nakalista po sa breakdown ng inyong mga revenue. So how can you explain that the one that you have submitted in this copy, hindi kasama yung revenue ninyo bilang producer? How can you explain that?
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just put this on the record? We've already cited an individual in contempt earlier for failing to provide the information that the committee requires. To SMNI right now, again, very, very, very thin ice. Both of you magkatabi kayo. Sinabi mo, abogado mo to. Kayo magkatabi, hindi pa kayo magkasundo kung ano ba talaga yung totoo. Sabi mo, may 3 nag-a-advertise. Sabi ng katabi mo, wala.
May I?
Paano namin kayo paniniwalaan? Magkatabi na nga kayo. Tapos sinabi pa ni Congressman Dan Fernandez dito, na lahat
Record
naman
to
po
eh.
yun.
Please
May
refrain
I?
from lying kasi we will be citing you for contempt. Kasi nakalagay po sa revenue, submitted nyo, 4 na taon kayo nagsasubmit dito. Ito, this will not lie. I can give you this. Dahil revenue na sinasabi nyo po, na andito lahat, breakdown. From income tax, from yung inyo pong mga losses, saka yung inyo pong tinatawag na mga expenses, and the revenues. So, wala po nakita nung binabanggit nyo kanina na meron kayong kinita, na dineklara nyo rin dito. In other words, you are lying. And if you are lying in this committee, aba, ewan ko.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Any?
I
Mr. Chair,
move,
may I
I
respond?
move to declare Madam Badoy in contempt.
I second.
There's a motion. Duly seconded by the Honorable Akop on a motion of the Honorable Benny Abante.
Pwede po bang magsalita, Mr. Chair?
Yes. The
Mr. Chair.
Honorable, there's a second. The chair hearing no objections. May we know from the Honorable Abante let us be specific on the specific ground that you are going to cite them in contempt. Section 11.
Section 11, HC, and, yeah, yeah. Oh.
Subsection.
Section 11, contempt, refusal to answer an irrelevant inquiry. Acting in a disrespectful manner because she was found lying, Mr. Chair. That would be my reason to make a motion to declare her in contempt.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Okay,
Then I will ask you to respond
okay,
later.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Because there's a pending motion on the floor, okay?
Okay.
There's a motion by the Honorable Benny Abante, seconded by the Honorable Akop. The chair in objection, the motion is approved. The second motion. Motion to 10. Motion to 10. We will,
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I know. Mr. Chairman, I may respectfully move that we will detain Madam Badoy until the committee report of this investigation will be adopted in the plenary, Mr. Chairman. So move.
That who seconded the motion of the Honorable Akop? The chair, no objection. The motion to detain is hereby approved. Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, like I told you earlier, this is the place where I grew up in. Dito ako naglaro when my father was in Congress. And I'm deeply saddened by what I've seen today. Now, but I respect the committee because this is how I was brought up by my father, to be
Thank you.
honorable. And to have my fullest trust pa rin in the institution, hindi natitinag yan,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May tanong na po ko.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
He was part of which Congress? What's the name of your father?
Anacleto Badoy, Jr.
In what Congress was he part of?
I don't know, Mr. Chair. That was in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So,
May I please?
Just a follow-up lang. Ito naman, please, pakiusap lang, just for once. Can we at least hang on to the truth? You know, it's been so difficult throughout the whole afternoon to get it. You know, you have documents that are conflicting, statements that are incongruent. Attorney Mark Tolentino, can you please submit to the committee copies of your advertising contracts?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
All the programs, Mr. Chair, or only the Laban Kasamang Bayan?
Mr. Chair, hindi pa ako tapos. May I please speak, Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
And
the Honorable
revenue
Suarez.
and revenue sharing with your co-producers.
May I know, Mr. Chair, if it's only limited to Laban Kasamang Bayan or all
Hindi.
the programs, Mr. Chair?
All of it, submit nyo na lahat.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add also that the lawyer would submit to us the process on how you discipline the anchors and the hosts that you have.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can we give us, please give us, Mr. Chair, 1 week to prepare all
And
those
other than that,
documents?
Mr. Chair, in connection dun sa request ni Kong Benny, may we also subpoena yung disciplinary actions na ginawa ninyo, investigations, di ba? Meron sinabi silang ginagawang investigations internal.
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
lang hindi nyo masabi kung ilan na yung napatawan nyo ng disciplinary actions at kung anong penalty ang inimpose sa kanila. Pwede nyo ba bigyan din kami ng kopya nun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's why we're asking, Mr.
So
Chair,
motion.
1 week, Mr. Chair, to comply all those documents.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, to establish
Honorable
some
Benny.
pertinent evidence, Mr. Chair, I just would like to make a manifestation here that because Madam Badoy has admitted that she is not a black timer and that she is not paying any dues to the SMI, therefore, she is part of the company, Mr. Chair.
Sergeant of Arms to please implement the to take custody of Miss Badoy as directed by this committee. Thank you.
May I finish my statement, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Meron pong Rumi na quote, yung poet na Ruby. Wherever you stand, be the soul of that place. And I'm really sad that this has happened to our Congress. I didn't see this when my father was growing up. This was the place where we could stand on our shared ground of love for country. And what I witnessed right now was a travesty.
Thank
And
you
I'm very
much.
sad for my country.
Mr.
The
Chair,
Honorable Akop.
I'm sorry for what happened to you, Madam Badoy. But you do not have a monopoly of love of country.
I didn't see.
I've spent my life fighting for this country. Oh, so you do not have to tell me that. Mas marami akong sinugal kaysa sa iyo. So do not give me that crap, Madam Badoy.
Thank you very much.
Kasi I have laid down my life
Protecting.
very often just to protect this country. And if ever I'm going to be called again, I'll do it. Not the way you want it, but the way it is authorized by the government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, also I would like to make a manifestation that I do not know how old were you, Madam Badoy, when I was fighting the NPAs. 1986. This government almost lost to the NPAs. I was there fighting the NPAs. I do not know where were you at that time. So please, do not make a monopoly of the love of country. All of the congressmen here love our countries. That's why we're here. We're not just politicians. We are people that love our own nation. That's why we're serving our nation. So please, do not make that statement. To me, it is still a lie, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sergeant of Arms, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Lorraine. So
Mr. Chair.
now we have you will have to put her in the same place where Ka Eric is, no? I mean, in the same area, in the premises of the House of Representatives. That's what I meant. Okay. So now we have the Honorable.
Meron po adjournment, sir.
No. There are other speakers.
Meron pa ba? I'm sorry. Okay, I thought we're done. I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
The Honorable.
Mr.
gusto
Chair,
niya yung ituloy yung
Mr. Chair.
relationship niya kay Atty.
Mr.
Suplico.
Chair,
Oo nga.
I'd just like to
By
ask,
the way,
Mr.
where's
Chair.
Attorney Suplico? I heard this.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Congressman Dan,
Okay.
where is he going? Because Atty. Suplico is no longer here.
Mr.
Let's
Chair.
proceed. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Kimbo, then the Honorable Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair. My co-counsel, Mr. Chair, Attorney Rolex Suplico is the clinic.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, so we take note of that. So
High blood
we
pressure.
hope he will feel better in a bit. Yes. The Congresswoman Kimbo, you were raising your hands. Then
Well,
we'll ask the Honorable Gutierrez.
Yes,
Time.
okay, Mr. Chair. Sige, magtatanong na po ako bago sila maubos.
Ako lang naiwan, Mr. Chair.
The last man standing.
The last man standing.
Well, actually, this is really a question on behalf of Kong Joboy. Nainip na po siya, pero pinagbili niya talaga sa akin ng mabuti na talagang kailangan ko daw itong itanong. Okay, so anyway, kanina po, kung naalala po natin, paulit-ulit po in defense of yung pong alleged violation doon po sa Section 11 on the dispersal of ownership, doon po sa failure to comply with a 30% offer, public offer of their outstanding shares. Lagi pong ini-invoke as a defense yung failure daw ng Congress na sagutin ang kanilang sulat dated June 30, 2022. So, ang pinapatanong po ni Kong Joboy Aquino, simple lamang po. Nung sa inyong pananaw, nagsulat kayo sa Kongreso, June 30, 2022. Ngayon po ay December 5. Hindi pa kayo sinasagot sa inyong pananaw. Anong ginawa nyo? Kayo ba'y nag-follow up? Nagsulat ulit? Anong ginawa nyo?
Per my information, Mr. Chair, we are waiting. But still, Mr.
Waiting.
Chair, because we believe, Mr. Chair, that there is no timeline for that, Mr. Chair. But that's why I'd like to ask for an apology for that, Mr. Chair, and give us time to comply all the requirements. If we may, Mr. Chair.
So maliwanag, Mr. Chair, na walang ginawa ang SMNI doon po sa sinasabi po nilang hindi pagsagot ng Kongreso. At nandun na rin po tayo doon sa sulat na yan, June 30, 2022. And Mr. Chair, medyo na-disturb po ako dito sa sulat na to because they made it clear. One of their statements in this letter has to do with the purpose of the company. Ang sabi po nila, Mr. Chair, that these are the main priorities of the company. Number one, to serve and to continue to serve the Filipino people, bringing only balanced and fair news through objective and candid reporting in a mix of news and public affairs programs to enrich the discussion for social inclusiveness among the citizenry. Number two, to reach and preach for the goodwill of all and the propagation of faith, as well as religiosity and faith to deepen the faithful's relationship with our Creator. So yun po ang sinasabi po nilang dalawang layunin po ng kumpanya. And therefore, ang sabi po nila, the main goals of the company are not profit-driven. Nililiwanag po nila, hindi po sila profit-driven.
Yes,
So
Mr.
ito po ang aking simpleng tanong. So you confirm that?
Yes, Mr.
Attorney.
Chair,
Okay.
but the one who wrote that letter is
So,
not me,
No,
Mr.
simple
President.
lang. You confirm that. Not
Mr. Chair.
profit-driven. So ito ang aking simpleng tanong. Bakit po kayo nag-apply para sa isang commercial franchise? Dito po sa section 1 ng inyong prangkisa, nakasulat po, nature and scope of franchise. To construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes. Klaro po, it's for purposes of making profit. Bakit? Meron kasi tayong another category of franchises, non-commercial. Meron po distinct category na ina-applyan po tulad ng mga state universities and colleges na talagang hindi naman po profit-driven at yun po ang ina-applyan nila kapag hindi po for profit ang kanilang operations. Kaya
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yung aking tanong, hindi po kayo, bakit man po mali ang inyong ina-applyan na prangkisa?
Mr. Chair, the best person to answer that, Mr. Chair, is the president of the company. So, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun po ang isasagot sa akin ng presidente, hindi po ako abogado. Kaya, ikaw na lang po, ang ending po, kayo din naman po.
I'm the last man standing here, so I'll try to answer it, Mr. Chair. Based on my personal knowledge, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is not, the SMNI is not, it's not a focus on profit, Mr. Chair. So that is my knowledge and information about SMNI. That's why if you check, you compare that to the other company, other broadcast company, there are a lot of advertisers in that company. Unlike in SMNI, if there's only one or two per program, Mr. Chair, and very minimal payment, compare that to the other broadcast establishments, Mr. Chair, or TV or radio establishments.
So again, it doesn't really explain. You're explaining that you're not for profit. But then, bakit nga commercial franchise ang in-applyan nyo? And what is your take on, baka nga mali yung prangkisa? Diba?
Nating amendahan.
That's why, Mr. Chair, with respect to the profits, the income, and the financial statement of the company, may I request, Mr. Chair, for our next meeting, Mr. Chair, we will bring with me the external auditor and the internal auditor of the company, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair, follow-up question. Kung hindi kayo profit-oriented, paano ipapaliwanag itong 105 million peso revenues in 2022, may interest income na 35 million?
That time, Mr. Chair, during election season, Mr. Chair. That's why I believe that their income of the company in 2022 during election season.
So again, hindi po pa rin maliwanag doon pa sa sinasabi ninyo, doon sa liham ninyo. Kasi yung participating in partisan activities, kung sinasabi ninyong election, ano po ba yun?
It's not partisan, Mr. Chair, but the advertisers of some politicians, Mr. Chairs.
Okay, sige. Pero again, parang, so, kung pwede po, Mr. Chair, baka hindi tayo matapos sa kakatanong, sa susunod na lang po na hearing, kung pwede po sana ma-invite ang inyong Chief Financial Officer para
Yes.
mas lalo pong mapaliwanag sa amin, and especially dito kay Albert Einstein, Dan Fernandez, sa mga questions po tungkol po dito sa business model, kung ano ba talaga yung how you make money, kung ano po yung paliwanag po dun sa changes in income and expenses over the years?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At how does it align with your stated objectives, and how is it consistent with the terms of your franchise agreement?
Yes, Mr.
So,
Chair.
kung pwede po sana, dalhin po ninyo yung inyong CFO para mapaliwanag po yun.
Yes, because she is the best person to answer all those inquiries, Mr. Chair, about the financial statements of the company.
Yes.
Thank you
and
very
then,
much.
Yun na lang po, in relation to dun sa hiningi po ni Kong Abante, I'm sure meron po kayong manual of operations. Kasi ang hinihingi po ni Kong Abante earlier is yung paliwanag po dun sa paano ninyo dinidisiplina ang inyong mga journalists, etc.
We will put that in writing, Mr. Chair.
Yes, pero sigurado ako, meron ba kayong manual of operations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So malamang dun sa manual of operations ninyo, siguro naman dyan nakapaloob ang mga journalistic standards, if any, na that you adopt.
Yes,
Diba?
Mr.
So,
Chair.
yun na lang po ang isubmit ninyo para maging mas maliwanag sa amin kung ano ba talaga itong grievance committee. Sino ba ang miyembro ng grievance committee na yan? Diba? So tuwing kailan ba yan nako-constitute, etc. So, isubmit na lang lahat yon
And-
sa amin para sa susunod na hearing.
Mr. Chair, due to the voluminous request of all those documents, can we request for at least 10 working days to prepare all those documents, Mr. Chair?
10 working days daw, Mr. Chair.
There's a, we will,
No, until the next hearing.
Mr.
na lang.
Chairman, can we,
Rolling na lang.
you have to, but I don't think, 10 days.
1 week, Mr. Chair, 1 week.
Mr. Chairman, we are about to adjourn next week. So can we have some adjustment on the period that was given to them?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And Chair Gus, ito namang manual of operations, hindi niyo naman isusulat yan from scratch. For
Yes,
sure,
sir.
meron na kayo niyan. Unless wala.
Yan gawa na ho eh. Hindi nyo naman gagawin yan, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Unless hindi nyo, wala kayo, or gagawin nyo pala, pero pag naman lahat naman hinigigawa na yan.
Yeah.
Tapos
Salamat
siguro,
po.
Chair Gus, kung ano yung meron na,
Isubmit
yun na
na.
munang isubmit, tapos work
That-
back na lang.
That's what I said.
Yun na lang po.
That's
Thank
what I
you.
suggested.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much,
Mr.
Honorable
Chair, tapos po ako. Thank you.
Kimbo. Then the Honorable Richard, the Honorable Gutierrez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Mr. Chair, this House resolution today was supposedly focused on sa subject matter stated. As embodied po, no, submission si Kong Franz Castro, the privileged speech of Kong JJ Suarez. And we assumed that this would be focused mostly on Section 4, because that's the most related to the subject matter, those violations. However, as expertly put out there by our colleagues here today, nakikita po natin that there are other violations, not only po sa Section 4 regarding whatever substance that SMNI has put out, but we also have questions of violations as to the corporate structure. So I just wanted to build on that, though, Mr. Chair. Ideally, before everything else, hopefully we could have more officers. May I ask, Mr. Chair, the representative SMNI, ano ba yung
John, the chair lang, I'm sorry, my apologies. The senior deputy speaker is here. He's been here for more than 3 hours. And I have not acknowledged him. I'd like to recognize the Honorable Don Gonzalez. Thank you. So, welcome to the committee, sir. Mali pala. Mali pala, hindi pala 3 hours, 4 hours. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, may we ask the representative of SMNI, the lone representative, may we know who are the officers of Suarez?
Suarez, I have with me, Mr. Chair, for 2023 document, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, let's start with the top. Sino po yung chairman?
We have the President, Marlon Rosete, Mr. Chair, and Director, Vice President for Finance, Ludivia Ayang, Vice President for Administration, Loris Nepomuceno, Director Hannah Jane Sancho, Corporate Secretary Jelaine R. Ramos, Treasurer Ananya P. Reyes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, who is the chairman?
Uh,
I assume may directors po kayo, so there's a chairman of the board.
there is an officer, but only director, Christina San Pedro. No
Based on
chairman.
your AOI, one director lang po ang corporation
We have
ninyo.
two directors, Christina San Pedro and Hannah Jane Sancho.
Wala po kayong chairman of the board.
I presume that the president is also the chairman.
President and chairman. So
Yeah.
three-man board po kayo.
One,
That
two,
would be
three,
the
four,
chairman
five,
and
six,
two
seven. We have
directors.
7 officers, Mr. Chair.
No, yung sa board lang naman. Yung sa, so how many seats do you have in your board, Mr. Chair?
Sa board. Board of Directors, Mr. Chair.
Board of directors.
7, Mr. Chair.
7. So all of your officers are also directors.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So this is not only executive officers nyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, saan po sila ngayon?
With respect, most of them are in Davao, Mr. Chair.
Most of them are in Davao. When did
Yes.
you find out that the president could not make it? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We submitted already a medical certificate I think this afternoon about the health condition of the chairman. But he is more than willing to come here
Chairman and president.
next meeting, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, your operations are in Makati. Is that not correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Don't you have any other executive officers in Makati who could make it today?
I have to check, Mr. Chair, because per my information, all of them are in Davao. Based
All
on
of
my
them are in
personal
Davao.
knowledge.
So, Mr. Chair, ang Suarez Media Corporation operates with only the president and its 2 legal officers here in Makati. Ganun po ba yung sistema natin?
No, Mr. Chair. Only this time that they're in Davao, Mr. Chair.
Only this time that they're in Davao, coincidentally with
Yes,
this
Mr.
committee
Chair.
hearing. Okay, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I bring this up kasi it's very disappointing po, no? Because a while ago, we've been experiencing a lot of cherry picking. There were a lot of questions that could not be answered. It was summed up very well by Congresswoman Kimbo. The president will say, I cannot answer because I'm not a lawyer. And the lawyer will say, I cannot answer because I'm not the president. So it leaves us in a limbo here today. So I hope in the next committee hearing, we have full attendance po. Actually, last hearing, ang dami po ninyo eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In
Last hearing, the president was here.
More than the president. May nagko-coach pa nga eh. Yung Sancho ba yun? She was an officer, was she not?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And nasan po siya ngayon, Mr. Chair? She was so eager to join Ka Eric and Ma'am Badoy.
Yes.
At ngayon, wala na po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sancho. Yun na po, Mr. Chair. I hope that they could afford this committee the respect no, that they attend so that we can actually properly thresh all of these issues out. Kasi pag ganyan po na absent, and then we're delayed again, instead of moving on with your franchise, nababagalan po tayo, no? So that's just a comment on that. On attendance pa lang yun, Mr. Chair.
So I suggest, Mr. Chair, that
Subpoena?
Not, Mr. Chair, but to name all those officers that you want to be here next meeting, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we suggest, we've already written to SMNI, why don't you bring all of your officers? Unless you want nga a subpoena.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Your good judgment. Okay, kung hindi po presidente, dali niyo yung presidente, yung vice
The
presidente.
7 officers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sama niyo na po lahat. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Okay.
because some of our colleagues raised the issue of revenues and commercial corporations, I would like to propose that we invite the BIR,
Yes, they are.
particularly the BIR in Davao
And AMLA.
and AMLA and SEC, Secretary Exchange Commission.
SEC is here already. SEC is present.
Oh, okay.
So we will have the presence of AMLA and BIR. Thank you very much. Okay. The
Thank you.
Honorable Gutierrez, you still
Mr.
have
Chair?
the floor. Yes.
Thank you. So I won't belabor the point already of Section 4. We've already had substantial evidence of what we view as transgressions and violations of that section. Mr. Chair, I'd like to focus on the corporate matters that were brought up earlier. Mr. Chair, may we know from the representative of SMNI if Suarez Media Corporation has at any point in time listed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, yung PSEI, Philippine Stock Exchange?
No, Mr. Chair.
Never.
Never.
Mr. Chair. So when it comes to the dispersal, yung Section 11 po natin, they've never explored the possibility of listing on the stock exchange for dispersal of ownership.
We opted the other mode, Mr. Chair, under the second sentence. Other method of encouraging public participation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, para maintindihan po natin, no, the way that the lawyers of SMNI choose to interpret the law. Because on one hand, dahil walang timetable, they will claim because it's not stated in the law, therefore there's no way to interpret it. On the other hand, kung saan walang co-op nakalagay sa batas, they will now interpret by looking at other franchises. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair? Is that the way you interpret the law?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
But in this instance, that is
That's
the
why
way.
we are writing a letter to the SEC.
Mr. Chair, most respectfully, the letter is done. It already said that we have complied with Section 11 by doing the following. So is there an attempt to even comply with Section 11? Mr. Chair, do you have 30% set aside? As far as I understand, all of your 650 million in ACS is not necessarily paid up, but all of it is subscribed. Saan po natin makukuha yung 30% for the public?
That's why, Mr. Chair, we are more than willing to comply this provision, Mr. Chair. And we are asking this honorable committee to give us specific time, Mr. Chair, to comply this, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, most respectfully, this is already 4 years in the making. And you are only choosing to comply with the co-op, which is not even in your franchise. But Mr. Chair, when it comes to the timetable, which isn't in your franchise, what interpretation do you have? No timetable, no problem.
But it doesn't mean, Mr. Chair, that we are violating this provision, Mr. Chair. We are more than willing to comply these provisions under Section 11, Mr. Chair. That's why we're asking this good committee, Mr. Chair, to give us time to comply. I'm very honest, Mr. Chair, we are in good faith to comply this provision, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so you may say that now, but for the past few years, which has not been questioned, there was no follow-up as established prior. Walang follow-up, walang tanong po kung ano nang mangyayari dito sa dispersal natin. There's no question of timetable. Just to lay out the facts, Mr. Chair.
That's why, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I still have the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it was mentioned earlier that one, the ACS has been maxed out. Number two, the tone of the letter is not even in a question form. It is already finished. It is deemed complied in their eyes. They have taken it upon themselves to interpret and execute the law. And Mr. Chair, I propose a third way to look into the intent of SMNI. Let's look at their previous franchise, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, is the representative of SMNI aware of the provisions of their previous franchise?
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Chair.
Not aware.
I'm not their lawyer at the time.
Not your lawyer, not the president. Mr. Chair, Section 9, I will read it for you. Democratization of ownership. In compliance with the constitutional mandate to democratize ownership of public utilities, the herein grantee shall make public offering through the stock exchanges of at least 30% of its common stocks within a period of 3 years from the date of effectivity. This act provided that no single person or entity shall be allowed to own more than 5% of the stock offerings. In the past 25 years, you have never listed with the stock exchange. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
I have no personal knowledge for that, Mr. Chair.
You just told me earlier that you have never, Suarez has never been listed.
Yes, never, Mr. Chair, but with respect to the details of the information, I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair, because I was not their lawyer at the time.
Mr. Chair, yes or no, is it listed or not? Has it ever been listed or not?
They have, that question was, that was your opening question, and the lawyer stated that they are not listed.
No personal knowledge. Earlier, he made that mention. Now he says no personal knowledge. Mr. Chair, just to be sure, may we ask the SEC or representative here?
SEC,
Yes, Mr. Chair, we confirm and I already manifest earlier
which is, what do you concur to?
we confirm that there's no, they are not listed in the
They're
stock
not
exchange.
listed. They
They're
have
not
never
listed.
been listed, Mr.
They have
Chair.
never been listed too.
Never, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. So now we see the dispersal of ownership provision, not only of this franchise, but the previous franchise of 25 years. They did not try to comply. And wala rin co-op na naka-mention dyan, Mr. Chair. Are you going to tell me now that this should be interpreted na pwede rin ang co-op? Did you have a co-op in the last 25 years, Mr. Chair?
Again, Mr. Chair, I was not a lawyer at the time, 25 years, for the 25 years, so I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair. in behalf of SMNI.
Mr.
Pero-
Chair,
Ngayon, attorney, hindi mo dapat na, at least yung parting yun, alam niyo yun, na kasi lagi kayo nagbabanggit, history of SMNI. Kanina pa kayo nagbabanggit yan. Hindi ba napag-aralan to? Meron bang co-op dati o wala? O ito yung bagong co-op?
Per
Yes or no
my-
lang, kasi may GIS naman po eh.
Based on my personal knowledge, Mr. Chair, no, Mr. Chair.
No co-op. Ngayon na ho nagkaroon ng co-op.
Yeah, yes, Mr.
Salamat.
Mr. Chair, we cannot subpoena the dead. So the current officers must make do. Kayo lang naman makakasagot ito. Now,
That's
Mr.
why,
Chair, I
Mr.
will move on from that point. Yun nga po, no? We established the previous franchise, there was no listing, failed to be fair with you, Mr. Chair, Section 9 did not mention anything of revocation. But we'll go to that naman, no? In the next portion. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to question the timeliness, no? We are looking at their GIS. A big question now arises of the structure of SSMC. Mr. Chair, something struck me in the last hearing. I believe it was the interpolation of Kong Suarez. The lawyer of SMNI, you were involved with a certain foreign controversy. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Allegedly?
Allegedly, Mr. Chair.
Allegedly. So you have some knowledge of corporate structuring, shell
I'm not an
companies
expert of
and the
that.
like.
That is not my practice, Mr. Chair.
But you were engaged with them in that field.
No, Mr. Chair.
Corporate. But you're correct. As legal counsel for the corporation, part of it involves with corporate structuring. Is that not? Do they not seek your advice when they go through these restructurings?
When, at the time, Mr. Chair, no, Mr. Chair.
3 years ago, Mr. Chair. So that's at least 3 to 4 GISs ago.
There are many lawyers of SMNI, not only me, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we know to what extent Attorney Tolentino can answer when it comes to corporate restructuring in the history?
I tried my best to answer the best that I can, Mr. Chair. But I'll be honest, if I'm not aware or have no personal knowledge of your inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Any problema. Mr. Chair, sige, we'll just ask the questions plainly. For 2019, there is no beneficial ownership declaration because hindi pa to require ng SEC. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, for 2020, you, the GIS of SSMC, mentioned Pastor Kibuloy as the beneficial owner.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
With 7,500
No, it's okay,
shares.
Mr. Chair. A simple yes or no about the beneficial owner. Now, Mr. Chair, my question is, what is the basis for citing Pastor Kibuloy as the beneficial owner for that year?
First, he has a share at the time, 7,500 shares. And at that time, he is the executive pastor.
Okay. So we established that he is made beneficial owner by virtue of his executive pastor. By being executive pastor. Because yung 7,500 shares is what percentage po, Mr. Chair?
Only
1%,
1%, Mr. Chair.
1%. So I don't think that's the reason for having established him as the beneficial owner. So we must surmise that he is a beneficial owner by virtue of his being executive pastor of KJC. So for April 2021 GIS, it's the same thing, Mr. Chair. Can the representative of SMNI confirm that Pastor Kibuloy was cited as the beneficial owner in the declaration?
Again, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, JS 2021, si Pastor Kibuloy pa rin po ba ang nasa beneficial ownership declaration?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, no change, no? 95% pa rin yung executive pastor.
2021?
21, yes.
Pastor Kibuloy has 1.5% share
1.5%.
in 2021, and the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ has 95%.
95%. And he is still the declared beneficial owner.
At this time.
Last page niya
At this
at that
time,
time.
Mr. Chair. He's
Mr.
the
Chair,
leader.
2022, dito nagbago.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
46% for the Phoebos, 53% for executive pastor. And you've already changed the beneficial owner declaration. You now have 6 people there. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
2023?
2022, Mr. Chair.
Seven personalities, Mr. Chair.
7 personalities. But Mr. Chair, wasn't it shown earlier by Congresswoman Nograles that at this time, Phoebos was like 99% executive pastor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's not 7, it's 10 personalities, Mr. Chair.
10 personalities. Okay. Well, in
Can
either
I
case,
mention the name of the personalities?
that's
No
not
need.
necessary. Mr. Chair, let me focus now on that year. Phoebus, 46% of SSMC, was 99% owned by executive pastor of KJC. And executive pastor of KJC at the time was Pastor Kibuloy, correct?
2022, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Di naman tayo nagbago ng year for this query. Correct ba, Mr. Chair? Can we confirm that at the time, the executive pastor was Pastor Kibuloy?
Yes, until December of 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So in that case, how come he was not included in the beneficial owner declaration
Of
of SSMC? Sa dami-daming pangalan binanggit ninyo, 10 packs pa nga, hindi po siya kasama doon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you say,
Tanong muna bakit hindi po siya nakasama. Can you please answer?
Because there's already the 53.46% is already owned by the executive pastor.
which is
And
still him,
we're still him, but of course on process, he is already retiring at the time, December of 2022.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't matter for a GIS declaration. All that matters is at the time of submission, who is the executive pastor. So why was there a divestment of sorts? It's just highly curious, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, moving on. So later on in that year, that was the time that there was an actual transfer to Pastor Acobo. December
Brother
2022.
Marlon Acobo,
Marlon Acobo, 2022, December.
December 19, 2022.
Okay. And in 2023, hindi nagbago. Actually, Mr. Chair, was Mr. Acobo mentioned? Was Pastor Acobo mentioned in the 2023 GIS as a beneficial owner? Out of the 5 people that were there, I think.
2023?
2023.
Here. In 2023, Mr. Chair.
Beneficial owners na lang po, yung last
Okay.
page.
No, Mr. Chair, only the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
No, Mr. Chair, yung beneficial owner. Last page, Mr. Chair.
Ito.
Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair, only Marlon Rosete, Lodevihia Ayang, Cristina San Pedro, Loris Nepomuceno, Hannah Jane Sanso, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, why is your executive pastor not mentioned as a beneficial owner? He owns at this point 90+%. Mr. Chair, I'll save him the trouble. The way that SSMC reports to the JS is dismal. One iba-iba eh. They're just shuffling cards. Mr. Chair, how are we supposed to exercise our oversight functions in Congress when we cannot even rely on the annual reports they give us? Mr. Chair, I think this on itself might not be a violation. It's already a violation, actually. Section 10, Section 11. But the way by which they conduct themselves in relation to Section 12 calls for a closer investigation. Mr. Chair, I asked earlier if Attorney Tolentino's talents when it comes to corporate restructuring is involved. Kasi Mr. Chair, when we approach this, we take a look at the whole picture, not just the GIS, not just SSMC, but we take into consideration of all the news. We see that the change happened from April 2021, GIS, nandyan pa si Pastor Buloy, and in June 2022, wala na po siya. Can the representative of SMNI give us a supervening event in between that might have caused that change?
Per my information, Mr. Chair, there is a succession in the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of 2022.
Yes.
We're talking about between 2021, April, and June 2022.
So, may I know that question?
Mr. Chair, what supervening event could have possibly caused the restructuring? Anong nangyari sa pagitan ng April 2021 in June 2022 at nagpalit ang corporate ownership ng SMNI?
I believe, Mr. Chair, the best person to answer that is the President, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Well, I guess I'd like to ask the President this. Mr. Chair, something came up in our research sa balita. It was around this time that the cases abroad against Pastor Kibuloy were filed. It was around this time that the FBI issued the warrant. The question now is it possible that this restructuring was spurred by the prosecution being sought abroad? Actually, around this time also, Mr. Chair, this was also the time that there were takedowns of YouTube, Facebook, I don't know what other accounts. No answer required. It's just rhetorical. It's a lot like your host says, I'm only asking. No.
The
In
best
open air.
person
Mr. Chair,
to
I'm not done.
the best person to answer that, Mr. Chair, is the lawyer of Pastor Apollo Kibuloy in US, not me.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not asking naman. I mean, out there in the open lang.
It does not solicit a response.
So,
Is
Mr.
it-
Chair, as mentioned, we already have Section 4, 10, 11. Now, I'd like to bring out one more time the topic brought up by Kong Jinky on ipso facto revoke. I think this is something that the committee should really look into because so far, definitely with this resolution, we are looking into possible violations for positive action from the committee in Congress as a whole for the revocation or suspension or whatnot. But a possible legal question that we see here is yung ipso facto revoke provision. If in fact there is, a finding of fact that there are violations in Section 1011, does this require further action from Congress? Will the courts intervene? Or is it, as Attorney Rolex said, by that very fact, ban a franchise?
Can I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
No.
I'm not asking.
That's not a question addressed to you.
It's not a
It's
question
statement.
addressed to the resource persons. It's a question addressed to us here as
Yes.
members of this body. So it's something I hope that we can consider very soon because we will be adjourning. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am now wrapping up my interpellation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Gutierrez. There are no other members that have listed or that would like to ask more. I'd just like to confirm and inform everyone that the committee is in receipt of two resolutions. House Resolution number 1425 referred to the Franchise Committee on November 14. Resolution directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the contractual relationship between Saraga Integrated Management Corporation of the Philippines and Bascog Network Global Consulting Services Corporation in relation to the prohibition under Section 12 of the Republic Act 10974, sponsored by the Honorable Ginto. Would you like to say anything, Honorable Ginto?
Mr. Chair, for the interest of time, I move to adopt the whereas clauses of my resolution as my sponsorship speech.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ginto. And also, a second resolution that we are in receipt of and open for discussion is House Resolution number 1499, introduced by the Honorable Margarita Attorney Migs Nograles. A resolution urging the National Telecommunications Commission to suspend the operations of Suarez Media Corporation, operating under the name of Sunshine Media Network International, for violating the terms and conditions of the franchise under Republic Act 11422. The Honorable Migs Nograles is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, respected colleagues, and to everyone present, good evening. Good evening na po. Legislative franchise is the privilege granted by the state through its legislative body and is subject to regulation by the state itself by virtue of its police power through its administrative agencies. A legislative franchise of a mass media company is not a right. It is a mere privilege that must be exercised with extreme caution because this industry is imbued with public interest. Unfortunately, it appears that Suarez Media, operating under the business name Sunshine Media Network International failed to exercise such caution. We can see under Section 4 and discussions today that there are violations already under RA 11422. And Suarez has the responsibility to the public not to use its stations or facilities for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of the public interest. As we have heard in today's hearing, there are several instances where SMNI peddled fake news against certain public officials. They themselves are not denying these instances. As representatives of the people, us congressmen have the responsibility to ensure that the people shall be protected from false and malicious information. This is not an attack on the freedom of the press. Rather, we are defending the right of the people to have an accurate and true reporting so that they can formulate honest opinions and thus contribute positively to society. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am introducing this resolution and urge the National Telecommunications Commissions to suspend the operations of Suarez Corporation. Thank you.
Discuss this particular bill.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, the Honorable Gutierrez.
as this committee has been in receipt of this resolution and given the discussions posited earlier, may I respectfully move to amend perhaps the resolution if the sponsor would be so minded. Given the discussions earlier, we would like to first and foremost amend the last whereas clause to read as follows. Whereas it is the duty of the National Telecommunications Commission to immediately stop the deliberate dissemination of false information that may generate cynicism and mistrust on matters involving public interest, and to insert thereafter the following whereas clauses. Whereas under Section 10 of RA 11422, the grantee is mandated to seek prior approval of the Congress of the Philippines of any sale, lease, transfer, grant, or use of assignment of the franchise or the rights and privileges acquired by the grantee under the franchise, nor any transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee. It was admitted by SMNI that there were changes in the corporate structure of the grantee and that no such prior approval was given by Congress. Whereas, under the same Section 10 of RA 11422, any change of ownership in the shares of stock of the grantee corporation shall be reported to Congress within 60 days from completion of the transfer. The SMNI admitted during the committee hearing on December 5, 2023, that there was no compliance with this provision when shares of stock were transferred to another entity, and this fact was only revealed in the annual report of the SMNI. Whereas it was also revealed during the same meeting that SMNI has failed and continues to fail to offer to the public at least 30% of its outstanding stock in any securities exchange in the Philippines, or to employ other methods of encouraging public participation by citizens and corporations operating public utilities, despite having the opportunity to do so since the renewal of its franchise, contrary to the express provision of Section 11 of Republic Act number 11422, now therefore be it. And of course, as other matters subject to style that the sponsor might accept.
Speak for or against this measure, I close the period of debate. And the amendments of the Honorable Gutierrez is put on record and entertained. What does the sponsor have to say with the amendments proposed by the Honorable Gutierrez?
Mr. Chair, considering na nalabas naman po natin yung mga violations which we raised earlier this whole time, and yun naman po yung grounds na nalabas, I accept the amendments to the resolution.
There's a motion to amend by addition by the Honorable Gutierrez, subject to style. Seconded by the Honorable Acop. The chair, no objections. Amendment is approved.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I also would like to amend, if it's possible, that instead of the word urging, that we directing the NTC. It's product of this.
The Honorable
Uh, as explained to me, Mr. Chair, I withdraw the.
There's a motion to withdraw the amendment. So the amendment proposed by the Honorable Gutierrez, duly seconded and accepted by
Is there
the
a motion, Mr.
author,
Chairman? Is there a
is
motion
hereby
already? Okay.
approved and carried. So for the, yes, for the bill of the Honorable Ginto, I would like to request that the supporting documents with on this resolution that you've sponsored, please coordinate with the COMSEC and please submit the documents needed for this. Thank you very much, Honorable Ginto. So we now we will now yes, the Honorable Nograles, the committee, we will have to ask the COMSEC to prepare a clean, a final copy of this resolution
Mr. Chair.
and to be submitted for the next session.
Mr. Chair, I think we still have to move that the committee will adopt the resolution as amended before we can prepare a committee report, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to adopt, duly seconded, the chair in objection. The resolution is hereby adopted. So a final copy to be prepared and the committee for the committee report to
Subject
be
to style,
prepared.
the motion is subject to style and the amended
Okay,
resolution.
thank you very much.
And I move also for the committee report to be drafted and be presented next hearing and for the approval of the committee, for the committee report on the next hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so on the motion of the author, the committee report, I ask the committee, direct the COMSEC to prepare the committee report and the bill with all the amendments proposed by the Honorable Gutierrez, so that this could be approved in the next and discussed and approved in the next hearing. So the favorite motion.
I move to.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
may I
Chair,
respectfully move that
Mr.
we
Chair, excuse
suspend
me.
the hearing until the next
excuse me,
hearing period that will be scheduled by the chairman. So move, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, may I be
Can we
recognized?
set the date
Wait,
na?
before we adjourn,
May we recognize, we were invited, I'm sorry, Congressman. We were invited to be here. I've been here for 6 hours.
oh, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
The Honorable Attorney
No,
Rico.
I'm not honorable.
No.
I'm Attorney Domingo.
Yeah, Attorney Rico, I'm sorry, my
Yeah.
apologize.
Because
Attorney
we
Rico
were
Domingo.
required, Your Honor, we were required to submit certain documents in support of
Yes.
our submissions.
Yes.
Unless I'll be cited for contempt, which is the flavor of the month this afternoon. I'm submitting them, Your Honor, and I think the documents had already been received officially. So I just want to go on record that we submitted what was required for us, no?
Okay, so Attorney Rico Domingo,
Yes,
my apologies.
It's okay. It's okay.
you are-
I know. It's a
Thank you
very
very much
interesting.
for the manifestation and for the submission of the documents required from your office. And as what you call yourself, a media
We are the
Offense.
movement against disinformation. In fact, we were very active in addressing MAD. Kami po yung MAD, Your Honor. Kami po ang MAD, and we've been filing cases against the SMNI,
Yes.
the last of which was closer to the home. We are representing Congressman Franz Castro
Okay, thank
in
you.
that grave threats.
Thank you. Can I ask the Honorable Stella Kimbo? She just has a request.
Yes, Attorney, thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
being with us the whole day, the whole afternoon till 9 o'clock. Sir, since you're here and I'm sure that you were listening intently regarding the discussion on fake news earlier, would you care to submit a position paper on that? There was a
Definitely, ma'am.
discussion on the absence of a
Look,
a law with respect to fake news. And
Yes, ma'am.
therefore, question mark on the illegality of fake news.
We will
So
make
if we
an
can-
extensive, comprehensive study on that. And with the help of the international community in the same advocacy, we plan to submit the position paper along that line in aid of legislation. As I mentioned to the chair last time, we are willing to help the honorable legislators in crafting a legislation that can be we can be proud of in addressing disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and historical distortionism.
Thank you very
Thank you po.
much. Thank you very much. So we will wait for that
Mr.
position
Chair.
paper. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just
you,
one
Honors.
quick question. Do you have any, attorney, do you have any documentation on fake news from different networks, for example?
Different networks, not all of them, but we have some, Your Honor. We are willing to provide you that. We
Do
are
you also have
actually,
documents
Mr. Chairman, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
about my fake news that was given to me?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Please.
We have a
What
pending
is
motion,
point
Mr.
of
Chairman.
wait. I think we will give Attorney Benny Abante. We gave the Honorable Kimbo. Let us give Attorney Benny.
Mr. Chair, the point of order is out of order.
Correct. Okay.
Meron po ba kayo, attorney, kasama yung documentation ng fake news sa akin?
we have fact checkers.
Okay,
And
I
we
hope
have
that you will
access to
submit
them,
that to
Your Honor.
us, Mr. Chair.
We're willing to discuss that with you personally. And we would like to, if you want, we can build a case of that, the case that you have in mind.
Please, thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Domingo. There's a motion.
Thank you po.
There's a motion by the Honorable Akop to re-seconded. The chair hearing objection. This hearing is suspended till the next hearing to be announced by tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes.